Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may we request that everybody take their seat. The chair is about to arrive, and we will start the meeting shortly. So everybody who's near the door and at the back, can we please request that everybody take their seat, please? Thank you very much. Have a good day.
May I call this meeting to order? Distinguished delegates, we will now move to item 6 on the agenda, entitled Statutory Issues. There will be a range of presentations delivered by the ECA Secretariat. You have all received the documents ahead of this meeting, and I trust that you have reviewed the contents. As such, the Secretariat will only be presenting the key issues for discussion on the various reports and will not go into the details. Therefore, I expect the presentations to be succinct and the deliberations focused to only what is relevant for us to move ahead. I wish to also remind that for all the presentations we will have today, each presenter will have a total of 10 minutes to make their presentation. The rest of the time will be devoted to general discussions. We will begin with Mr. Said Adejumobi, Director for Strategic Planning, Oversight and Results Division, to present the report of the Executive Secretary on the activities of the ECA covering the period from April 2022 to March 2023. Mr. Adejumobi will also present the report on the follow-up to the resolutions of the 54th session of the ECA. Following Mr. Adejumobi will be Mr. Jean-Paul Adam, Director of the Technology, Climate Change and Natural Resource Management Division, who will present the report on the 8th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. Mr. Adejumobi, you may now take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'll be making two interrelated presentations. One, like the Chair said, is on the report of the Executive Secretary on the activities of the Commission, and I'll be presenting this on behalf of the Acting Executive Secretary. The second presentation will be on the follow-up to the key resolutions adopted at COM in 2022. Here, I'll be briefing you as to how we have followed up in terms of the resolutions adopted at the last meeting. The ECA responded to the challenges of supporting resilience to multiple shocks in the period 2022 in terms of the work done by the institution. You will recall, as many colleagues have said, that Africa was confronted, like other regions of the world, with multiple shocks: the COVID-19 pandemic, the Ukraine crisis, and also the climate change challenges. So what we did in ECA was to see how we can build resilience to the multiple shocks that the continent was confronted with. And the direction we took was to work in several areas. One is in terms of the debt management response and domestic resource mobilization, continuous response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and also the war in Ukraine, early impact of the crisis and policy response options, and promoting Africa's voice in the global arena. And I'll quickly touch upon the specifics of what we did as ECA in that regard. First was that on debt management response and domestic resource mobilization, ECA convened a debt management workshop for 128 policymakers and experts from various African countries and research institutions in October 2022, during which they discussed the during which they discussed the findings of ECA research project on debt profiles and bond yields, the liquidity and sustainability facility, and the research on special drawing rights. In addition, policymakers in Angola were supported in public debt and treasury management with a view to expanding the financial markets, mobilizing long-term investments, and building investor sources of local financing to reduce risk and exposure to rate fluctuations. In Angola, benchmark bonds were issued in 2022, which increased competition in primary market options. The result has been a much lower cost of funds, national savings across the yield curve, and the long-term bond issues in the domestic market in Angola. In collaboration with UNCTAD, ECA assisted 3 member states, Ethiopia, Kenya, and Zambia, in undertaking direct tax assessments. Based on the recommendations of the assessment and with further ECA's technical support, Kenya initiated the tax reforms through the introduction of the 2022 Financial Act that expanded tax collection to the digital economy and increased the capital gains tax from 5% to 15%. ECA also supported 4 member states, Ethiopia, Sudan, Uganda, and the United Republic of Tanzania, in implementing excise tax stamps and improving tax regulation. Ethiopia is now planning to introduce an excise stamp tax with a track and trace system that is similar to the system that has helped Kenya to increase its revenue collection in the country. In terms of our continuous response to the COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine crisis, ECA took the lead in terms of advocacy for the negotiation for the start of wheat exports from Ukraine. Our former executive secretary was part of the team that was established by the Secretary General to have negotiation with Ukraine in terms of having the export of wheat out of Ukraine. And as you all know, some African countries have benefited from that in terms of importing wheat from Ukraine. Also was the negotiation for the procurement of vaccines for the continent. ECA played a major role in this. There was also the African Trade Exchange Initiative to improve food and fertilizer supply chains. ECA collaborated with the Afrexim Bank and member states to put procurement of food and fertilizers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Early impact analysis of the crisis and policy response options. ECA organized policy dialogue on the macroeconomic impact of the crisis in Ukraine in the SADC region, and this same also for Eastern Africa. In terms of promoting Africa's voice in the global arena, ECA played a major role in articulating a common position for Africa at COP27. There was the establishment of the high-level group on the reform of the global financial architecture, which ECA supported and which ECA continues to support and work with, and a meeting of that high-level group will take place on the 20th of this month at the start of the ministerial segment of COM. There was also the advocacy for the rechanneling of the SDRs. The Deputy Executive Secretary talked about that. I don't need to touch on it again. And also gaining consensus on Africa's asks for response and recovery from the crisis in terms of the support that the continent needs to be able to weather the storm of the pandemic. ECA prepared a report on the structural challenges of the global financial architecture affecting Africa and the recommendations for the IMF's consideration. Let me move on to the African Continental Free Trade Area. And I think my colleague Stephen also touched on this yesterday. And in terms of what we did, 44 countries so far ratified the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. ECA has been in the fore in terms of creating awareness on the ratification of the agreement. National CFTA strategies were developed in 7 countries. ECA supported those countries in doing so. 10 countries supported through advocacy, impact studies, and formulation of national strategies of the CFTA. The CFTA Country Business Index Assessment was tested in 9 African countries. There was the strengthening of capacity to leverage CFTA for economic diversification and growth. Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, and Zambia benefited from this. And there was also the establishment of the Regional Center for Quality Assurance in Burundi. I will not go into details of this because my colleague Stephen touched on this extensively yesterday. In terms of strengthening policy formulation on and implementation, I'll touch on the issue of macro modeling. ECA supported 4 countries in macro modeling to strengthen the capacity of those countries in the analysis and forecasting. ECA also supported 10 member states through advocacy, awareness, impact studies in terms of policy formulation. In 2022, Ghana and Seychelles migrated their national development plans to the Integrated Planning and Reporting Tool platform, allowing them to access the alignment of their plans with the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063, and to track and report on their progress in the implementation of the 2 agendas in a harmonized way. On illicit financial flows, ECA contributed to the strengthening of national institutional architecture for tracking illicit financial flows in 11 member states: Angola, Benin, Burkina Faso, Egypt, Gabon, Ghana, Mozambique, Namibia, Nigeria, Senegal, and South Africa benefited from that. On promoting socioeconomic development and gender equality, ECA worked on the issue of promoting value chains, tourism development, supported the NEPAD, AUDA NEPAD in terms of the 7th Program for Infrastructure Development Week, action plan for the decade for road safety in the Gambia, issue of framework for developing industrialization and economic diversification master plan, the Africa Gender and Development Index, and harnessing demographic dividend. Let me go into slight details in terms of what was done in this regard. On the 7th Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, based on the initial findings of assessment in 6 member states, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Malawi, Uganda, and Zambia, ECA contributed to the discussions on key topics such as the acceleration of the implementation of the Single African Air Transport Market, the Lamu Port South Sudan-Ethiopia Transport Corridor to Central Africa, and the public-private partnership on infrastructure. In the Gambia, ECA contributed to the development of an action plan for the decade for road safety 2021 to 2030, aiming to reduce road deaths in the country by 50% by 2030, in line with the United Nations' 2nd Decade of Action for Road Safety. ECA supported the study on the assessment of maize and dairy value chains in Zambia and Zimbabwe to inform the development of the planned cross-border agro-industrial park. Similarly, with ECA support, cooperation agreement was signed in April 2022 between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Zambia to facilitate the development of a value chain in the electric battery and clean energy sector. On tourism, ECA supported Namibia in developing the tourism satellite account to measure the performance of the economic impacts of tourism on the country. On framework for designing an industrialization and economic diversification plan in Central Africa, the Council of Ministers of the Steering Committee for the Rationalization of the Regional Economic Communities of Central Africa adopted as its reference framework the ECA framework for designing an industrialization and economic diversification master plan. On local content, a policy framework, ECA supported Zimbabwe in the development of local content policy framework for the pharmaceuticals, fertilizer, and packaging industries. On enhancing demographic dividends, ECA contributed to strengthen the capacity of policymakers in 5 member states, Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, Uganda, and Zambia, in designing and drafting policies and strategies to address sectoral issues related to demographic dividend. And also, ECA supported 6 member states in generating preliminary analysis concerning national budget allocations to the pillars of demographic dividend over the last 10 years. The pillars of demographic dividends that we're focusing on are employment, entrepreneurship, education and skills development, health and welfare, and governance and youth empowerment. On gender, through the African Gender and Development Index, policymakers in Namibia and Seychelles were supported on strengthening the evidence-based and monitoring progress in relation to gender equality and empowerment of women by using the African Gender and Development Index to identify high-priority gender issues, and the two countries were able to assess their gender gaps using the methodology developed by ECA and develop a roadmap to mainstream a gender-based approach into their national statistical systems. On data and statistics, ECA was able to support countries through its convening role, technical advisory services, research and advocacy work. And I'll touch on some of the things that ECA did in 2022. In terms of our convening role, ECA organized 3 key events in 2022. The 8th session of the Statistical Commission for Africa, the 6th session of the Conference of African Ministers responsible for civil registration, and the 8th meeting of the Regional Committee of the United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management for Africa. The outcomes of the events included a Statistical Commission roadmap and 15 recommendations for strengthening civil registration and vital statistics in Africa. On digital identity framework, 2 member states, Ethiopia and Nigeria, aligned the digital identity framework principles with their national digital transformation strategies. On the digitalization of the African census systems, ECA continued to promote the modernization of African census systems from paper trails to digital systems, providing support to member states in census digitalization for improved data collection and production. ECA supported 8 member states to conduct pilot and main censuses, e-censuses, in those countries. Owing to the use of modern tools, the interval between the collection of data and the release of census findings has been reduced from 2 years to 3 months in those countries. In terms of the modernization of data and statistical systems, ECA supported 3 countries, Burkina Faso, Burundi, and Central Africa, in the development of integrated geospatial information networks, supported 10 member states in the use of innovative geospatial decision support systems. These include Burundi, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Togo, Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Gambia, Rwanda, Sao Tome, and Principe. On cyber research and development, and in addition, supported Togo in the development of a national cybersecurity policy framework. On the issue of sustainable development, there was the development and adoption of the AU Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy and Action Plan 2022 to 2032, development of the credit carbon markets, ECA support to COP27, which include the support to African team of negotiators on just energy transition and carbon credits and climate financing. ECA also supported the establishment of the installation of the African Pavilion at COP27, also working with other UN agencies. There was also the second meeting of the African Ministers of Finance, Economic Development, and Environment, which ECA also supported in convening. In terms of what was done on the regional reform process, and working with the resident coordinators at the country level, I'd like to note that ECA continues to play a major role in this. ECA is a co-vice chair of the Regional Collaborative Platform, supported the RCs and UN cities through the African RCP in developing the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework in no less than 15 countries. The RCP annual meeting, which brings UN agencies together, was held on 28th of February 2023 in Niamey, in which key priorities for 2023 were agreed upon, and ECA also supported working relationship with the African Union in terms of the convening of the AU-UN collaboration platform on 23rd June 2022. There was also a meeting between the Secretary General of the UN and the chairperson of the African Union on 1st December 2022, in which key areas were agreed upon, and ECA is to support the process of Africa's economic recovery in developing a blueprint that will support the continent in that process. In addition, ECA supported the African Union in terms of the Regional Policy Conference on Peace, Security, and Development, which took place in Tangiers, Morocco, from 25th to 27th of October 2022. And in November 2022, ECA supported the African Union in organizing the Africa Industrialization Week and the AU Extraordinary Summit on Industrialization, in which it was agreed that a resource-led industrialization process should be embarked upon on the African continent. And this is my last slide, which is how ECA has tried to improve its operational modalities for enhanced delivery. And what we've done in the institution is to improve on the digitalization of business processes. We've also enhanced the process of human resource management. Our media partnerships have been enhanced. We continue to do our accountability and program performance review meetings and our integrated change management process. Let me touch briefly on the human resource management. We've been able to restructure our recruitment processes in a way that we've reduced the vacancy rates in ECA from 15% to 11% in 2022. ECA has launched the Integrated Change Management Initiative as the foundation for building what we call ECA 2.0, to create an organizational brand that drives a culture of results and job satisfaction, which makes ECA an employer of choice on the African continent. And in terms of our media partnerships, ECA has strengthened its existing media partnership and established new ones with 3 major media houses: All Africa Group, the East African Media Network, and the Financial Afrique, to enhance its institutional visibility through the dissemination and uptake of ECA's content. And we've launched a monthly press briefing podcast and postcard to support the dissemination of ECA contents on the continent. Looking forward, which we will touch on more when we present the program plan and budget for 2023-2024, owing to internal consultation in the institution, ECA has decided to focus on 3 major tracks of work. One is strengthening macroeconomic policy, including issues of sustainable financing, debt management, and interface with governance issues. You will agree with me that strong macroeconomic policy is essential to restoring growth, addressing the debilitating challenges of foreign debt and low tax collection rate in Africa. And governments will need to embark on credible reforms to restore debt and fiscal sustainability, enhance efficiencies in the use of existing resources, and shielding our economies from any type of shock that may occur. ECA will continue to facilitate the identification and proposal of innovative financing tools to boost domestic resource mobilization and address debt servicing as a main mitigating measure. ECA will increasingly adopt a political economy approach in its work that recognizes the role of governance and a capable and functional state in promoting economic development. On track 2, boosting the implementation of the CFTA, sustainable industrialization, economic diversification, job creation, and poverty reduction. ECA countries, our member states will need to take advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and in this regard, ECA will continue to support our member states in the process of promoting industrialization and diversification of the productive sectors of our economies and ensuring that we benefit maximally from the African Continental Free Trade Area. ECA will support the operationalization of the CFTA aimed at deepening regional value chains in the critical productive sectors. On track 3, enhancing resilience through climate action, just energy transition, green and blue economy, and data and digital transformation. You will agree with me that data and statistics are key to economic planning and development. As the saying goes, you cannot fix what you do not know. And I think it's extremely important for us to enhance our support to member states on data and statistics, and we'll continue to do so. We'll support the digital transformation of the continent through the modernization of our economies, promoting national and intra-regional trade, and enhancing tax collection capacity of our member states. We'll also support climate action and resilience, which will be important for Africa to navigate the vagaries of the challenges imposed by climate change on the continent, with increased desertification, reduced agricultural production, and shrinking means of livelihood for the millions of peasant farmers in Africa. So these are the areas we'll be focusing upon as we move forward in 2023 in terms of our program of action. Mr. Chair, I thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you. Chair, should I go straight into the second presentation, or we discuss this?
Sure. You're supposed to go through both the presentations, and then I'll invite the next speaker. I thought you had done that.
So can we have the second presentation, please? The second presentation focuses on the summary of the resolutions adopted in 2022 and the key actions taken by ECA in the implementation of those resolutions. For the delegates who are attending the Conference of Ministers meeting for the first time, their resolutions passed, and ECA is expected to report on those resolutions in terms of their implementation. In 2022, 10 resolutions were adopted by COM, 9 have been implemented, 1 does not require any action at all in terms of implementation, and that is the adoption of the medium-term program framework and the 2023 program plan and budget. It was just an adoption and required no follow-up action. In clustering the resolutions passed in 2022, they are in 4 major areas. 1 is on economic diversification, in which we have 4 resolutions. 2 resolutions on data statistics and digitalization, 2 resolutions of financing development, and 1 resolution on climate change. And we can see on the screen the areas of those respective resolutions and their details. So those are the resolutions: 4 on economic diversification, 2 on data, statistics, and digitalization, 2 on financing development, and 1 on climate change. What specific actions did we take in implementing those resolutions? On Resolution 984 on the role of partnerships for African vaccine manufacturing in improving African health outcomes, ECA supported the partnerships for African vaccine manufacturing in the production of the first version of a continental strategy and framework for action that will guide African initiatives for scaling up vaccine manufacturing on the continent. On Resolution 987, ECA to support LDCs in the context of the 5th UN Conference on LDCs. We took 4 major actions in this regard. Drafted a preliminary report on the implementation of priority areas of the Doha Program of Action for the least developed countries, deployed macroeconomic model in 4 member states and an integrated planning and reporting toolkit in 7 member states, coordinated the interagency task force on graduation and smooth transition to eligible countries, and tracked and reported on the progress made by the LDCs and SIDS towards the implementation of the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, the SDGs, and Agenda 2063. In terms of the scaling up investment in transport to optimize the benefits of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Resolution 988, we took two major actions in this regard. Published a summary report entitled Implications of the African Continental Free Trade Area for Demand for Transport Infrastructure and Services, and spearheaded the establishment of the Lamu Port South Sudan Ethiopia Transport Business Council. On Resolution 991, Culture and Heritage Management, we supported capacity development in heritage management in several areas. For example, 14 heritage personnel from 3 member states were trained. An executive leadership course scholarship was given to 20 experts from 8 member states, scholarship to 17 experts to attend a course on digital tools for cultural management, supported capacity building for community leaders and heritage experts from 12 countries, and also supported the development of the draft framework of action to guide community leaders on the promotion and protection of heritage resources. On data statistics and digitalization, at Resolution 983 on the importance of digital transformation for breaking new ground, we took several actions on this. First, we launched a digital portal called Justice with UNINRA on the margins of COP27. Continued to do the Girls Hybrid Coding Camp, in which approximately 25,000 girls and young women were trained on digitalization and how to do coding. Collaborated with Tech Africa women to narrow the digital skills gap. Developed an African artificial intelligence roadmap, and supported the development of the data policy framework of the African Union. I've mentioned the issue of our signing an MOU with the government of Togo to establish an African Center for Coordination and Research in Cybersecurity, and also supported capacity building for 17 member states in the regulatory integration of digital trade in data collection. In terms of data and statistics, we provided Resolution 986. We provided technical assistance and capacity building to 13 member states with planning and conducting e-censuses and dissemination of census results, supported capacity building for senior managers of national statistical offices in 5 member states, supported IGAD in developing the regional strategy for development of statistics 2021 to 2025, and drafted the frameworks on data sharing policy and on data quality assurance, deployed IT tools to 8 member states, such as tablets, census field monitoring dashboard, a census field support and issue tracking system, and a census e-question repository in Africa. And the result is that the time frame in which census are being done now in many countries, which we have supported, the time frame has reduced from 2 years to 3 months, which is quite remarkable. And we're working on this to make sure that it's no more than 1 month in the maximum. On financing development, Resolution 982, financing the recovery of Africa and beyond. ECA supported the revamping of the high-level working group on the global financial architecture, supported the operationalization of the LSF, Liquidity and Sustainability Facility, in concluding the inaugural repurchase agreement transaction with Citibank with a diversified basket of sovereign Eurobonds, including those issued by Angola, Egypt, and Kenya, contributed to the launch of the Sustainable Debt Coalition Initiative at COP27, and on curbing illicit financial flows, Resolution 990, ECA policy actions informed the report of the Secretary General to the General Assembly entitled International Coordination Cooperation to Combat Illicit Financial Flows, which took place in August 2022. ECA conducted pilot studies in 12 member states on the globally agreed methodologies for measuring IFF related to tax abuses. ECA produced preliminary statistical estimates of IFF and suggestions on the required interinstitutional structures to tackle illicit financial flows. And ECA supported capacity building and facilitated peer learning exchange in the implementation of excise tax stamps, improved tax regulation, and other domestic resource mobilization issues in 4 member states. On climate action, Resolution 989 on carbon certification. Jointly with the Congo Basin Climate Commission, ECA produced the harmonized protocol and toolkits, produced the regional digital carbon registry for 16 member states, developed and validated training materials on carbon market development, including policy design and implementation, and on carbon verification and certification for senior African government officials. ECA led an expert group meeting on the development of carbon emissions reductions and offsetting projects and carbon certification for the member states of the Blue Fund for the Congo Basin. There's ongoing study on the mapping of carbon and forest certification processes and modeling and the related benefits to farm investors and local communities. ECA conducted an assessment of carbon emissions reduction projects with high market potential for 16 member states. Chair, that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adejumobi, for these two brilliant presentations that you have made. May I now invite Mr. Nassim Olmane, Chief of Green and Blue Economy Section of the Technology, Climate Change, and Natural Resources Management Division, who will present the report on the 8th session of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. Mr. Nassim, you have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For language balance purposes, I will make my presentation in French. Excellences, honorables délégués, mesdames et messieurs, dans cette présentation, je donnerai les grandes lignes des résultats de la 8e session du Forum régional africain sur le développement durable qui s'est tenu à Kigali, au Rwanda, du 3 au 5 mars 2022. Les détails sont contenus dans le document E/ECA/COE/41/9. Je présenterai également, succinctement, un résumé des résultats de la 9e session du FRAD qui vient de se tenir du 28 février au 2 mars 2023 à Niamey, au Niger. La déclaration du secrétaire général de l'ONU, affichée à l'écran, met en lumière les principaux défis auxquels le monde est actuellement confronté. Le secrétaire général appelle à une action urgente pour relever ces défis sur la base de notre programme commun des Nations Unies et de l'agenda 2030. Ces défis sont connus, on en a parlé hier, aujourd'hui, le Covid-19, la crise climatique, un système financier mondial qui nécessite plus de régulation, une certaine anarchie au niveau du cyberespace et la montée des conflits violents. Bien sûr, ces défis impactent la mise en œuvre des ODD, impactent fortement la mise en œuvre des ODD. Et le Forum régional africain sur le développement durable est convoqué chaque année par la CEA et en collaboration avec la Commission de l'Union africaine, la BAD et le système des Nations Unies, rassemblant des décideurs de haut niveau, des experts, des ministères, des agences responsables du développement économique et social et de la gestion de l'environnement, ainsi que des organisations régionales, sous-régionales et l'ensemble des organes de l'ONU, et également des grands groupes de la société civile et du secteur privé. Ce forum offre une plateforme multipartite pour le suivi, justement, le suivi et l'examen des progrès et des défis de la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2030 et de l'agenda 2063. Ce forum adopte comme principal résultat les messages clés qui comprennent les priorités de l'Afrique et des recommandations politiques pour informer et stimuler les actions au niveau national, au niveau régional et au niveau mondial, étant donné que ces messages clés sont ensuite portés par le bureau du forum au forum de haut niveau sur le développement durable, HLPF, qui se tient tous les mois de juillet à New York. Quelques points saillants de cette 8e édition du forum. Une tendance générale dans la région à avoir des ODD qui sont à la traîne dans leur mise en œuvre. En ce qui concerne l'ODD 4 sur l'éducation, malgré quelques progrès, le nombre d'enfants non scolarisés sur le continent reste élevé. Pour l'ODD 5 sur le genre, le manque de données ventilées par sexe est vraiment un défi majeur pour l'intégration efficace des priorités en matière d'égalité des sexes et d'autonomisation des femmes dans les plans de développement nationaux sur le continent. Pour l'ODD 14, les performances sont mitigées, mais l'Afrique n'est pas sur la bonne voie, mais même au niveau global, c'est cet ODD 14 sur la vie sous l'eau et l'ODD qui reçoit le moins de financement. Donc là aussi, la question du financement de cet ODD 14 est centrale et très importante. En ce qui concerne l'ODD 15, l'Afrique a enregistré le taux annuel le plus élevé de pertes nettes de forêt au cours de la période 2010-2020 sur une décennie. Donc, c'est une question vraiment fondamentale pour le continent, la perte accélérée des forêts. Enfin, sur l'ODD 17, sur le partenariat, 3 points principaux ressortent. On en a aussi parlé hier, un surendettement qui s'accentue avec des besoins de financement de plus en plus importants. Il est également nécessaire d'accélérer et d'avoir une couverture universelle en matière de revues nationales volontaires et d'étendre les revues locales volontaires afin de stimuler la mise en œuvre des ODD. Il a été aussi noté que la ZLECAf représente un véritable levier et un outil important pour promouvoir l'adoption de technologies et d'infrastructures durables et soutenir une croissance verte et inclusive sur le continent. Le forum a appelé à l'action sur 7 domaines clés. Je ne vais pas citer les 7 domaines, mais je vais passer en revue quelques-uns. Sur l'éducation, les pays africains devraient investir dans le développement de systèmes éducatifs plus résilients et en renforçant les centres d'excellence pour l'éducation STEAM, Matisse en français, l'approche multidisciplinaire de l'apprentissage qui utilise à la fois la science, la technologie, l'ingénierie, les arts et les mathématiques, et un meilleur déploiement de cette approche-là sur le continent. Sur le genre et l'autonomisation des femmes, renforcer les dispositions institutionnelles afin d'accroître l'appropriation et la responsabilité nationale. Et la question des données désagrégées est vraiment centrale sur cette question-là. Sur les ressources marines et aquatiques, les pays africains doivent renforcer leurs capacités institutionnelles en matière de gestion des ressources marines. Et il y a un appel aussi pour embrasser ou pour vraiment mettre en œuvre l'initiative de la Grande Muraille Bleue. Sur les forêts, la biodiversité, la gestion des terres, il est important de renforcer la capacité d'évaluation du capital naturel et de mieux intégrer la biodiversité dans les processus de planification du développement et de la prise de décision. Bien sûr, la question de l'intégration des 2 agendas avec les plans de développement nationaux. Et là, il est très important pour les pays africains de vraiment tirer bénéfice de l'outil développé par la CEA sur l'outil de planification et de reporting intégré. La question genre, mais la gestion du big data devient de plus en plus importante, notamment lorsqu'on veut avoir un impact du post-Covid-19 et du sans-endettement. L'écran de contrôle. Merci. Donc là, le forum a appelé, le forum et les pays africains ont appelé à l'adoption de réformes de l'architecture financière internationale qui intègre des mécanismes de financement innovants, initiés et dirigés par des pays africains. Une vigueur renouvelée de la 3e conférence internationale sur le financement du développement, et en particulier en ce qui concerne la mobilisation des ressources nationales. Dans la présentation précédente, on a vu que également sur les questions de carbone, la CEA a pu accompagner des États membres, notamment dans la région du bassin du Congo, sur la mise en place d'un marché du carbone qui soit véritablement axé sur le développement du continent et qui fasse le lien avec la question du développement. Et lors de cette 8e édition du forum, un protocole d'accord a été adopté pour soutenir les pays du bassin du Congo, avec l'objectif d'étendre cela au reste du continent. Très rapidement, Monsieur le Président, sur la 9e session qui s'est tenue donc, du 28 février au 2 mars à Niamey, le thème du forum était accélérer la reprise inclusive et verte des crises multiples et la mise en œuvre intégrée et complète de l'agenda 2030 pour le développement durable et de l'agenda 2063. Le forum, la 9e session du forum s'est concentrée sur un examen approfondi et les actions visant à accélérer la mise en œuvre des 5 ODD sélectionnés cette année, qui sont les ODD 6, eau, 7, énergie, 9, industrialisation, 11, ville, et bien sûr l'ODD 17 qui revient de manière récurrente chaque année, mais également un suivi des résultats de la 27e session de la COP, et également de la 15e session de la COP sur la biodiversité. Le forum a également, s'est penché également sur comment exploiter la transition vers l'énergie verte pour l'industrialisation de l'Afrique et le développement inclusif et résilient au climat, et comment combler le déficit de financement pour ces objectifs. Bien entendu, le forum a continué à se pencher sur les questions de sciences, technologies et innovation avec la 5e édition du forum, STI, mais également des entretiens africains sur le climat, les African Climate Talks, et des ateliers sur les revues volontaires nationales, les revues volontaires locales, et bien entendu, comme chaque année, un atelier pour les grands groupes de la société civile, monde académique et secteur privé. Le forum a également adopté des messages clés, y compris des actions politiques pour accélérer la mise en œuvre à différents niveaux, et bien entendu la déclaration de Niamey. Sur mon dernier slide, je vais présenter quelques actions clés. Le FRAD, la 9e session du FRAD a appelé à prendre des mesures suivantes. Le sommet sur les ODD qui se tient en septembre en marge de l'Assemblée générale à New York doit adopter des actions transformatrices et accélérées pour obtenir des résultats tangibles dans le cadre des objectifs du développement durable, réformer d'urgence l'architecture financière mondiale et soutenir l'Afrique avec des instruments innovants pour financer l'action climatique et le redressement après des crises multiples, y compris à partir des ressources nationales et des marchés de capitaux. Les entités des Nations Unies, du système des Nations Unies, la Commission de l'Union africaine, la Banque africaine de développement, Afrique-Sim-Bank et d'autres partenaires devraient poursuivre et élargir leur soutien à l'intensification et à la mise en œuvre d'initiatives visant à surmonter les difficultés de financement et à accélérer considérablement la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2030 et de l'agenda 2063. Je cite très rapidement quelques initiatives. Parmi ces initiatives figure bien sûr l'initiative de la Grande Muraille Bleue, les échanges dette nature, Debt for Nature Swaps, le registre numérique régional du carbone, donc s'appuyer sur ce qui a été fait déjà dans la région du bassin du Congo pour développer des registres similaires dans les autres sous-régions du continent. Le renforcement des capacités en matière d'obligations vertes, d'obligations bleues et d'obligations durables en général. Et je termine en disant que par l'appel aux pays africains pour définir et développer des modèles économiques, y compris par la promotion des énergies renouvelables, mais en considérant une transition juste et la mise en œuvre d'infrastructures bien sûr vertes et résilientes qui vont soutenir une industrialisation durable et le développement de l'urbanisation qui permet une croissance inclusive. Merci pour votre attention. Voilà, Monsieur le Président, pour ma présentation.
Thank you very much. May I thank Mr. Said Ade Jumobi and Mr. Nassim Olmane for very brilliant and eloquent presentations that have been made. May I now open the floor for discussion for colleagues to engage on these papers that have been presented. May I invite that during the discussions, I invite you to particularly provide comments and observations on the ECA's work program based on very comprehensive presentations by the Secretariat. In other words, what would you like to see in the work program going forward? What issues would you like ECA to prioritize? And what do you want ECA 2.0 to look like? The floor is open. Does any delegation wish to take the floor? Egypt, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving Egypt the floor. And we will be greedy to make use of your generosity since we have discussed 3 reports. So we will be requesting 9 minutes of speaking. Chair, let me start by one report at a time. Okay, for the first report, the report of the Executive Secretary, when it comes to the recommendations, we fully support the recommendations. However, we feel that recommendations are slightly tilted towards the focus on climate change in particular. And we think that we need to balance this with other recommendations, probably recommendations concerning debt crisis, food crisis, SDRs, social protection, poverty alleviation. So again, we think that the recommendations of the report in particular will need to be reformulated to cover these areas as well, while we fully support the ones that we have in the report. That's for the first one. When it comes to the 8th and 9th session of the Sustainable Development Forum, we were a bit surprised that the report that we had online was only the 8th session. We understand that the 9th session was only a couple of weeks ago, but our question, at least until yesterday evening, we only had the 8th session report. So we do have a question to the Secretariat. Are we endorsing both reports? Because if so, we will need to see the report that was presented to us today on the 9th session before we can endorse it. So that's for this topic. I'll take some time then to talk about the implementation of previous resolutions. Well, for starters, when it comes to the draft resolution on financing recovery in Africa, we do see that when it comes to the decisions on debt, the initiative for debt service suspension, the outcomes were not responding to what was requested. I mean, it was requested that this will be extended for 2 years, but what we see in the report is a bit different. It does not respond to what was requested. When it comes to the decision on digital transformation, we see that there's a reference to a continental strategy for artificial intelligence, and we would like here to understand whether this is the work with the collaboration with the African Union working group that works on artificial intelligence, because they too have are working on a continental strategy. Otherwise, we will be duplicating the efforts, and this is something that we would want to avoid. Also, in the same decision, when it comes to supporting e-commerce in the continent, we get the feeling that what is presented as an outcome is not sufficient enough, given the fact that we are now almost, in 3 months' time, we will be finalizing the protocol on e-commerce of the AFCFTA. So we need to foster the efforts to support e-commerce in the continent. When it comes to the decision on the partnerships for vaccine manufacture, we see that for most of the paragraphs of the decision, there is no update. We would like to know why was there no effort in this particular decision, why the Secretariat has not taken any efforts in this particular decision. When it comes to the decision to concerning investment in transport, we see that there is a focus in the decision on the LAPSET project as to be supported by the ECA. And while we do understand and see how important is the LAPSET project, and we highly encourage the ECA to continue working on the matter, but there are also other very important projects in the transport sector in the PDAPAP, that PDAPAP2 list, that will need focus from the ECA as well. One of which is Cairo-Cape Town, which is a very important project as well. We'd like to see the ECA working on this matter. Another one is VicMed, which is also one of the most important transport sector projects in the PDAPAP2 that will actually have a very good impact on the CFTA, as mentioned in the title of the decision. The final point is concerning the decision on the illicit financial flows, and again, we do see that the outcomes or the work that has taken place, especially when it comes to asset recovery and corruption prevention, will need to be further enhanced. We'll need to have more work on these matters. And in this regard, in Egypt, we have a very renowned National Academy for Anti-Corruption. They will be happy to extend their experiences to the ECA to work together on fostering work on this matter. Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to all.
Thank you. May I now give the floor to Bena, please?
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais remercier le communicateur pour le rapport qu'il a fait, rapport bien détaillé par rapport aux activités menées par la CEA. Le point qui m'intéresse, c'est le point relatif à la diversification et la transformation de l'économie. Le Bénin, dans ce cadre, a entamé une expérience très intéressante dans le cadre de la diversification de son économie en créant une zone industrielle qui couvre une superficie de 1600 hectares et déjà plusieurs entreprises s'implantent déjà. Et l'objectif du Bénin dans ce cadre, c'est développer, c'est transformer toute la production cotonnière. Environ 800 000 tonnes de coton seront transformées sur place au Bénin. Nous avons pour objectif aussi de transformer la noix de cajou, la construction d'une centrale pour médicaments, l'assemblage des motos. Et avec ça, aujourd'hui, si le Bénin arrive à transformer les 800 000 tonnes de coton, d'ici quelques années, nous allons engranger un bénéfice de 6,3 milliards de dollars. C'est énorme. Donc, dans ce cadre, nous souhaitons que la CEA jette un regard sur le Bénin et voir quel appui la CEA peut nous apporter. L'autre chose, c'est que par rapport à l'économie bleue, le Bénin a entrepris déjà avec l'aide de la Banque africaine de développement d'élaborer une stratégie sur l'économie bleue. Donc, nous souhaitons également que la CEA puisse nous appuyer à identifier les projets bancables, les projets qui peuvent bénéficier de financement de l'économie bleue. Donc voilà, merci. Voilà tout ce que je peux dire. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. May I now give the floor to Tanzania?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We have taken note and welcome the report of the Executive Secretary for the activity of the Economic Commission for Africa, covering the period from April 2022 to March 2023. On the same vein, Chairperson, we take this opportunity to commend the Executive Secretary and his team for applaudable work done. Chairperson, we have reviewed the proposed recommendation for all the three reports, and they found it to be generally acceptable to us. However, for the first report, we have taken into account the development of science and technology, which foster the digital economy. So in this regard, we urge the Economic Commission for Africa to prioritize the capacity building on the area of digital taxation and the advocacy on curbing illicit financial flow. So that is the one area which we want to be prioritized. Also, we have noted in the report that they mention about the recent debt management initiative of ECA, such as the liquidity and the sustainability facility and the research on special drawing rights. So the issue here is just we want to get some more elaboration on the liquidity and the sustainable facility and the way it operates. So maybe we can get some more elaboration on that one, especially on the sources of finance, the management, and the beneficiary. Chairperson, that is on the first report. The second one on the follow-up of the resolution. Chairperson, we've also reviewed the report, and for our case, at least we'll wish to get some clarification from the Secretariat on the three decisions which were recorded no progress, so that we'll wish to get what are the reasons behind it and to know whether there are strategy to implement those decisions going forward. So if they didn't get at least the 3 reports, maybe I can just highlight what those reports, the decision, which you'll wish to get clarity on it and the way forward. The first one was the request, the ECA to work in collaboration with the African Union Commission, the African Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and African Vaccine Acquisition Task Team to develop an African Union model law on pooled procurements for possible adoption so as to enhance coherence and on mechanism to pool resources and to create demand certainty for vaccine produced in Africa. So we should to get clarity on that one. Another one is on to urge the ECA to support its member state in identifying, securing, and developing the workforce, intellectual properties, industrial know-how, technology, and financing required for commercially viable and financially sustainable vaccine manufacturing sector in Africa. And the last one was on the requests, the Secretariat of ECA and development partner to formulate a plan to build capacity in the above-mentioned tax-related areas, which will be considered by Minister during a proposed online meeting to be held in September 2022. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone.
Thank you. May I now give the floor to Eritrea?
Thank you very much, Chair, and my dear colleague, Mike. One, we wanted to thank and appreciate the eloquent presentations of both presenters, and maybe, and also glad to learn that almost all of the resolutions in the last 54 session have been almost implemented. As reported, 9 out of them were implemented and 1 was not requiring implementation or action. But we believe that, Mr. Chair, maybe further streamlining and creating synergy with the AU Agenda 2063 might be needed, because we do here and there some sort of activities, but without creating synergy and what you call harmonizing, the effort might be a bit, might not be effective as we want. And also focusing on few priority areas, harmonizing of activities, so that maybe also previous speakers also touched upon that to avoid, because we have seen, of course, we understand this report is, one of the report is executive secretary level report of the activities of ECA, but we see also yesterday's and today's activities, a lot of what you call repetition of activities. So maybe if one section of the ECA focusing in one specific area and avoid overlap and just to harmonize activities. And also reducing sometimes what happens in practical situation with member states, reducing bureaucratic hassle in creating feasibility and what you call preparing bankable projects. I think the ECA can play more in member states in preparation of bankable projects, because we see a delay of time, and also we see a lot of what you call expenses in between before it reaches to the beneficiaries. So I believe more efforts can be made in that aspect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Eritrea. May I suggest, colleagues, that when you take the floor and you wish to talk about the ECA prioritizing some areas. May I invite you to indicate exactly what you want to see? Because my sense, listening to the presenters, is that the Commission wants to get feedback in terms of the next steps, in terms of what you want to see as part of the ECA's work program going forward. So please try to provide clarity so it will help the ECA in its work. May I invite the Sudan to take the floor, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as this is the first time to take speech, many congratulations. My recommendation is that the reaction of the continent to the negative effects of the climate change and the war in Ukraine, particularly as far as food security is concerned, should be harmonized in a comprehensive strategic plan, since this is an overall threat for the continent and not an individual country matter. So an overall strategy harmonized for the whole continent with specific targets and fit for purpose should be developed. I urge ECA to work on that and to put it on the top of the agenda. Thanks.
Thank you. Does any other delegation wish to take the floor? Rwanda, please.
Thank you, Chair. J'ai une observation à faire par rapport à la dernière présentation faite par M. Nassim sur les recommandations par rapport aux défis relevés dans sa présentation. Je vais donner un exemple sur l'éducation. Vous avez relevé le point sur la non-scolarisation des enfants africains. Et je voulais plus voir sur les recommandations, des recommandations faites par rapport aux défis relevés. Donc, dans la présentation, j'ai vu comme recommandation, vous voulez plus promouvoir des centres d'excellence. Et ça, c'est vraiment pas une réponse à la non-scolarisation relevée dans les défis. Donc, on veut plus des recommandations pratiques, comme promouvoir la scolarisation et les centres d'excellence aussi, mais on veut voir plus de détails sur ça. Merci.
Thank you. Burundi, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour l'opportunité qui m'est offerte. Je voudrais aussi remercier les présentateurs pour des présentations riches d'informations. Et je voudrais, sans trop tarder, faire un petit commentaire par rapport à la présentation, à la dernière présentation. Surtout, c'est un commentaire d'ordre général, surtout à l'ODD numéro 14 et 15. Il nous a... J'ai pu comprendre que l'Afrique reçoit moins de financement. C'est par rapport à l'ODD numéro 14 et par rapport au ODD numéro 15, nous avons appris que l'Afrique a perdu beaucoup de forêts. Est-ce que on peut avoir plus d'informations sur... Est-ce qu'on peut nous donner une analyse comparative par rapport aux autres continents pour que nous puissions comprendre effectivement comment l'Afrique a perdu beaucoup de forêts, par exemple. Comme ça, on a plus d'informations et s'il faut se corriger, il faut avoir une certaine comparaison par rapport à une certaine référence. Ça, c'est un exemple que je donne. Et je voudrais aussi pour que, peut-être pour aussi les autres rapports, on puisse chaque fois nous faire une certaine comparaison. Si ce n'est pas la méthodologie qui est adoptée au niveau de la CA, on voudrait bien, peut-être que je n'ai pas encore lu tout le rapport, mais il est toujours bon d'avoir une certaine comparaison dans un rapport. Ma deuxième question qui est aussi qui est sous forme de commentaire, c'est par rapport au rapport, le premier rapport qui nous a été présenté aujourd'hui. J'ai pu comprendre que mon pays, le Burundi, a bénéficié de beaucoup de financement de la part de la Commission de la Commission économique pour l'Afrique. Je voudrais à cet effet poser la question de savoir quelle est la stratégie qui est adoptée par la Commission économique pour l'Afrique pour s'aligner aux priorités des pays. Je pose la question parce que dans certains pays, il y a des priorités, ce n'est pas seulement pour le Burundi, mais dans nos pays respectifs, il y a toujours des priorités. Je voudrais savoir comment la méthodologie qui est adoptée, est-ce qu'il y a des réunions qui sont organisées au niveau central, juste pour discuter, échanger sur les priorités à soutenir par la Commission économique pour l'Afrique. Sinon, nous avons aussi un grand projet, un grand chantier, celui de reboiser tout le pays. C'est un programme qui a été initié par le gouvernement de la République du Burundi, un programme de reboisement à travers tout le pays. C'est un programme qui est appelé en Kirundi Ewe Burundi Rambaye. C'est aussi un projet qui pourra permettre aussi de couvrir peut-être une bonne partie de notre pays par la forestation. Je voudrais terminer par un petit commentaire relatif à la méthodologie de collaboration entre les ambassades accréditées à Addis Abeba et la Commission économique pour l'Afrique. On avait eu l'occasion de le sujet dans une autre réunion. On voudrait bien qu'on puisse renforcer la collaboration pour nous permettre d'assurer la coordination, le suivi et servir d'interlocuteurs valables à partir d'Addis Abeba. Si on pouvait organiser de façon régulière des réunions, soit par région, soit par pays, pour que nous puissions comprendre les projets et peut-être appuyer nos capitales respectives dans le suivi des projets en cours avec la Commission économique pour l'Afrique. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, pour l'opportunité qui m'est offerte.
Thank you. Now, is there any other member state? Algeria, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Tout d'abord, nous tenons à féliciter les représentants de la CEA pour leur présentation très instructive. Je tiens à mettre l'accent tout d'abord sur l'aspect de la diversification économique. Et sur cet aspect-là, précisément, l'Algérie requiert justement l'expérience ou bien le partage de l'expérience de la CEA dans ce domaine, d'autant plus que parmi les objectifs de performance économique, recherche, la relance et l'investissement, la dynamisation du tissu des PME et la consolidation du potentiel industriel sont inscrits dans la stratégie du projet de développement économique et social du gouvernement de mon pays. Ce sont des vecteurs porteurs favorables à la diversification économique et ses effets immédiats sur la création d'emplois et de richesses en Algérie. Les actions de l'État ont été orientées vers l'assainissement du cadre institutionnel de l'investissement et de l'entrepreneuriat afin de libérer le potentiel de l'initiative privée, d'instaurer un climat des affaires favorable visant à accroître les opportunités d'investissement et à œuvrer à maintenir et à la densification industrielle. La mise en œuvre de ces options s'est traduite par la promulgation de textes réglementaires de textes relatifs à l'investissement et ces textes d'application et la loi d'orientation de la PME. De manière pragmatique, les pouvoirs publics ont mené un processus continu de réforme ayant permis d'engendrer des avancées notables en termes de facilitation par l'amélioration de la qualité des services publics et la simplification des procédures administratives. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. There is a colleague of ours at the very back from a civil society organization. Please take the floor, but indicate your name and the organization that you work for. I thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Does Libya wish to take the floor? No. Okay. Thank you very much, all the member states and our colleague from the CSO that took the floor. May I now invite Mr. Aden Mujobi and our colleague to respond to some of the issues that have been raised. The floor is open.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Thanks to the delegates for your comments, questions, and observations that you've made. I will not respond to all. Some are just comments. Some are suggestions for us to take on board as we move ahead in our planning process for 2023 and 2024. So I'll focus on a few. The last intervention by the ITU on the issue of agency, which you mentioned, I think is extremely important, and I think you're right on point. The primary responsibility for the development process lies with our member states. The role of sub-regional organizations, regional organizations, and international institutions is to help to support the process in a transformative way, and using our convening power to bring member states together like we're doing now to gain consensus on key development issues, and we collectively drive them. So I think the point of agency is important. The agency of development is at the national level, is with our member states. The implementation of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030 primarily lies with our member states. So I think that's the point we need to emphasize and re-emphasize. In terms of decisions feeding to AU organs and processes and working with the AU, I think that's the sense that I have of the question you've asked. ECA and other UN agencies are working very closely with the African Union. And we've got the joint framework on the implementation of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. We now call them two agendas, one framework. That's the phrase now that's being used. So we are working collaboratively with the African Union in terms of the development process of the continent within the framework of the two agendas, Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. And there are different levels of engagement in terms of follow-up. I did mention that the Secretary General of the UN and the chairperson of the African Union met on December 1st. They meet annually to review progress in terms of what the UN and the AU, what they are doing together and how they are supporting, reinforcing each other complementarily in terms of implementation of those two agendas. In addition, there's what is called the African Collaborative Platform. And there's a meeting by the Deputy Secretary General of the UN and also the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union, which holds once a year, and it's likely to be either on May 1st or May 2nd this year, in which at a level lower than the SG, they review progress in terms of what all the UN agencies collaboratively are doing with the African Union and how they are supporting to push the African development agenda. But as you will all agree with me, Africa's challenges are mammoth. All hands need to be on deck. We cannot simply say it has to be a one-track process. In addressing Africa's development challenges, it has to be multiple track processes, multiple processes that we need to deploy if we really have to accelerate the progress of our development. As one of the colleagues say, while others can afford to crawl and walk, Africa has to run in terms of development challenges that we have. We are in terms of the regions of the world, Africa is the least developed. So if we bear that in mind, we've got to have multiple processes of development engagement rather than a unilateral process of development engagement. On monitoring and evaluation, ECA is supporting the African Union in terms of the evaluation of the 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. We are supporting them in that process, and we're also supporting them in developing the next 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, which I think is going to take off from next year. So there is a process of engagement in terms of monitoring and reporting and evaluation. And in terms of our own institution, ECA, we have a mechanism by which we monitor, evaluate, and report in terms of our activities. And it's done both from New York, where our headquarters is, in terms of the Secretariat of the UN, and also at our level in Addis Ababa. The comment by Algeria, the delegate from Algeria on economic diversification, I think that's something we are focusing on. That's on our track 2. Track 2, it's on industrialization and economic diversification. And we are developing what we call a school of theory and practice on industrialization and economic diversification. And the question we are posing to ourselves is, what do we need to do differently on the African continent? Because we've been talking of industrialization from the immediate post-independence era. It's not new. But why have we not achieved this? Was there, was the paradigm that we adopted not good enough? In the immediate post-independence era, we adopted import substitution industrialization strategy, and it failed. And we also, the whole idea of special economic zones is not new for us on the continent, which I think it was Benin that talked about. It's not new, but in many countries it failed. So as we re-engage that process for our member states, because currently we're supporting Zambia and Zimbabwe on developing special economic zone. We're supporting quite a number of Central African countries on developing special economic zones, but we are looking at it from a different lens now, because we do not want this second generation of special economic zones to fail, because it could fail. So what we are looking at is, what is it that countries will need to do differently? And how will they leverage foreign investment in that process? How will our special economic zones not be a race to the bottom? Because it could be a race to the bottom, in which we are creating this zone, we are giving all the concessions ever possible, and we are not achieving the results. So those are the analytical things we are looking at, and drawing on the comparative experiences of countries that have succeeded in terms of special economic zones. China, for example, has succeeded a lot in that. Brazil succeeded, quite a number of countries. We are drawing on those comparative lessons to see what is it that we need to do differently, and how do we advise our member states to get this right, rather than doing what we've done before. On the question by the delegate from Burundi, how do we determine our priorities in countries? 2 ways. 1, request from our member states. We have 5 sub-regional offices, and our 5 sub-regional offices interact regularly with our member states. So when you have requests based on our areas of focus and our areas of work, you make requests to us, we do support you. We also get support coming from the UN country teams, the resident coordinators. The UN has got resident coordinators on the ground in every country, and requests sometimes come through them as well, which are passed through us. That's another channel in which we support you. We also hear your voices in platforms like this, and we mainstream that in our priorities as well, as we are doing at this meeting. That's another channel. So there are quite a number of channels through which we engage you, and I'm pleased to note that there are quite a number of things that we are doing with Burundi. Currently, as I reported in the presentation that I made, I think we are supporting Burundi to set up the Quality Assurance Center, which will be a major quality assurance center for the entire continent in terms of quality control on the CFTA. So we are quite open to be able to receive this request from you, and we'll interact with you in ensuring that whatever we can accomplish, allows us to include everybody in the development process. And that's why we talk about inclusive industrialization, an industrialization process that crowds in everybody in the process and ensures that we are all able to benefit from the fruits of our economic growth. And the last plank is where we talk about the blue economy, where we talk about climate change, which is very, very important, because even production now is being affected by climate change. Our agriculture, the issue of water resources, and some have argued that perhaps the next line of conflict on the continent will be the shortage of water resources on the continent, that's the next line of conflict. Some of the pastoralist conflict we're having on the continent are related to climate issues, water scarcity, issues of grazing land that, so if we do not address the challenges of climate change, even the, prospects of enhanced production will be affected. So that's something that we need to pay attention to. The Devt Suspension Service Initiative, you will recall that at the last meeting, it was going to be for another extension for 1 year. But some member states noted at the meeting that they should not be included in it, that they do not want to go for the DSSI. And we should only support countries that wanted to do so. And that's the approach we have taken in terms of the discussion we've been involved in. But also bearing in mind that this is not ECA is not the only actor in that process. We can only support the process. The IMF takes the lead, but we have to support the process in advocacy. And we've leveraged our voice in making advocacy for our member states in doing so. The question on the LSF, it's debt refinancing mechanism, but in terms of the LSF, we've assisted countries to, we've assisted the LSF to be established, and ECA, it's on its own now, and it has a website, and for our member states who want to benefit from that facility, please go on the LSF website, and then you can be able to engage them. And if you need any support from us in terms of technical input, we'll be willing to provide that for you. But the LSF is already established, and it's on its own, and it has taken a life of its own. And that's what we do in ECA. We help to establish different initiatives for those initiatives to gain a life of their own. And in this case, it has happened. Also, the point on IFF, our colleagues working on IFF will be willing to engage with you, and then the experiences that you have, which you'd like to share with us, we'll be more than willing to engage that. On e-commerce on the continent, I think a lot is being done. The ATEX platform, for example, is an e-commerce platform which we have created, and some member states are already benefiting from that. There is also what Afrexim Bank is doing on the African Settlement, Exchange Settlement Initiative, which are a payment settlement which allows countries to be able to exchange goods and services, have economic transactions without having to use the international currencies. That your local currency you could export and you could import into your country without necessarily having to go through the dollar or the other international currencies, which will make economic transactions and trading much more easier on the African continent. And ECA has been working very closely with the Afrexim Bank in doing that, but the Afrexim Bank is taking the lead. There are quite a number of questions. The pool procurement law, we are working on it. We've not accomplished that. It's in progress. The vaccine manufacturing, ECA played a major role in the process of the AU initiative on vaccine manufacturing, which is already in progress now. The African Union has established a facility for that to begin to engage on the CDC to undertake vaccine manufacturing on the African continent. I think I'll stop here, but in terms of working relationship, the question of Eritrea, there's a lot of complementarity and strong working relationship with the African Union. Like I said before, we work with the African Union jointly in terms of the framework on the joint implementation of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030, and we do have regular consultation with the African Union in order to harmonize our areas of priority. At the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development that took place in Niamey recently, the deputy chairperson identified of the African Union 6 priority areas that the UN and the AU will be working on, and the meeting of 1st of May that will be taking place between the DCP, deputy chairperson, and the Under-Secretary General or the deputy Secretary General of the UN. Those areas will be taken up further in terms of the UN working on that. So if I've not answered your question, it's for time constraint, and I think we can take that up bilaterally, on the corridors. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. May I now invite Mr. Nassim to take the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will start to, I will not respond to all the questions as some of them were comments, and my colleague has already responded to others. I will start by reassuring the Honorable Delegate of Egypt that the report E/ECA/COE/41/9 is on the 8th session of the African Regional Forum for Sustainable Development, and the conference is not asked to consider and to adopt a report for the 9th session. But however, as the 9th session of the ISFT held only 2 weeks ago in Niger, in Niamey, Niger, the Secretariat thought that it's important to present a snapshot of the main recommendations of that report. But definitely this will be properly presented to the conference next year through a report that you will receive in advance to consider it. Pour la question de l'honorable délégué du Bénin sur la diversification et la prise en compte de l'économie bleue, la mise en place d'une stratégie économie bleue au Bénin, effectivement, la CEA accompagne ces États membres sur la mise en œuvre de l'économie bleue, aussi bien au niveau conceptuel et stratégique, en accompagnant sur la définition de la mise en œuvre d'une stratégie, mais également sur la mise en œuvre de projets, et ce, au travers de plusieurs initiatives, notamment l'initiative de l'outil d'évaluation de l'économie bleue qui a été développé d'abord au niveau de notre bureau régional d'Afrique de l'Est, qui permet de mieux mesurer la contribution des secteurs de l'économie bleue à l'ensemble de l'économie, ce qui facilite par la suite, avec une mesure plus précise, ce qui facilite le montage de projets et le financement de projets. Donc ça, c'est un outil important que nous avons développé d'abord au niveau de notre bureau d'Afrique de l'Est, mais que nous souhaitons aussi déployer sur le reste du continent, sachant que cet outil et la conception de l'économie bleue...
Excuse me, I am not sure. I don't get the English translation. I don't know whether I'm the only one. No English? George, can you handle it? Just 1 minute.
Okay. Mr. Chair, is it okay? Ça marche maintenant?
Can you proceed in English?
I mean, I'm responding in English to the delegates who asked the question in English, and in French to the ones who asked in French. You want me to speak?
No, okay, just wait for a few minutes. Just two minutes. Let's see if it comes back.
Okay. So let me continue in English, and then I will. Okay. So on this, sorry, I'll switch to English. For the blue economy evaluation toolkit that we have developed is based also on our the ECA conception of the blue economy. Is not considering only the ocean economy, but also the inland water, fresh water, rivers, lakes, etc. So this is, of course, valid for all the countries. So and this is the same conception, and this supported the establishment of the blue economy the strategy of the African Union. So definitely, all the countries are invited through our sub-regional offices to make a request on this blue economy evaluation toolkit for the implementation of the toolkit. The second initiative is the blue economy, the Great Blue Wall that we are developing as a pilot on the eastern part of the continent, on the West Indian Ocean countries. And the idea is really to work at the nexus between the nature conservation, blue economy, means livelihood with the coastal communities, and climate action. The idea is really to provide a regional framework among a series of different countries in the same region, facing the same challenges, but to be able to tackle the finance climate, because the finance climate is available. I mean, if you act at a regional level, then you start to have a climate impact. So on this will allow the countries that are already implementing activities on the blue economy, will allow the countries to reach to the climate finance, to have with other neighboring countries, and to implement big-scale projects. So the idea is really to accelerate and to scale it up at a level where you reach the climate finance. So this is for the blue economy. I think for the next one, Tanzania, on the LSF, I think it has already, we just add that the idea is really, I mean, the situation is that when they issue sovereign bonds, African countries are paying a liquidity premium. You know, with the same macroeconomic situation compared to other countries outside the continent, you will have to pay this premium. So the idea on this, the reason why you have this difference of price is the absence of secondary market. When you buy a African sovereign bond, you cannot resell it on the secondary market, so what we call the repo market. So the idea was to really settle a secondary market, a repo market, obeying to international standards, and then you will have an impact on that premium to reduce the price. So, of course, to link the bonds to the SDGs implementation. That's why it's called LSF. There is a sustainability dimension. And our evaluations is that within 5 years, we can, the African countries can save around 11 billion in terms of borrowing costs. On the question from the honorable delegate from Sudan on the continental strategy in terms of climate action, ECA is really very involved with African countries through through several axes. I mean, the first one with the negotiators. We have regular, and my colleagues from the African Climate Policy Center could also bring additional elements on that. We organize every year meetings of the African group of negotiators, so we are working very closely. So we convey meetings of the African group of negotiators, but also we work with not only the official negotiators, but also with the other stakeholders through the African climate talks, but also linking the climate action with the development by having the climate change and development in Africa, the CCDA meetings, and the next one, I think, is very early September, the 2nd to the 4th of September in Nairobi, back-to-back with the climate summit, African Climate Summit in Nairobi, first week of September. So definitely, we are strongly involved, and of course, we invite you to be in touch with the ACPC, the African Climate Policy Center, to have more information on this. Is the translation, est-ce que la traduction du français vers l'anglais est à nouveau opérationnelle? Ou... Yes, très bien. Donc, par rapport à la question de l'honorable délégué du Rwanda, sur l'éducation, effectivement, ça peut paraître paradoxal, mais c'est lié au fait que la présentation était assez succincte sur cet aspect-là. Il y a deux éléments. Il y a effectivement un élément de nombre, effectivement, sur le continent, et ce n'est pas valable pour l'ensemble des pays. Sur le continent, on a encore des efforts à faire en matière d'éducation de masse. Donc, il est très important d'augmenter le nombre d'enfants éduqués, mais également en développant une approche Matisse ou STEAM qui lie l'éducation à l'activité, à l'entrepreneuriat, à la capacité à innover, à entreprendre, à proposer de nouvelles solutions dans un monde qui est en pleine mutation, on est en pleine transition, à la fois pour des raisons de changement climatique, mais également pour des raisons de mutation d'ordre numérique, donc avec de nouveaux métiers qui apparaissent. Il est très important aussi de développer des centres d'excellence qui vont permettre à la jeunesse du continent de saisir ces opportunités qui sont réelles et, justement, et créer des effets d'entraînement par la suite pour permettre justement à la jeunesse de saisir ces opportunités-là. Donc c'est vraiment ça. Et c'est très important à ce moment-là de l'histoire du continent. Bien sûr, ça reste valable aussi pour les autres continents, mais particulièrement sur le continent africain où on a une stratégie d'accélération de la diversification et de l'industrialisation, d'avoir aussi une éducation qui soit compatible avec cette vision qui est comprise dans la vision d'Afrique que nous voulons, de l'agenda 2063. Donc voilà, c'était un peu pour effectivement un peu mieux préciser mon propos par rapport à ce qui pouvait apparaître comme un paradoxe. Donc les deux objectifs sont à atteindre, éducation de masse à continuer, mais également développer des centres d'excellence pour avoir des effets d'entraînement et également mieux permettre à nos forces vives de saisir les opportunités. Pour la question de l'honorable délégué du Burundi sur l'ODD 14, effectivement, c'est l'ODD qui est le moins financé, pas seulement en Afrique, également. So on the forest, on SDG 15, it's to have a management of the forest that is more systematic and also linked to the activities of the populations. You know, if you take, let's take the example of Gabon, who is really one of the champion on the continent on the forest management, to link this, the management of the forest with the nature-based solutions of the populations of the communities that are living in this forest, to making from this the management of the forest a way to create wealth, to livelihood for these communities through these nature-based solutions to ecosystemic services is very key in terms of the money. Let me just give one example of in terms of carbon. When the carbon sequestration is not equivalent from when you compare a forest that is just there compared to a growing forest. So when you have this management of the forest where you use that wood, but with a replacement, then the capacity of that forest to sequester carbon is higher than, and this is very well documented in Gabon. So really the idea is to go through forest management that is linked to the livelihood and to the nature-based solutions and ecosystemic services of the communities living there. But we are really ready to discuss more with the delegates on that. And also our office, sub-regional office in Central Africa, in Yaoundé, has developed also a lot of work on the evaluation of the natural capital. So also invite of course the countries of the sub-region are well aware about that, but invite the other countries also to visit the website of that specific sub-regional office to have more studies on research, on documents, on analysis on that specific aspect. I think, Mr. Chair, that I went through all the questions addressed to me. I apologize if I forgot anyone, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nassim. We regret the challenges in translation. Okay. I will only give Egypt without creating a precedence. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. It could have been a point of order as well because it's a logistical matter. Chair, since we're only considering the 8th session of the Sustainable Development Forum, taking a look at the outcomes, they seem by now to be outdated because they were 1 year ago. They were actually talking about what to be done before the COP, which has already taken place like 4 months ago itself. So we would recommend that we take note of the report, and that for the coming sessions, we should have the report of the session that has taken place right before the COM, not the one that was 1 year ago. That would be it. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now invite the Deputy Executive Secretary to make her comments.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to my colleague who have actually responded to many of the comments and questions asked. I just wanted to complement some of the points made, and also respond to some that maybe we have not addressed. On Benin's point on blue economy, I just wanted to assure you that actually issues of blue economy and blue bonds are among the priorities that we are currently looking at and will be working on. And I also wanted to encourage Benin to engage with the roundtable of green projects, which we held the first roundtable last year ahead of COP27 to look at, bankable projects, and, it has been a very useful forum, not only for connecting, ready projects with investors, but also for giving feedback to projects that have been submitted on how to enhance its bankability. So I would highly encourage Benin to engage with that platform, and we will continue this roundtable going forward. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and also, a key part of the work that we will be doing going forward is to address the impediments to unleashing more of the green and blue bonds through addressing issues, for example, like having reliable key performance indicators, how to better design this, because this has been a major issue, particularly with all the rising concerns about green and blue washing. So how do we design and put forward a really highly credible key performance indicator will help a great deal to unleashing the potential of that finance. Then there was also the question on industrialization, and I wanted to kind of second what Said said in terms of we need to pause and reassess what has worked before, and also understand that the future of industrialization is not necessarily going to be in any way mimicking the past of industrialization. What worked for Asian countries 60 years ago is likely not to work for Africa now, because we are in a new paradigm. So in thinking about industrialization policy, we need to really think of course, sustainability issues, but also future trends and global trends. We need to build on productive basis that the African countries have, comparative advantage, and take into account future trends in terms of fourth industrial revolution, where we're actually going to be able to have advantage going forward. And I think the work that ECA has supported in terms of studies on the batteries for DRC is a very good example of looking into the future, what really areas that can fit very well and can be sustainable going forward, and building on our productive capacity and comparative advantage, and the global economy in terms, for example, that study showed that DRC can actually produce these batteries at 30% cost less than in China and the US, and yet with less net emissions. So these are the type of things that we need to consider and look at going forward when we're thinking of industrialization. Then there was also a question on coordination with the EU. I would like to, second also what my colleagues have emphasized, that we're working very closely with the African Union. And I wanted to just mention as an example that we have actually presented work on the global financial architecture to specialized committee at the African Union, and we are scheduled to present it to ministerial meetings in June. So that, we are on all these agendas, we're working very closely together. Lastly, I think there was I'm always pleased when we have kind of proposals to do more peer-to-peer learning. So we'll take up the offer in terms of the academy and anti-corruption academy and how this can benefit other countries, because the more that we can learn from each other experience, the better for all of us. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. May I express our profound appreciation to the two presenters, Mr. Demujobi, Mr. Nassim, and to the Deputy Executive Secretary for your comments and for the eloquent presentations that have been made. I just have 2 points to make, just to reflect on the debate that we have had. In terms of the work program which Mr. Demujobi spoke about, and I think he spoke about something on, just 1 minute, digital and data revolution. So I am not sure what it is that you have in terms of what you will be doing, but in terms of the presentation, I was keen to hear something on data protection. How do we manage data? I have heard you mentioned artificial intelligence as one of the components, but I wanted to understand, is there more that you have done on data protection? What we read, what we have heard, is that actually data is going to be the new raw material of the future, and that whichever country grasps how to manage and to transform data into products will determine its growth path and trajectory. What we understand is that most of Africa is virgin territory for data exodus by the big companies. And the debate has been that, is it possible for us to have, first of all, equitable benefit sharing on the data that has been taken? Can we have an acknowledgement of origin of the data in such a way that we do not promote digital colonialism? I just want to get a sense from you on any work that you have done towards this endeavor. The last point is what our colleague from, I think you said ITU, that he raised in terms of the implementation of the decisions that are arrived at within the framework of the UNECA, and he was wondering whether there is a linkage and how this flows into the AU process. Unfortunately, even at the AU, we have a major problem on implementation of decisions, which is why we went to Dakar. I think it was in December, a retreat between the PRC and the Commission to find clever ways and means within which we can enhance the implementation of our decisions. There are 2 parts to this debate. The first part is the role of the Commission. The other one is a responsibility attributed to member states. Many times, member states absolve themselves of this responsibility, which is unfair. So part of what we did at the AU was to agree on a monitoring mechanism. But most importantly is to urge member states to really implement the decisions that they agree. For me, the joy that I have in this meeting is that the ministries of finance have a horizontal scope and approach in the government structure. Sometimes the implementation or non-implementation of decisions is dependent on the actions taken by you. So I am happy with you for inviting them to come for this meeting. Perhaps it will help us in the future to have more positive responses to the decisions that have been implemented. And I thank you.
Chair, do you want to? Yes, please. Yes, Chair, I would like to respond to your comments. Thank you very much on data and also working relationship with the African Union. There will be a presentation on data, and the Director for African Center for Statistics who is here, will be making that presentation. I'm sure he will give more details. But what we focused on in recent times have been one on strengthening the capacity of countries for data, on data collection. Because there's a paucity of data in Africa. The capacity to generate data, to manage the data that we collect is very low. So ECA is supporting on that. We're also supporting extensively on e-census to migrate countries from manual census processes to a digitalized process, which will make it easier, faster, and the information can be transmitted very quickly. So we're working on that. On digitalization, a lot is being done, helping countries in terms of their tax system, which I mentioned earlier on. Also, I mentioned the coding, the CAMP coding that we've been doing. We thought that focusing on young girls and women will be extremely important, and increasing their capacity on digital technology will be extremely useful. So we are working on that. So there's a lot that's going on, which is contained in the report that we presented. But my colleagues who are working on this will be able to provide more information. On the AU, I think it's a work in progress, Chair. It has to be a work in progress. You, as part of the PRC, you know where some of the challenges are. But we are working very closely, and I think we need to put all hands on deck, not only the ECA and the AU, but other key regional actors, the development banks, the Africa Development Bank, Afrexim Bank, the challenges are mammoth. So we just have to ensure that there's some level of coordination in terms of what we're doing, and very reinforcing in terms of delivery in supporting our member states. So I think, it's a work in progress, and I'm sure we'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. May I now take the opportunity to invite you to a short break of 15 minutes. This meeting is adjourned.
Testing 1, 2.
Sì, 1, 2.
May I call this meeting to order? The meeting is resumed. Distinguished delegates, welcome back. We shall now continue our consideration of item 6. This session comprises of 3 statutory presentations for the remaining 90 minutes we have before lunch. Hello? Yeah, I beg your pardon. The first presentation on the proposed program plan for 2024 will be delivered by Ms. Daya Bragante, Chief of Corporate Policy and Planning Section of the Strategic Planning and Oversight Division. This presentation will be followed by a presentation on the proposed program budget for 2024 by Mr. Carlos Haddad, Director of the Division of Administration. The final presentation will be on the report of the 8th session of the Committee on Statistics and Data, which will be delivered by Mr. Oliver Chinganya, Director of the African Center for Statistics. I would like all presenters to ensure the presentations are kept to 10 minutes each. Ms. Bragante, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just waiting for the presentation.
Sorry, go ahead with the presentation. We have a technical hitch, so it cannot be displayed at the moment, but they're working on it.
Okay. I didn't know, sorry.
Yes.
Okay. So I will proceed with my presentation, and apologies for those unforeseen technical glitches. So my presentation will focus on the proposed, here it comes, on the proposed program plan for 2024 of Section 18, which is being submitted for your endorsement. The presentation refers to the respective first parts of 2 documents available on the PaperSmart website, which include the summary of the proposed plan and budget with a reference E/ECA/COE/41/18 and the full draft of the proposed plan and budget with a reference E/ECA/COE/41/INF/2. And my colleagues from the Budget and Finance section will be presenting the second part on the proposed budget for 2024. As you may know, in December 2022, the General Assembly approved the annual planning and budgeting cycle, thus concluding a 3-year trial that started in 2020. The program plan which is presented to you today is a result of intense consultations between the strategic planning, oversight, and,
Oh, okay. Oversight and results, yeah, I'm still on the first. And results division and the 13 sub-programs at ECA. Those consultations started in December last year and followed a specific template provided by the program planning and budget division at the UN headquarters. So my colleagues from whole division, sub-regional offices, and IDEP will also be in a position to answer any thematic question you may have after this presentation in more detail. The program plan has been developed in a context marred with multiple crises, as described in yesterday's presentations, a worst-case scenario, but also a context. And it was our acting executive secretary who was saying, a context that can form the ground for new opportunities. Hence, the emphasis on preparedness, adaptive management, resilience, and self-reliance while implementing this program plan towards achieving plan results. And I will... Where? Sorry. Sorry for that. So the medium-term program framework from 2022 to 2025 was approved at the COM in 2022 through the resolution 985L4. And this MTPF provides the orientations for the 2024 program plan, following 5 main transformations, which are supporting the fast tracking of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. As a quick recap of these 5 transformations, the first one focuses on an Africa that invests in human potential. The second one relates to an Africa of sustainable productive industries and economies. The third transformation refers to an innovative connected Africa. The fourth one highlights an integrated Africa, and the fifth and last transformation refers to an Africa of stable and effective institutions. As highlighted in previous presentations, and with the view to, is it what? Yes, sorry. And with a view to addressing emerging issues and urgent challenges emanating from recurrent crises and shocks, and building on the 5 transformations of the MTPF, ECA is seeking to recalibrate its key priorities alongside 3 major pillars of intervention, as shown on the screen for this year and next year. And I will not repeat because it was already excellently articulated during previous presentations. So just to mention that these priorities are being streamlined into the 2023 annual business plan, which is an internal planning tool helping the implementation and monitoring of the approved program plan for 2023, as well as guiding the formulation of the 2024 program plan. The annual business plan includes an exhaustive description of all ECA's intervention, combining all sources of funding. It is a living document accommodating any new emerging issue, as well as recommendations emanating from the COM and any other statutory meetings. So the annual business plan is complementary to the program plan, which only includes part of ECA's intervention as per a specific template, as I said in my introduction, provided by the headquarters. So the following slides provide a snapshot of planned interventions towards achieving a series of key results by sub-program, some of what will bring perhaps some complementary information to the previous sessions. So the sub-program 1 on macroeconomic governance will pursue its support towards development planning through the customization of the RPRT, which is Integrated Planning and Reporting Toolkit, as well as towards the tracking of the progress of implementation of the 2030 and 2063 agendas. The sub-program will continue to devise policy interventions aimed to strengthen debt management capacities. As presented yesterday, the sub-program will also upscale its work on tax-related matters through recommendations on tax policy and administration for improved domestic resource mobilization. The sub-program 2 on regional integration and trade will continue to support member states in operationalizing the AFCFTA with a special focus on sustainable industry yesterday. The sub-program 3 on private sector development and finance will pursue its support of the Programme Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA, with a special focus in 2024 on the liberalization of air transport markets through a better alignment of the bilateral air transport agreements with the Yamoussoukro decision, but also continuing the development of public-private partnerships action plans for increased access to financing for infrastructure projects. The sub-program will also support policymaking to improve the business environment for increased investments in food systems, agriculture, and land. The sub-program 4 on data and statistics will focus on supporting member states in applying recommended international standards and methodology in economy statistics to promote the production and use of comparable statistics on the continent. The sub-program will continue to support the modernization of national statistical systems, also through digitalization, and will assist with the development and implementation of integrated geospatial information frameworks. The sub-program 5 on technology, climate change, and natural resource management will continue to assist member states in revising nationally determined contribution and integrating climate resilience into their national development policies and plans. The sub-program will also pursue assisting member states in formulating policies focusing on the adoption of new and emerging digital technologies, as well as on the green and blue economy. The sub-program 6 on gender equality and women's empowerment will contribute to enhancing capacity for the measurement of gender inequality through the use of ECA's African Gender and Development Index, as well as the Africa Gender Index reporting tools. The sub-program will also continue to foster the integration of a gender perspective into national sectoral policies and assist the member states in addressing the digital divide through capacity building for girls and women to harness the potential of the digital transformation. The sub-program 7 on sub-regional activities for development in Northern Africa will upscale its work on migration in creating a new and positive narrative on the economic import of migration through the development of evidence-based policies to leverage migrants' economic contributions. The sub-program will continue to support small and medium-sized enterprises with a focus on employment creation and the green economy through the development of innovative and sustainable policies to increase their competitiveness, among others. The sub-program will also pursue its efforts to foster regional integration through the EFCFTA. The sub-program 7 on sub-regional activities for development in Western Africa will support the establishment of regional performance monitoring and accountability mechanism to monitor and report on progress of member states in the implementation of the African Union roadmap on harnessing the demographic dividend through investments in youth. The sub-program will continue to assist the member states in adopting planning, programming, and budgeting systems integrating a demographic dividend, which is the economic growth potential that can result from shifts in population age structure. The sub-program will also support the implementation of the FSCFTA through the validation of national strategies and the implementation of key projects identified in these AFCFTA strategies. The sub-program 7 on sub-regional activities for development in Central Africa will foster the implementation of bankable projects in support of inclusive and sustainable industrialization and economic diversification. The sub-program will further assist member states in applying natural capital accounting methods in rebasing their national accounts and continue its work with member states and RECs in developing policies on economic diversification and sustainable industrialization within the framework of the AFCFTA. The sub-program 7 on sub-regional activities for development in Eastern Africa will continue to contribute towards enhancing capacity of member states in harnessing the tourism potential in the sub-region, as well as in designing and implementing policy frameworks on trade, the blue economy and tourism, as well as in implementing national AFCFTA strategies. The sub-program 7 on sub-regional activities for development in Southern Africa will support the alignment of national industrial policy frameworks with regional industrialization strategies. The sub-program will continue to support member states in developing and implementing national AFCFTA strategies, as well as in the development of initiatives promoting the integration of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises into an inclusive industrialization agenda. The sub-program 8 on economic development and planning will support the integration of social protection into development planning and economic analysis, as well as the development of national policies integrating risk management. The sub-program will also contribute to enhancing capacity of professional planners and policymakers through peer learning and communities of practice. And this will be my last slide, Mr. Chair, so I hope I will remain within the 10 allocated minutes. The sub-program 9 on poverty, inequality, and social policy will assist member states in assessing the financial fiscal performance of cities using ECA's financial performance assessment framework. The sub-program will pursue its support to member states in designing youth policies, leveraging continental initiatives, and in using digital tools to design inclusive social policies for reducing risk and vulnerability. The sub-program will also continue to provide knowledge and support towards the regional implementation and appraisal of key global agreements as shown on the screen. So as I was saying before presenting some details of the key components of the program plan for all 13 sub-programs, this is only a snapshot. You will find additional information in the two documents that were referred to in the introduction. And also, as I was saying, the annual business plan will also be including more information on also other results and activities that may not be reflected into the program plan, because we have to follow a very specific template provided from the headquarters. So in conclusion, and with respect to important cross-cutting issues, ECA will continue to integrate a gender perspective in its operational activities, deliverables, and results. In line with the UN Disability Inclusion Strategy, ECA will pursue the implementation of measures to ensure the inclusion of persons with disabilities. It will also ensure that the findings of evaluations completed feedback into the 2024 program plan. And most importantly, ECA will enhance its joint planning and delivery mechanism among and between the sub-programs to avoid duplication, also in terms of activities, and ensure further harmonization. And it will also continue to ensure sound resource utilization rate while implementing the 2024 program plan. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. May I now invite Mr. Haddad to take the floor?
Next. Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, Excellencies, the Executive Secretary of ECA, fellow directors and colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So I think we need to... Okay. It gives me great pleasure to address you and briefly present the 2024 proposed program budget E/ECA/COE/41/18. I would like to thank the chair for giving me the time to make the presentation. This presentation has two aims. First, it is to show the overall 2024 budget proposals. And secondly, it is to explain any increase or decrease. We have three regular budget sections. First, section 11, which is the United Nations System Support for the African Union's Agenda 2063. Second, we have section 18, that is the economic and social development in Africa, which is our main source of funding. And third is section 23, which is the regular program of technical cooperation known as RPTC. The proposed 2024 budget for all three sections reflects the 2023 appropriation. That is zero gross. It is in alignment with the proposed budget level by the Secretary General of the United Nations, and it provides for the full, efficient, and effective implementation of ECA mandates. The proposed 2024 budget for all three sections reflect the ECA is sustaining the new efficient working and meetings methods learned during the COVID-19 pandemic, such as adopting hybrid meeting in person and in virtual environments whenever possible. Please note that we report extra budgetary proposals under Section 18, which reflects ECA's expectation to mobilize resources for the year 2024. This slide shows the two types of ECA's budget components, the regular budget section, that is RB, and the extra budgetary, that is XB. Under Section 18, we are proposing a total budget of 84.2 million USD for RB and 13.2 million USD under the XB. The expected XB resources decrease of 4.2 million USD is mainly because 24 grants out of 39 will close in 2023. However, the resource mobilization efforts are underway to generate additional extra budgetary resources. You would observe there is no change under RB and XB post resources. The 13.2 million USD that we envisage mobilizing under XB resources will fund 63 posts costing 5 million. The remaining XB resources balance of 8.2 million will support the non-post activities. Extra budgetary resources represent 14% of the total ECA resource requirements, while the remaining 86% are sourced from the regular budget. The total proposed regular and extra budgetary resources under this section for the year 2024 is therefore 97.5 million USD. On this slide, we show our proposal to carry forward 534 regular posts, which will cost 55.1 million, and a total of 29.1 million for non-post resources under Section 18, that is the regular budget. The posts are distributed between professional, general service, and national officer categories. This slide shows the distribution of non-post resources into different expense categories. For instance, we plan to spend the sum of 6.5 million and 7.8 million under general operating expenses and contractual services, respectively. This slide shows the distribution of the RB resources per sub-program. For example, sub-program 7, which is sub-regional activities for development, representing the 5 sub-regional offices, Kigali, Yaoundé, Rabat, Niamey, and Lusaka, we will receive a sum of 16.3 million of the total regular budget to support the regional member states. Here on this slide, we demonstrate how the XB resources are allocated among ECA divisions. For example, climate change, environment, and natural resource management are looking to generate 2.5 million USD for planning program implementation. This slide provides a summary of the proposal under Section 11, the United Nations System Support for African Union's Agenda 2063. We are proposing resources of 975,000, representing posts in the amount of 766.3 thousand and non-posts in the amount of 208.7 thousand USD. This slide presents a summary of the proposal under Section 23, that is Regional Program for Technical Cooperation, the RITD. The resources here are of non-post nature and are used to support African countries in their capacity development efforts. The resources here are of the total proposed is 9.3 million USD, and the major expenditures fall under other staff costs for advisory services and fellowships, workshops, and seminars. It is possible that ECA will receive a higher amount, that is the requested budget, to respond to the anticipated increase in requests from member states. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, to sum it all up, the 2024 proposed resources are as follows. Section 18, 97.5 million. Section 11, 975,000, and Section 23, 9.3 million. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now invite Mr. Chinganya to deliver his presentation.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. I know that I'm sitting in between ourselves and lunch, but I'm hoping that I'll keep you interested to discuss one subject that all of us in this room agree, and we call it is important, data and statistics. In fact, the chair described it when he talked about the material, the raw material of the future. I think I totally agree with you. So, Chair, thank you very much for that new term, new proposal that you're putting forward to us. Distinguished delegates, I will be presenting to you a statutory document referenced E/ECA/COE/41/12, which is a document, an outcome of the Statistical Commission that was held last year. The Statistical Commission that I'm talking about did sit, and the purpose that they set was to review the current trends and discuss new and innovative statistical solutions and to strengthen the data ecosystem. The Commission was held in tandem with two other important meetings. One was the 8th meeting on the Regional Committee of the UN Global Geospatial Information Management for Africa, and then the other one was the expert segment on civil registration and vital statistics, which runs together with the conference, with the CRVS Conference of Ministers, which unfortunately was not held, but we are hoping that we could have that sometime mid this year. The conference, the Statistical Commission was also held, had also preceding meetings that were held. One, it included a forum on statistical development. This is the forum of partners that sit together to see how they can actually support data and statistics on the continent. But also it had 11 other side events that were held. The committee that sat on statistics was chaired by the Deputy Prime Minister of Ethiopia, and discussed several other items. And to mention some of them were the 7 statutory reports which were discussed and on the accomplished work that was done on various issues. It discussed on the modernization. It discussed on the modernization in the data ecosystem, issues about capacity development in statistics, the censuses that we have heard so many times about what we've been able to do. We're actually talking about electoral censuses, the civil registration, which also are digitalized CRVS systems, the gender statistics. It also discussed much more important area about the systems of national accounts, and in particular, one area where we are focusing is about the updating of the system of national accounts for 2008 to make it update for 2025. It also discussed issues around geospatial information and statistics, the integration of the two, geospatial and statistics, But again, one area that it discussed was the big data and data science, how countries can actually use the potentials of these two. It also discussed and endorsed a program of young statisticians, which I'll be talking to a little later. And several recommendations were made to this effect. Now, what were the key issues that were discussed at this particular time that the head of statistical offices and other stakeholders sat? One, it took stock of the challenges faced and opportunities available within the African National Statistical System. It also discussed the roadmap on transformation and modernizing of official statistics in Africa, which really talks to about setting out principles and priorities for transforming and modernizing our national statistical system on the continent. The roadmap also guides countries on ways on how they can develop and implement the national strategy for development of statistics in order for them to optimize the transformation and modernization of the statistical system. So what does it really take in terms of the principles of this roadmap? One is to ensure that no one is left behind. Here, meaning the national statistical system, taking into account their diversity and specificities of the national statistical system, that they should be tailor-made, in other words, nationally tailor-made, following international standards and concepts, and that must be beneficial to the country and also the other users. Chair, allow me, if I may also address some of the issues that were raised this morning when you also responded, the distinction between what I would call digital data and data and statistics, and official statistics in that matter. I think two terms were, I would call, perhaps we almost misled ourselves. When we talk about data and statistics on our side, we are talking about the use of the UN fundamental principles of official statistics. And there, this is an area where we talk about issues of integrity, confidentiality, legislation, issues of relevance of the data, and following the professional standards. That is data that is curated from the national statistical systems, including data from big data, and also the use of data science. And I think what was being referred this morning is data, digital data that's curated, for instance, from e-payments. And when the chair was talking about exodus of data, we are talking about data that's, is captured through systems, administrative systems from the bank, from our Visa cards, and so forth. Those are different things, and the National Statistical Office does not actually get into that realm to begin to discuss about data privacy, data protection, cyber security. That is not the realms of the National Statistical System. It's left to another branch of legislation that governs it. So there are two different things. And so in the National Statistical System, they talk about relevancy and professionalism, as well as confidentiality. So those are two things that perhaps we need to sort of separate. And I thought, Chair, maybe I could speak to those issues. Chair, among some of the things that came out of the discussion by the heads of national statistical office and other stakeholders was a critical initiative that was set up and endorsed by the Commission, which was the creation of what we call the Takwimu Young Statisticians Program. Takwimu, it's a Swahili name meaning statistics, for those that may not be aware of. So what's the objective of this program, the Young Statisticians? One was basically to ensure that they help us or become or save as a locomotive for transformation and modernizing of the African statistical system on the continent. It's an African-led program where it takes care of not just people from the National Statistical Office, but the broad range of statisticians, including those that come from the academia, the civil society, and so forth. So among other resolutions that we discussed and resolved on were around the work program of data and statistics for the period of 2023 to 2024, issues about capacity development on the continent, also the report that we produced last year for 2022 on SDGs. There was also some resolutions that were taken around the 2020 round. I'm going to come back to that area at some point. Also resolutions around the civil restoration and vital statistics, as well as the UN legal identity agenda, which somewhat provides the integration between CRVS and also legal identity. And of course, the gender statistics, the implementation of the SNA, which I mentioned, the integration of geospatial, the modernizing of ecosystem, and of course, the other things that came out from the side events. Now, the issue perhaps that we are bringing to the COM, the resolutions that we are asking or we are bringing forward to. One is to endorse or to request that there is an endorsement on the report and recommendations of the 8th session on the Statistical Commission for Africa, as well as the 8th meeting of the Regional Committee on the UN Global Geospatial Information Management. And secondly, related to that is to take note of the recommendation of the experts group for the Conference of Ministers for CRVS. I say so because the Conference of Ministers of CRVS has not been held yet, and therefore I think we'd like this committee as well here to be able to take note of that. Secondly, to enable or to allow the resource mobilization, again, which has been said several times, to be able to implement this roadmap on transformation and modernization. If I may, Chair and distinguished delegates, when we're talking about modernization here, we are talking about digitalization of systems. We're talking about how our national statistical system would be able to digitize, to be able to provide and provide information in a much more real-time manner. And more recently, we did hear from the 5th session that was held on LODCs. Even the UN Secretary General did mention that, if I may just quote, that countries in Africa must digitalize to avoid being left behind. And part of the modernization we are talking about is ensuring that countries are able to modernize the statistical process to this effect. Thirdly is an issue of to encourage, or rather impress, the collaboration that is required between ECI and the partners to be able to support the statistical development that is going on the continent. And lastly is the support that is required for this integration. We are talking about geospatial and statistics, but much more importantly is the development of the economic, social, including CRVS, environmental statistics, and other systems related to statistics. Chair, as I conclude, I would like to perhaps leave you with some reflections on the power of data and what I want to call the economic value. And actually goes beyond just economic value, also talks about the social environment and to some extent institutional benefits. Distinguished delegates, you already heard this morning from the chair when he talked about the raw materials. Statistics is a public good, is an asset. And therefore, if I was just to focus on two areas, which is SDGs and trade, you actually see that if we want to determine the existence and identifying the impact of regional value chains, we need data. We need information that allows us to be able to identify the various components or priorities within the regional value chains. To be able to determine the volumes of trade across, we need data. We need numbers to be able to speak and be able to say, look, this is the kind of information that is going around. When we talk about determining the flows of trade, for instance, to be able to trace the value add of each country to provide business opportunities that would enhance industrialization in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we need data. And the data we're talking about here is the trade in value added. How much does each country contribute or put in a particular item of each country for a particular item that's being traded? And that information comes from what we call the national system of account, the national system of accounts, and in particular supply and use tables. Experts, I would like to insist here that this is an area where we are not getting the data that is required to be able to inform the trade value add. And I would like to implore that we follow through to make sure that we have data on that. Distinguished delegates, the other part, if we were to determine the acceleration of the implementation of SDGs, we need data. And at the moment, we are looking at, when you look at, the platform or the dashboard of SDGs, we actually see a lot of gray areas there. Not that the data is not available, but perhaps it's not being curated to be able to be put in the platform to show where we are. And one source of the data we are talking about is the census, which I've spoken so much about during the last 1.5 days. As I speak, distinguished delegates, 21 countries are yet to conduct their censuses, and yet the round is ending in 2024. The question we have to ask ourselves, are these countries going to be able to collect this data, to be able to inform the SDGs, and yet we are just halfway to the midpoint of the milestone of SDG. So that is one issue. And yet we know also that about over 10 SDGs are actually informed by the censuses. So without having to mention the countries, I think we would like to again to implore that these countries be able to look at that and be able to collect the data that's required. So as I conclude, I think the issue that comes out at distinguished delegates is that we need to invest in data to be able to support the Africa digitalization or the data ecosystem, in particular the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and also to be able to inform the SDGs and Agenda 2063. And that requires putting in a strategy, a data strategy, a financing strategy to be able to inform that. From the recent surveys, analysis that have been made, that for $1 that is put in a particular area of data, you have on average, about $32. In other words, the return on investment of $1 is about 32%, about $32. In fact, when we looked at the data, it's actually from about $7 to about $73 if you put $1 in data to be able to move. It's a conversation that we can have on this to discuss a little bit more what it actually means to be able to do this. So I think there's need to rethink on how we refinance public goods such as data, which has been described today as a material good. I think one of the things that people have been talking about is how can we embrace the regional public investment for public goods, such as data, on the principles of perhaps on all contribute, all benefit, and all be able to decide to be able to enable the countries to mobilize the much required resources to be able to meet the challenges that we face as a continent. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Mr. Chinganya, Mr. Haddad, Ms. Bragante, for all your brilliant presentations. May I now open the floor for discussions? The floor is open. Egypt, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and many thanks to the presenters because the presentations were very beneficial. Chair, allow me to start by the first couple of presentations on the program and budget. And for starters, we would like to highly appreciate the efforts by the ECA when it comes to the program, when it comes to the implementation of the 2022 program and the proposals for 2024. And at the same time, we also highly appreciate the fact that we're having zero increase. That's, I think, for the time being, this is something that everybody's looking forward to in all international organizations. One point that we would like to add when it comes to the program, in the sub-programs, actually, when it comes to the second sub-program, we would like to have some special emphasis on the guided trade initiative. We think it's very important. This is the pilot project for the CFTA, and thus having this kind of support from the ECA to make it work, we think will be very beneficial. When it comes to the sub-program 5, we believe it will be very important. We have discussed across the last day and a half a lot concerning natural resources management, and we think it will be very important to have extra support for countries that face water stress through the program. So we will be happy to see these two things presented or reflected in the proposed program. When it comes to the third presentation, Oliver, you never cease to impress us with such valuable presentations. I told him yesterday I don't have any comments, and he said, no, I'll be giving you some ideas, and he actually did. So actually this last part about the economic value of data is very important. And since you have given us some exercise to do, which is to reflect on what you said, I would like to throw the ball back in your court and ask that maybe we can even add it in the draft resolution, we asked the ECA to provide us with a study on the opportunity cost of not having the needed data for economic development. We think this would be very interesting to see next year, to have a discussion on this, because when we know that if I miss this piece of data, then I'll be losing this amount of dollars, I'll be thinking twice before not going to the field and collecting the needed data. So we would propose to have a paragraph on this in the draft resolution. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Morocco, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Maroc accueille favorablement le rapport de la Commission africaine de statistique sur sa 8e réunion et apprécie les efforts entrepris par la CEA pour la modernisation et le développement de l'écosystème statistique africain, notamment via la digitalisation de ce dernier et le recours aux données géospatiales. À cet égard, je vous fais part que le Maroc a mis en place une stratégie de digitalisation de l'ensemble ou bien de la majorité de ces opérations statistiques, dont la plus importante, qui est le recensement général de la population et de l'habitat à venir, qui aura lieu en 2024. Pour booster ces efforts, il est primordial de renforcer la coordination entre les différents partenaires nationaux et régionaux pour produire des données fiables et unifiées. Et pour le chantier des ODD, où M. Oliver a repéré beaucoup de zones grises, et avec l'approche de plus en plus de 2030, il est nécessaire d'accélérer la production des indicateurs ODD. Et pour cela, en plus des méthodes classiques et utilisées, à savoir les enquêtes et les données administratives, nous recommandons le recours aux méthodes innovantes se basant sur les big data et les images satellitaires, etc. Et parfois, assurer la combinaison de ces méthodes avec les méthodes traditionnelles. Et cela, comme j'ai déjà cité, nécessite une grande coordination. Mais comme vous le savez, ces méthodes innovantes requièrent un financement énorme et aussi requièrent de s'inspirer des expériences réussies partout dans le monde. Nous sollicitons de la CEA de continuer à plaider auprès des partenaires internationaux pour allouer les fonds nécessaires pour la concrétisation de ces nouvelles méthodes. Et nous espérons aussi que la CEA soit un cadre favorable pour assurer le partage des expériences réussies des pays africains dans ce domaine. Et je vous remercie.
Thank you. Is that Guinea?
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie aussi les présentateurs pour la qualité de leur exposé. Cependant, j'ai quelques préoccupations liées au nombre de sous-programmes. Le monde entier évolue dans un contexte très difficile, marqué par des raretés de ressources. Et en identifiant 8 sous-programmes, je suis préoccupé par l'efficacité ou par les résultats que nous pouvons atteindre. Au jour d'aujourd'hui, moi je pense qu'avec un diagnostic sérieux, on pouvait orienter l'intervention de la CEA à travers quelques axes pertinents et qu'on peut considérer comme levier au développement. Et parmi ceux-ci, on peut citer la gouvernance. Nos États ont besoin de conseils en matière de gouvernance. On peut citer les infrastructures. Quand vous regardez les statistiques, vous vous rendez compte que les échanges intracommunautaires sont très faibles parce que tout simplement, il n'y a pas d'infrastructure. Et en matière d'infrastructures, surtout, il faut mettre un accent sur les infrastructures énergétiques et les infrastructures de communication, c'est-à-dire, je veux dire, les moyens de transport, les infrastructures de transport. Ça peut beaucoup nous aider dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre même de la ZLECAf. Mais vouloir éparpiller les énergies sur plusieurs choses, on risque de n'atteindre aucun objectif. C'est pourquoi, moi je propose, peut-être pour le futur, qu'un diagnostic sérieux soit posé, qu'on identifie les véritables leviers du développement et on essaye de situer les responsabilités. Il y a ce que les États peuvent faire. Il y a ce que la CEA aussi peut nous aider à réaliser. Et dans le plan, que ces responsabilités soient situées et chaque partie s'occupe de ce qui lui revient. Je remercie le présentateur sur celui qui a présenté les statistiques et les données. Je suis entièrement d'accord avec lui qu'il faut aller vers la numérisation, aider même les pays à mettre en place des plateformes de collecte d'informations. Ça va nous aider à avoir les informations en temps réel. Sans une donnée fiable, il n'y a pas de politique fiable. La mise en œuvre devient très compliquée. C'est pourquoi, voilà un des leviers même du développement. Alors, c'était pour attirer votre attention sur ces aspects. Et le dernier aspect, c'est que d'année en année, nous constatons la disparition ou des interventions, des faibles interventions de la CA dans notre pays, la Guinée. Je voudrais que dans le programme de 2024 et plus, qu'il y ait plus d'interventions de la CA dans notre pays. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. May I now invite Somalia to take the floor?
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving us the floor. Just taking up on your request to shift our responses more on recommendations, if I start on the first report on the strategy for 2024, just a recommendation in the sense that a lot of the reports have a lot of salt and pepper in the sense that some countries are mentioned quite a lot and there are a lot of projects happening in certain regions, but certain countries are not as much included. So is there a sort of formal possibility that we can standardize the way that the ECA approaches countries in general, not just in terms of countries, but also with the RECs as well? For example, there were a lot of mention today and yesterday on IGAD, but a few other RECs were not mentioned as much. So if there's a formal, we can recommend a way or a mechanism in which different RECs or the different countries are sort of standardized in the way that the ECA is approached by them, or maybe some clarification on the way that the ECA is working on that. On the second report on the budget, I think we received the report slightly later compared to the other reports, so I don't really want to mention much at this stage. But on the third report on the statistics, again, this sort of links with the harmonization aspect. Just a few weeks ago, we signed the draft statute for PANSAT and StatAfrique. So is there any working sort of correlation intended with the PANSAT and the Committee for Statistics in that regard? Again, in terms of the RECs, we've seen today and yesterday a lot of issues in terms of, I wouldn't say issues as much, but for example, in IGAD, we have the protocol for free movement, similarly with the East African Community, similarly also with the AFCFTA. So in terms of the plan mechanism for 2024, is there a way to sort of harmonize all of these protocols, which are to somewhat in a degree aligned with each other? I think that's all from my side. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now invite Zambia, please?
Thank you, Chair. We just wanted to concur with some of the recommendations and observations which the Director, I think, brought out in his report. And probably ours is to encourage ECA, if probably they could share some best practices and experiences, especially with the issue of carrying out census. We note in the report that we still have quite a good number of countries that are lagging behind, that have failed to conduct their census. And of course, this is posing a threat in us monitoring and evaluating our progress towards some of the agendas that we've set ourselves as a continent we've got Agenda 2063 and the Agenda 2030. And I think largely that has come out is that this might affect the way we measure progress, and we may miss to measure whether we are on the right track in attaining some of these goals. We have in mind Zambia, which recently conducted its census last year, having delayed for 2 years. But we capitalized on the emergence of the digital platforms and the ICT gadgets that technology has brought to the fore. And we wish to share with the rest of the members that much as it was a daunting task, but the use of ICT gadgets and ICT platforms made it quite easier and exciting for us. And we would encourage ECA to maybe pick some lessons from our experience in Zambia and probably see how we can replicate some of those in countries where they've got digital infrastructure deficits, and how this can be utilized so that they conduct these censuses, so that we move as one, as a continent. So ours is largely a comment and on how ECA can come on board and help member states. With that, I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Komoro.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole. Je voudrais d'emblée remercier les trois présentateurs pour la qualité de leur présentation. Je voudrais ensuite appuyer la proposition de l'Égypte demandant à la CEA de nous fournir une étude sur le manque à gagner de la non-disponibilité des données fiables sur les différents sous-programmes qui nous a été présenté. Ceci en allant un peu plus loin au niveau des systèmes statistiques nationaux de nos États membres, c'est-à-dire des études qui nous donnent le manque à gagner au niveau de chaque État membre sur la non-disponibilité des données statistiques fiables. Merci pour la parole.
Thank you. Eritrea, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just in the first presentation, I have seen in the regular or program budget a huge deal of what you call, actually in the budget allocations, the highest amount going to consultancy and experts. We really understand the importance of benefiting from the consultancy and the expertise services. But could we have maybe tap or use the local resources? Because what we see, I have seen over 1 million or something, almost the highest budget allocation in that aspect. So using the local knowledge and the local expertise in that aspect, so that the amount of the allocation of budget goes to the real on-ground beneficiaries. And also, maybe we have seen the budget allocations in different regions, but when you see different regions have also different number of countries. For instance, if we see East Africa region having around 14 countries, and others maybe less. So is it how it works, budget allocation in that aspect? And in the second presentation, Mr. Chair, I really wanted to emphasize the point which you have raised previously at the end of the presentation. Issues of data statistics, whether it be health data or civil registration or geospatial data, is very important. Is one of the aspects where we have to develop, but still we neither control its resources nor share the original knowledge. And data protection requires a very highly educated engineers in that aspect, in the IT system. So maybe ECA, how it could contribute in that aspect, member states having the required skill in the issue of data protection. Because even if we use all our mobiles, our laptops, everything we use is connected to the internet. And that data, if it is not connected to the something which connects, it would be useless. And once you connect, even at the continental levels, 9 out of the 10 routes exists in the United States, and only 1 route exists in China, if my memory sets me right. And that protection of data is, I think, one of the most critical issues where member states in Africa, where still we have not the required knowledge and skill to protect our data. So maybe how the ECA could contribute in that aspect in developing the required knowledge, that is my point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. La Côte d'Ivoire, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais remercier tous les présentateurs pour la qualité des présentations. Nous prenons bonne note de ces présentations, mais je voudrais poser quelques préoccupations, surtout au niveau de la disponibilité des données statistiques. Je crois que beaucoup d'interventions ont porté sur cette problématique qui est extrêmement importante et qui nous bloque un peu bien souvent dans la prise de décision. Bon, alors, comme je le disais tantôt, c'est un véritable problème. Et pourtant, le présentateur l'a bien signifié tout à l'heure, les données statistiques sont des biens publics. Ma question, c'est de savoir que fait vraiment la CEA pour centraliser les données et les mettre à disposition du public. Bon, le public est multiforme. Hein. Nous avons les utilisateurs potentiels que sont les administrations publiques et privées, mais nous avons aussi les chercheurs qui souvent sont bloqués lorsqu'ils doivent faire des recherches et qu'ils n'arrivent pas à obtenir les données. Lorsqu'on va au niveau national, disposer des données n'est pas toujours facile. Je l'ai dit, c'est un parcours de combattant. À plus forte raison, disposer des données des autres pays tiers. Si vous voulez mener une étude sur la Côte d'Ivoire, je peux peut-être par certains mécanismes avoir des données, mais lorsqu'il s'agit de mener des études sur la sous-région ouest-africaine, ou bien si je dois étendre l'étude sur plusieurs pays de l'Afrique, ça devient extrêmement difficile. Alors, est-ce que la CEA, en concert avec l'Union africaine, pourrait trouver un mécanisme, de par leur position, pour rendre les données existantes disponibles? Parce qu'en réalité, depuis un certain temps, quand même, il faut le dire et le reconnaître, les pays membres font beaucoup d'efforts pour collecter des données. Donc, que ce soit des données transversales, des données d'enquête, ou que ce soit des données longitudinales, les données existent. Beaucoup de données existent, mais c'est leur disponibilité qui est le problème. Les données, on sait où sont logées les données, mais on n'a pas accès aux données. Alors, donc, je ne sais pas si la CEA, en concert avec l'Union africaine, pourrait trouver un mécanisme. Hier, l'étude que nous avons analysée sur la pauvreté, ce sont des données de la Banque mondiale. Quand vous allez sur la plateforme, vous avez accès facilement à ces données sur plusieurs pays. Mais pour beaucoup, ce n'est pas évident alors que les données existent. En Côte d'Ivoire, par exemple, les réformes du système statistique est en cours et cela devrait favoriser, d'une part, une collecte régulière de données, mais aussi la disponibilité de ces données. Alors, autre chose concernant toujours les statistiques, cela concerne les indicateurs des ODD. Les indicateurs des ODD, il y a peut-être 2 ans de cela, lorsqu'on faisait le rapport de suivi de notre plan national de développement, on a été heurté à des indicateurs qu'on ne pouvait pas renseigner. Je n'ai pas les indicateurs sous mes yeux ici, mais je sais qu'en ce qui concerne le secteur de l'environnement, les indicateurs libellés ne sont pas objectivement, on ne peut pas les appréhender de façon objective. Et pourtant, il le faut pour pouvoir pour appréhender l'évolution de l'indicateur et voir quels ont été les efforts et la portée de ces efforts-là. Je ne sais pas si la CEA est consciente qu'il y a des indicateurs qu'on ne peut pas renseigner et qu'on doit peut-être trouver un moyen de consulter les services statistiques et voir dans quelle mesure. Je prendrai le cas par exemple de l'environnement. L'environnement, il n'y a pas beaucoup de données sur l'environnement. Et donc, si un petit service statistique pourrait être mis en place pour voir comment essayer d'appréhender objectivement des indicateurs vérifiables qui puissent permettre de voir l'évolution des politiques mises en œuvre. Au niveau du budget, bon, je ne sais pas si j'ai bien suivi, hein, je ne sais pas, bon, c'est avec beaucoup de réserves, mais j'ai cru voir que le budget des billets d'avion de la CEA tournait autour de 2 millions de dollars. Je ne sais pas si c'est juste, hein, vous pouvez rectifier. Alors, je me pose la question, est-ce que la CEA prend les dispositions pour éviter des déperditions éventuelles, parce qu'on peut payer des billets d'avion qui ne sont pas utilisés, et cela peut se répéter plusieurs fois. Comme c'est la loi des grands nombres, ça devient finalement beaucoup, et on perd beaucoup d'argent dans les circuits. Donc, je pose la question dans le souci d'une gestion beaucoup plus rationnelle des ressources de la CEA. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Nigeria, do you wish to take the floor?
Yes. Thank you for giving me the floor. I want to use this opportunity to congratulate you for being the chair. I also want to commend all the presenters for the robust papers they presented today. Now to my point, I want to talk about data collection on census. Nigeria was supposed to hold their 2023 census March 29 this month, but it has been postponed this morning to May because we are going to have gubernatorial and state assembly elections. And that has given them opportunity. The National Population Census in Nigeria as requested, and the Federal Executive Council this morning has approved the amount of 2.8 billion naira for them to get software that they will use for the population census. And so far, almost 300 billion has been given to National Population Census to conduct the census. So I want to call on ECA and AU to please assist Nigeria to get the best digitalized census so far so that we can get the best census in Nigeria, having invested so much, and we have the data to address most of the issues that have been raised here on ECA. Thank you.
Thank you. Burundi, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons pris note de ces deux rapports qui viennent de nous être présentés. Et je voudrais faire un petit commentaire par rapport au programme proposé pour 2024. Nous avons remarqué qu'il y a des projets qui englobent tout le continent et qu'il y a aussi des projets, des activités qui concernent exclusivement certaines régions. Je voudrais parler de la migration au développement. Nous avons vu que la Commission économique pour l'Afrique va s'intéresser beaucoup plus en 2024 à la région du Nord. Nous voudrions aussi attirer votre attention sur la nécessité de soutenir les initiatives régionales en rapport avec l'échange de la main-d'œuvre. Il y a beaucoup, en effet, des projets qui sont initiés au niveau des régions. Il y a les programmes, il y a les stratégies d'échange de main-d'œuvre qui sont élaborées ici et là. Et je voudrais parler du cas de ma région de l'Afrique de l'Est. Nous voudrions demander qu'on puisse aussi tenir compte de ces initiatives pour le renforcement des capacités des pays respectifs pour qu'ils puissent soutenir ce programme afin que la CIA puisse aussi contribuer dans l'échange de la main-d'œuvre comme le prévoit bien le secrétariat de la zone de libre-échange continentale. Merci.
Thank you. Lesotho, please.
Good day, Your Excellency Chair, and thank you for your leadership. May we recognize the presenters who have reiterated the usefulness of data and statistics as tools of development on our continent. We would like to note a few things. First, that we had the Millennium Development Goals, which is a forgotten tool now, because that time is gone. And now we have the SDGs. In the African Union, we have the Agenda 2063. In my member state, the Kingdom of Lesotho, we had Vision 2020. And so many other development catalysts that are, as the theme goes, cross-cutting. And we have appreciated the need for evidence in order to inform our interventions in Africa. We note that there are gaps, of course, in the way we do things. And one of our strongest recommendations is that the African Union, through some of us diplomats, missions here present, in collaboration with the ECA, because of their levels of expertise and technical capacities, can expand that intersection of collaboration, so that beyond this meeting, Mr. Chair, we can see smaller working groups between the two entities. That has happened to some extent, but it is not enough, because now we are challenged to better harmonize our data collection tools, to standardize the processes of obtaining data from African Union member states, and to develop more in how we design tools, collect data, report, monitor, and evaluate. It is a concern that one of your presenters raised a concern that we might not see a group of African countries making their population census between now and the next year. That is a concern, because that particular expert has carefully considered the capacities of those member states, the needs for that data against the time frame that we have for this kind of things to happen. And my question to them would be, to the whole panel that have presented, would be, then what? What do you think should be done to enable those member states to acquire those data for decision to be made? Because we know we don't just collect data for the fun of data. We do so to inform decisions, to inform resource allocations, to inform how we cooperate as African Union member states. We thank you for your leadership and the expertise and the learning that's going on. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Does any other member state wish to take the floor? Because I have a non-member state requesting for the floor. I see none. Now, I have been advised that there is a colleague from academia who wishes to take the floor. Take the floor now. Please introduce yourself and which organization you represent. I thank you. Thank you. I thank all of you colleagues for the brilliant interventions, observations, and questions that you have posed following the presentations by our three colleagues. Now, I'm not sure in which particular order to follow, but can we just start from Yu, start Data Guy, and then Haddad, and then Gaia.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, let me also appreciate the comments, the observations, and questions raised by distinguished delegates. Some of them were comments, some of them were suggestions, and some of them were asks, very specific asks that ECA should deal with. Perhaps I will address myself to where there were questions and perhaps maybe where there is need for me to make comments. But before I go there, let me also just appreciate really the member states that have acknowledged the support that we provide to them. Many of the countries that are here, they have actually even written to the Executive Secretary to acknowledge the support that we provide in statistics in various areas. So I want to appreciate that. I think that has also helped us to mobilize additional resources from partners. Having said that, the challenge that we've been given by Egypt is very well noted, and I think it's of value that we need to do something like that to be able to provide or do a study on the opportunity of not having data, and I think there was also another member that raised it. One of the areas we're also trying to look at is what is the value addition for conducting civil restoration vital statistics, which we all say is very, very important. That's another area we are looking into. Moloko, I think, again, that was comments, but I think we would like to leverage on one particular issue that you raised, which is on SDGs and the use of big data. One of the things that we have done at ECA is setting up a data science, and in line with that, we're also working with various other countries, including Rwanda and the 4 other countries, to see how we can leverage on these new methodologies. And we would like to perhaps bring in a few more countries into that cause to develop the necessary skills that are required. But in addition to that, the UN itself has also set up what we call the UN Africa Regional Hub, which is co-hosted by ECA and Rwanda. And the reason why it is Rwanda is because of the data science part of it. And the objective for that really is to develop the skills that were asked again by a member country. I'm going to come back to that. How do we develop the necessary skills in data technology to use the data potentials of big data potentials as well as data science? So that's one piece of work that we are doing there. On Guinea, again, in terms of putting up the platforms and so forth, I must say that we have a platform and we are helping countries to develop actually various platforms. More recently, we've even gone beyond just statistics in developing the necessary platform, for instance, in Botswana, where they're even able to capture information that is required for diplomats in Botswana. We've been able to develop that kind of platform. So we are very much available to be able to provide that kind of support. We are, again, I think for the other part where you're saying that maybe there's not much visibility in ECA, I'll leave that to the Acting Executive Secretary to respond to. Somalia, this question somewhat, I think, has come back yesterday, and also I've heard it in other platforms, that AU has this Start Africa, and we have the Africa Center for Statistics. How are we working together? I want to assure you, delegate from Somalia, that we are working with the African Union very, very closely. Very, very closely. And we have what is called the standardized, harmonized platform on data, strategy on data in Africa, which glues all the main institutions within Africa, the African Union, ADB, ourselves, including the RECs, to be able to work. So we have this document that guides us in terms of what is required in the harmonization part of it. But having said that, the setting up of the Start Africa is not a threat in any way to ECA. And I want to explain it this way. ECA, as a UN entity, we have 2 roles that we play in this case. One is as a global, part of the global entity. It means that we participate at the global level to be able to curate the methodology and research work and conversation that takes place at that level, at the global level. We sit in various sectorial discussions that discuss the methodologies, either may it be on trade, on environment, on climate, on statistics. We sit in those discussions at a global level. And therefore, what it actually means that sitting at a global level allows us to be able to bring the discussion at the global level to the region. And vice versa, to bring the discussion that takes place, for instance, from here to the region, to the global, to allow those specificities that are discussed at African level to be included in the global discussion. we have that leverage, that very unique role that perhaps the other entities on the continent do not have. Not too long ago, we just come back from Statistical Commission where we presented the Africa report on statistical development. It was the UN Economic Commission for Africa that is able to provide, to attend the Statistical Commission, and also even private to also present a short document to the Africa group, which is in New York. So we sit in this very, very unique position. So working for us, we see the work with StatAfrica very complementary, supporting each other. And if you want to compare it to Europe, there's the EU itself, but they also have the Eurostat. The Eurostat would be said to be an equivalent, if we like, of StatAfrica. They coexist because they see that complementarity, and that's how we view it as well from ECA, that there's complementarity between ourselves and the support that we provide to member states through working very closely with the African Union. What are we doing on the protocols? I talked about the harmonization, the strategy for the harmonization of statistics on the continent, the SASHA, which glues all the institutions. That's one area where we get together to be able to harmonize a lot of work there. But also we have various platforms. The CODIG, which is run by the African Union, we have the StatCom. Both of these, when they are held, ECA is at the CODIG meeting. AU comes to a statistical commission, and therefore those platforms allows us again to be able to share information and to leverage on each other's comparative advantage and so forth. So these protocols, including the RECs, for us, we really don't see an issue, but I think perhaps maybe we need to do a little bit more to explain what it actually means in terms of how we work with the RECs, including the African Union. But we don't see it as a competition, but we see it as a complementary to be able to support each other, and in particular, member states of the African Union. The issue about the census, I think that is a big issue, and I think it's going to respond to many others. It is very true that one of the issues that countries are facing and why they have issues to deliver on the census is this new change moving from the traditional way to modern ways of collecting data, which requires acquisition of tablets. And it is not a cheap, because we are doing it for the first time, purchasing of those tablets at the onset looks very expensive, but in the long run, it is cheap, because one, you'll have collected data in a very short possible time and be able to disseminate the data within 3 months. In fact, I know of a country, Tanzania, to be very specific, that were able to produce their data 1 month, 2 weeks. So we are reducing that process. So we are helping countries in that area, but I think the countries, what they need to do in that area is, can they invest a little bit more in data issues, in these new technologies? At ECA, we were trying to set up what we call a data sharing bank, where we've been able to procure 15,000 tablets. We've been able to allow other countries to use those tablets, but also allow those that have conducted the census to put them in this pool to be able to share to others. There are countries like Kenya that were able to donate, after their census, 45,000 tablets, which we were able to distribute through ECA, facilitated that process. As we speak, we are negotiating with Tanzania. We want to go back to Zambia to see if they can give us the tablets after the census to be able to give others that are not able to do that. And I think that is, this Pan-Africanism is actually needed for us to be able to conduct the census. The risk of not doing this, delegates, is that we will have failed the MGDs, in other the 2020 round, the 2010 round. In the 2020 round of census, 48 countries conducted the censuses. We are much more modern now, 10, 20 years later. We are failing to even beat that target for 2020, for 2010. So there is need to invest a little bit more there. ECA, we have developed a tool that allows to be able to monitor, cut down some of the costs in terms of supervision, because you can actually supervise fieldwork from your office without having to go to the field. I think those that have conducted census, I think they can attest to that, that we have cut that cost. We don't have to go into the field because you can monitor through the platform that we've been able to develop in ECA. So Comoros, I think that also talks to the issue that was raised by Egypt. I think we'll look at that study. Eritrea, again, in terms of the skills, I talked about data science. I talked about this regional hub that has been set up. The purpose for those is really to be able to develop the skills. We know that some of the universities have already started conducting data science courses, some of them even at master's level for data science there. Again, the real reason is to be able to provide support. All what we can do at ECS is to direct you or to point you where these kinds of resources could be found to be able to access and improve on the skills that are required in that area. I mean, if you talk to people in Ghana, they will tell you how they did their census and how they've been able, others have been able to go to Ghana to be able to learn those skills. And I think that's something big that needs to be said. Cote d'Ivoire, you raise a very, very good question. Why about harmonization and the lack of data? First of all, at ECA, we do have an ECA database, which I believe really it has been improved to a very large extent, but most of the data that is in that database is harmonized data. In other words, this is data that's harmonized for issues, for purposes of comparability across the continent, across the countries, to be able to be usable. But also we are putting in place what we call national database. In other words, data that goes there in the countries, untempered, is produced as is. But here is the challenge. The challenge we have here is that countries opt to send data to IMF and World Bank and not ECA. So when we want data, we are asking countries, please send us data. It takes us ages to get data, even on prices which we produce on a monthly basis. If there's a date designated to produce an ICP data, but we don't get that data, we really have to follow through. But if IMF requests for that data, it comes like this. So as a result, we are shortchanged. Your own regional institution does not have the data which you are providing other institutions outside. And that's the issue that we have, and I think we've said it several times, that if we can begin to provide the data ECA requires to populate it at the national level, we'll be able to harmonize it, we'll be able to have a place where you can go to and collect the data. We have so far put in place what we call an ECA data price watch. There, I think we have succeeded to a very large extent, perhaps maybe about close to 70% where countries are giving us CPI data on a regular basis. Especially for those that are able to produce their data on their website. We're able to curate it and put it in there. What is lacking at countries is what we call an advanced release calendar. When do they produce the data? So these are challenges that we're having, I think that needs to be addressed at the country level to be able to respond to these issues. So our plea is that please give us the data, the same data that we give to IMF, to World Bank, so that we can also put it in our national ECA database for you to use, and together we're working together with the African Union, but also give us the national data itself, which is based on surveys conducted, on the DHS, on the mix, and so forth, so that we can be able to put it in our database. Now, what would be the mechanism of working between ECA and AU? As I mentioned already, we are working very closely with them, and you heard, I think, from the Deputy Executive Secretary when she talked about the framework. Was it one of my colleagues with the first presentation? The framework that exists, part of that framework allows us to be able to develop a much more comprehensive database, and I'm hoping that at some point we'll be able to present database, because there is already one. It's just an issue of making sure that it's interoperable with with what already exists. Data on SDG data on environment, I might also want to include on climate. And I think the delegate from Cote d'Ivoire is right. This is an area where we are challenged. You will all agree with me, data on climate, most of it is curated from satellites, imagery, because we don't have not yet the capacity to be able to collect data on climate change. We haven't even collected, I don't know of any country that undertook a household survey or a national survey on climate. And these are issues we're discussing at ECA with colleagues in the division responsible for this to help us, first of all, identify the indicators, and if those indicators are measurable, to be able to get data at household level. We know we can get the rest of the data from the satellites, but there's a cost associated with that. Which again, many of our countries are challenged. So it's very true that within the SDGs, there will be definitely by 2030 where we shall not be able to get the data. And I will explain why. The data, for instance, on climate and talk about coastal areas, you cannot expect Rwanda to have data on an indicator or a target on coastal areas because it doesn't sit on the coast. So sometimes when we say there's no data, we forget these factors that countries also have their own priorities. which needs to be aligned. And that's very, very important to align that even to the VNRs, that some of that data will not be available, even at 2030, because of the setting of the particular country. And when you aggregate, it looks like gray, but you have to go deep down to look at the indicators to see that actually, indeed, some of the countries have data. Nigeria, I want to say that we are providing support to Nigeria. I personally led a mission last year where some of the decisions that you may have seen on the Nigeria census was a result of the recommendations that we made, including the number of tablets that require and the assessment of the complete end-to-end process that is required for the census. So we are behind you in conducting the census. We have a team. We have developed already platforms which they are already using in Nigeria, and some of the areas have been harmonized, or in other words, integrated, so that they cannot sit separately together. So we are already there. That's all I can say for Nigeria. We are working with Nigeria. There's sort of very good points that you raise in terms of the collaboration that is required with EC. I think this is one area which has been mentioned. We are working very hard to make sure that we're able to harmonize. We already have tools for harmonization. Harmonization sometimes is understood differently by different people. Here, when we talk about harmonization for us in statistics, we're talking about harmonization of concepts and definition to make sure that when I say this is a bottle of water, it's the same water you're talking about. That it's not a water of 200 mils and a water of 600. So this is why we provide the metadata behind that. So we already work through that, and we have the UN Fundamental Principles of Official Statistics and various other guidelines and manuals that help us to guide the census. So the question that you raise is how can countries be able to acquire this data? First of all, is issue of investment. Can countries put a little bit more and begin to say, well, if we put $1, what does it actually mean in $1 and so forth? But also, leverage on this data, what I call a tablet sharing kind of arrangement, that those who have conducted censuses, can they give to others to be able to provide their census? The academia, the gentleman did not identify himself, just said from academia, very interesting question. I think you may have gone to these places at the wrong time when people were not there. I'm sure they would have given you the data if you had found them. So for ECA, all I can say that the data is available. I think we can provide you the data, what we have, based on your needs. But the issue of enforcing, there is a legislation in every country, a statistical legislation. That legislation, part of it does provide enforcing some of the things they're talking about. But there's a risk. There are very few countries that have enforced that particular legislature in the legislation because of the danger that it will require that if somebody I don't provide it, I'm going to arrest you. You end up getting falsified data. So it is something that you need to negotiate from the beginning with the respondent by assuring that this data that I'm going to collect from you is confidential, it's going to be used for statistical purposes, and then they sort of oblige and provide you the data. Enforcing, we have a statistical charter, an African statistical charter endorsed by heads of statistics in 2009, that also provides for that. But it doesn't say that if a country does not provide data, then they must be sanctioned. And I don't think we'll get to that level because it has consequences if we're to go in that direction. But we hear you. Mr. Academia, but I think this is something that perhaps requires further discussion. Chair, thank you very, very much. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Haddad. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, Eritrea. First comment was on the use of local knowledge. I'm happy to say that our consultants are mostly national consultants. On the issue of budget allocation by region, each region has a budget assigned to it through the sub-regional offices situated in that region. Based on the knowledge of the sub-regional office on what is required, and the regions are funded and the funds are distributed to that region accordingly, of course within the limits of the total available budget. In relations to Côte d'Ivoire question, our travel budget is 1.3 million, not 2. And we use unused tickets are normally refundable to avoid any loss if travel plans change. So this is by the rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, I would like to thank the distinguished delegates who raised the questions and also comments on the presentation of the program plan. So very, very quickly, if I may start with the distinguished delegate of Egypt. So the first question, I'm not sure if I captured well, but it was related to sub-program 2 and the value chain. So, and I think the Executive Secretary may wish to comment on that specific one, but the organization is currently acting on the outcomes of the AU Summit, which was held in Niger in November 20. Oh, sorry. On the industrialization and economic diversification, which was highlighting the priority of working further on the value chain. So I just wanted to repeat a disclaimer that I made at the beginning of my presentation that some of the suggested interventions may have been already covered but not presented because the objective was only to provide a snapshot of the key interventions and the key results that are being included in the program plan. The rest of intervention might also be further described in a more exhaustive way in the annual business plan, because when it comes to the program plan, we are following a specific template. But even said so, some of that work on the value chains is already taking place. Also, with respect to the sub-program on the private sector development and finance, which is also actively involved in that type of work. Regarding your second question about the extra support to countries under water stress, we are indirectly covering that. This is in relation to sub-program 5 when we are talking about the work on the blue economy, because we are looking at the overall water cycle, so which includes not only the oceans, the seas, but also the freshwater basin and the continuum between land to sea. So this is indirectly taken into account, and there will be further work within the framework of the blue economy whenever we are talking about assisting member states in developing policy framework or strategies, and also taking stock of the valuation toolkit which has been developed in order to try to, and this is related to the discussion on data and statistics when it comes to the blue economy and the key sectors, and looking at the different components, the social, environmental component in addition to the economic. We are struggling with availability of relevant data, which would then provide a kind of evidence base for further policy making. So it's indirectly embedded within that work in terms of data on the mapping of the water resources. The TCND had been in the past working on the kind of proposal looking at an atlas of blue economy resources. So it's, I would say, it's already indirectly taken into account within the framework of the blue economy. Maintenant, concernant les commentaires faits par l'honorable délégué de la Guinée, oui, en fait, vous avez soulevé une question très pertinente concernant le nombre excessif de résultats et d'interventions. Mais c'est pour ça que j'avais essayé de parler en introduction du cadre de programmation à moyen terme, allant de 2022 à 2025, qui identifie les 5 transformations clés sur lesquelles reposent également les 3 nouveau pilier d'intervention stratégique. Et lorsque vous parlez des priorités concernant les projets de développement d'infrastructures ou de gouvernance, ils sont déjà inclus non seulement dans le programme de travail donc de plusieurs sous-programmes, mais aussi au sein de ces différents piliers stratégiques et des 5 transformations du cadre de programmation. Mais la CEA, l'organisation elle-même est structurée de telle façon qu'on doit identifier des résultats clés pour l'ensemble des sous-programmes, donc 13, y compris les 5 composantes sous-régionales, et ainsi que les interventions clés qui amèneront à la réalisation de ces résultats. Ensuite, le dernier, je pense que c'est l'honorable délégué du Burundi. Alors, je voulais le rassurer. À nouveau, c'est ce que j'essayais de dire au départ. On n'a pas pu couvrir l'ensemble des interventions donc, de la CEA puisque le programme de travail ne reflète qu'une partie. Mais concernant donc, les questions de migration, et vous avez parlé de la main-d'œuvre, des flux donc, de personnes au travers des frontières pays limitrophes et autres. Il y a déjà des activités qui sont mises en œuvre concernant le protocole donc, relatif à la libre circulation des personnes dans le cadre de la ZLECAF. Donc, et cela couvre les 5 sous-régions du continent, donc y compris l'Afrique de l'Est. Donc je voulais juste vous rassurer à ce sujet. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. May I now invite the Executive Secretary to make his comments?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We're really very, very grateful to you, honorable delegates, for your feedback, your advice, and your comments. This is indeed what we want this session of the Commission to be about. It's your Commission, and we appreciate highly what you say about ourselves. First, I agree 100% with the honorable delegate from Lesotho that data and statistics are tools for development, but they are equally tools to control narratives and the perceptions about the continent. For example, when we are discussing credit ratings and why is it that Africa is always rated very lowly, some of it is indeed because of the perceptions about the continent. So the more we can project the right image about Africa which is evidence-based, supported by relevant data, then the perception will certainly change. So the idea that we only utilize World Bank data, I think it's not the correct one. Many of the narratives that inform global discourse today were part and parcel of the studies that we've done at ECA. For example, the conversation on illicit financial flows was a result of the famous Thabo Mbeki task force, which we facilitated, which came up, I would say, for the first time with the number of $50 billion a year, which represented the illicit financial flows at that time when we started this study. And that has now been picked up. Now we are talking of $88, $90 billion a year. So information, data, knowledge, and narratives are part of that continuum, and that's how we have to see that. For example, now we are saying that if we manage to sell our carbon credit at $120 per ton of CO2 sequestrated, we can generate $82 billion a year. That's the narrative that they're putting out there, and that is much higher than the official development assistance. That's what data is saying. When we're saying that DRC is a much more globally competitive investment destination for the production of battery precursors than America, China, and Poland, that's the data they've put out there that now is informing geostrategic movements and quoting of DRC. So data is indeed important, and we are appealing through this platform today that we invest together more in generating that data and making it available. If we, I agree, a little bit on what Oliver said about confidentiality, but the power of data lies in our ability to share it. And today's with new technology, with artificial intelligence and so on, we can triangulate that data to produce information, knowledge, and much more, including, of course, what I started with, which is controlling the narrative. And we need to control the narrative. I mean, with a population of 1.5 billion people, 2.5 billion by 2050, we need to be able to control the narrative and to project the continent as the continent of opportunity. The continent is at the center of those global transitions that inform the rest of the world today and tomorrow. So that's what is at stake today. And so, therefore, I fully support the call for us to invest more on data. I mean, when we provide ministers of finance, and some of you, of course, come from the ministers of finance, with data that proves that $1 invested in sector A generates 10 or 7% more return, of course, the ministers of finance will put money in that particular sector. So we need more of that. Evidence-based information can move decisions, can move budget allocations, and that's how we can see, and we should see all of these conversations that we're having today. The second is about the business model, my comment on the business model. I think we're very, very pleased that all of you are saying that business as usual does not function, it will not function. I think the reference to, the gentleman from the academia, representing the academia, about some of the things that have been part of our conversations in the last 60 or so years, is indeed partly true. From the Lagos Plan of Action, from Kwame Nkrumah, we've been talking about industrialization, that Africa needs to industrialize, needs to add value to its resources. Why is it that it's not happening? As we said at the beginning of this conference, one thing must lead to another. We need to connect the dots. We need to understand how to translate visions and strategies into action on the ground. A lot of people have said that the problem of Africa is not the lack of visions or strategies, it's implementation. And we've said it here today also during this conference and these last 2 days. So let's invest together into the implementation. Let's articulate exactly what is needed for us to move from A to B. And that is where this collaboration, these new business models are key. Those are the conversations that we're having also internally about ECA. We are now talking about, and your point about the sub-programs, Honorable Délégué de Côte d'Ivoire. Yes, the sub-programs are there, but they are just an organizational, let's say, structure that we put to it. We are talking about ECA without borders. And some of our last investments now in identifying those tracks are indeed for us to come together from the headquarters to our sub-regional office and also at the country level. We are talking about horizontal and vertical integration. Horizontal of the UN systems in general, vertical towards our UN counter teams, horizontal within ECA, all of our divisions and the sub-regional offices. But we need sub-regional offices because they are first port of call that respond better to the needs and priorities of our member states. That's why our sub-regional offices have areas of specialization. And those areas of specialization have been informed, indeed, because of those narratives. Let me pick Central Africa. I was there, from 2016 to 2051. No, sorry, to 2021. And when I arrived there, this was just immediately after the region had suffered a major structural problem because of the drop in commodity prices. 2014, there was, oil prices went down. And of course, that created a major macroeconomic instability. The IMFs of this world came and suggested quite rightly that it was important to restore immediately macroeconomic stability as a short-term measure. We as ECA came and said, yes, indeed, it's important, but will not address the structural problems compounding the region, which was excessive dependence on the export of raw materials, a conversation that we are having today. As a result, we've promoted the so-called Douala Consensus on economic diversification as a response to that problem, reducing that dependence on the export of commodities because when booms and busts and so on and so forth. That's why that particular office is specialized on economic diversification issues. However, as part of the ECAs Without Border, the expertise that will be developed in that particular office will be available for the rest of the continent. The same applies, for example, with our office in North Africa. This is specialized on employment and skills, immediately, as I would say, as a response to the Arab Springs, some of which some argue that was a result because of the fact of the youth could not have access to employment and so on. Our office for West Africa is specialized in population dynamics, a major issue that can enable us to claim the demographic dividends or otherwise if we do not make investments to make that capital, human capital, a capital that supports our structural transformation. All of those expertise, again, is available to the rest of ECA and to the rest of the UN system. So those are the kinds of models that we really need to start implementing much more. We are discussing internally how to indeed create that ECA Without Borders, and of course, the RCP Without Borders. So Daya made reference to the SDG accelerators. I think this is a conversation that have started, I would say, about 5 years ago, when countries were faced with the problem of trying to implement 17 SDGs at the same time. So a conversation then started, how can we group these SDGs in clusters that make sense? And a couple of those transformations have to do, for example, with population dynamics. So you'll have a couple of those social SDGs grouped together. Energy transitions, electrification of transport systems, and so on and so forth. Look at some of the foresight analysis done by Auda Nepad, where they pay the path to 2063. You will see that there are a couple of transformations that have been identified. So we are incorporating all of that, that information as a basis to identify how we can make groupings to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs. That dialogue with the SDGs, that dialogue with the 2063 agenda is necessary because otherwise, as we said from the beginning, business as usual will not be possible. We need to be able to cluster. For example, the point about countries. Internally, we had identified what we call the countries of focus, which was an exercise to try and again bring the entire machinery that ECA represents to support countries. It's work in progress. I think we need to engage that conversation even further to identify what are the growth poles across the continent that can sustain the emergence and accelerate the emergence of regional value chains. And perhaps that's where we can concentrate initially our efforts with a view to creating those economies of scale, creating those transformations that then hopefully will trigger a change across those development corridors and so on. It's an exercise where we need your feedback. We need, those peer learning groups where we come together to discussing those opportunities. So this is just to say that your feedback is absolutely important. We take note of that, and we want you to continue to criticize us, with an open, frank conversation, because it's only through that we'll be able to be the commission that serve you better. On the African Union, again, we've said this is work in progress. All of us recognize that the enormity and the complexity of the challenge that you're faced with today requires all of us. Said earlier made reference that every hand has to be whatever on the deck, the right expression, and I think it's time for us to eat lunch. That's why my energies are going down. But notwithstanding, the key message here is that we need a model indeed that brings all of us together, that recognizes what are our different comparative advantages and competitive advantages. And we profile the opportunities. I like the point that was made earlier about the need for us, for example, to focus our country profiles on poverty and inequity. I think that might have come from Egypt, if I'm not mistaken. I think we need more of those profiles. profiles that will identify where are the opportunities, growth diagnostic studies. In the past, we used to do something called STEPS. STEPS is to try and evaluate the state of structural transformation on the continent. Those STEPS profiles had something called product space analysis that tells us where should we concentrate our efforts. Basically, the argument is whatever you're producing today will enable you to go to higher levels of productivity and competitivity. All of those pieces of information needs to be brought together. The ILO has a toolkit called the Skills for Trade and Economic Diversification that enables us to answer one major systems failure that we have in our countries, which is a lack of alignment between the supply of all our education systems with our market needs. Can we bring all of those tools together? Doesn't matter who has the specialty, who has the competence to do that. The important is we bring all of that thing as part of the data that we need to control the narrative, to control our own development. Thank you very much.
May I take this opportunity to express my deepest appreciation to the Acting Executive Secretary, to Mr. Chinganya, Mr. Haddad, and Daya for brilliant engagement on these issues, and to all of you for engaging substantively, for not walking out for bathroom breaks, and really for being in the zone. For me, what I take from this process really is the commitment from the Commission to engage with all of us on all that is necessary, to ensure that we achieve the vision for which we intend to. But most importantly is for all of us to move from vision to action in a timely manner. This is very important. The other one is the role of data. And I think the point has been made. You could see from the debate that it generated on the floor, the importance of data. And I think the best way to do this is to demonstrate, and I think he has done it, to demonstrate the, what did you call it? The value that you generate with $1 that you invest. This is important. I know the point made by Egypt. I take the point. For us, what is important when we're making decisions is to demonstrate what are we getting out of the investment? What's the return on investment? I think the point has been made. And I like the distinction that you made to clarify for the question that I raised with regard to digital data in relation to the fourth industrial revolution. This is a space that many people are not paying attention to. Our friends on the other side who are the first movers have made gigantic steps towards that end and are actually moving to write rules and regulations to govern the space. I am so happy to be here to listen to all of you, and I think without wasting your time, I am told the ES has an announcement to make, followed by George, and then we'll break for lunch. The ES, you have the floor.
Thank you very much.
I'll give you the floor after the break. No. After the lunch. Now I want to break for lunch. It's a point of order? Ah, ok.
Voilà, la traduction ne passe pas. Et lorsque ça passe, ça fait 5 minutes, ça zoome, ça ne passe pas bien.
Okay.
La traduction.
May I request?
Voilà. C'est juste une motion, voilà. Il faut que je ne sais pas si les traducteurs sont fatigués, mais voilà. Peut-être qu'ils sont fatigués, qu'ils ont faim aussi.
Merci. May I request George Hanlith is the conferencing people, so we don't have this problem in the subsequent sessions that we will have. I thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was going to say that before we go to lunch, we want to inaugurate our knowledge fair. This is, I think, part of our effort to try and make the Commission, your Commission, to enable our content owners, our colleagues that are behind the work that we do to engage with you. So we have an exhibition in the lounge, just out when we go out from this room, where you will see a little bit, just a sample of what ECA generates as knowledge. Now, so this is just to invite you to the inauguration of this knowledge fair. We have started this tradition this year. We've created what we call the ECA Expo, and the ECA Expo was indeed an effort to socialize the knowledge that we create to enable our experts from across our house, the sub-regional offices and the divisions here, to tell the story that they are behind. So I don't know, just 10 minutes as we go for lunch, please. Otherwise, I mean, the exhibitions are there, I mean, in your fair time, but you made a comment, you don't want anyone to leave this place to go to the bathroom, so, so that we engage continuously in the debate. But the knowledge is there, fair is there, so your comments, your observations also on some of our knowledge products will very much be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. George, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished delegates, we are already 3 hours behind schedule, and we have plenty of ground to cover. We have 5 different presentations after lunch, and we must try to cover these presentations so that tomorrow will be dedicated to the consideration of the report of the committee. So therefore, I suggest that we keep lunch to exactly 1 hour, which means in addition to the exhibition of 10 to 15 minutes, we should be back here in the room at 4:15 prompt. So I kindly request your indulgence that we keep to time. Thank you very much. Bon appetit.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. May I call this meeting to order? May I invite George to give us some housekeeping issues? George, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a good lunch and ready to go because we will have a long day ahead of us, as I said earlier. So just a couple of housekeeping matters to be aware of. First, let me apologize on behalf of the Secretariat for that rather erratic internet we had in the first half of our session, which caused the problems that we had with interpretation in some of the languages. We sincerely apologize for that. That problem has now been fixed, and our deliberations can proceed. We hope it doesn't happen again. But even if it does, we have a dedicated IT team, very capable, to help us address the issue as it occurs. The second point I wanted to make is that, in the interest of time, we won't have a coffee break this afternoon. However, we have coffee and tea served in the corridors there, the same place where you had it this morning. So colleagues can feel free to walk there at any time, up to 5 p.m. today, to get a cup of coffee or tea at any time they want. Thirdly, we are very soon going to post on the Paper Smart portal the evaluation forms or the questionnaire for this meeting to get your feedback and views about the organization and all the other logistical issues, and your feedback would be very much welcomed. In addition to that, there will be spot interviews by our communications team. So be ready that you could be approached at any time as you walk out into the corridors to have spot interviews. So please cooperate and give us your feedback, which will be highly valued. Finally, for the consideration of the report of the Committee of Experts tomorrow, there will be 12 draft resolutions, which will also be posted on the Paper Smart portal today. For you to be able to access those 12 draft resolutions, review them way beforehand, so that it will make the consideration and adoption of those resolutions very swift tomorrow, so that we don't have to spend too much time on them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, George. We continue our consideration of item 6. We will now go to the next two statutory issues. There will be two presentations in this session. The first presentation is on the report of the meeting of the first session of the Committee of Economic Governance. It will be delivered by Mr. Adam El-Hiraika. This will be followed by a presentation on the meetings of the Intergovernmental Committee of Senior Officials and Experts and the Sub-Regional Dialogues on the theme by Ms. Eunice Kamwendo, Director of the Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa, and Ms. Susanna Szydrowski, Director for Sub-Regional Office for North Africa. Mr. El-Hiraika, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a very, very short presentation. We just wish to brief you on the first meeting of the Committee on Economic Governance, which was held last year in April 2022. This is one of the thematic committees of ECA, And we this committee was established to advise ECA on issues of economic governance. During the first session, the committee focused on election of the Bureau, and together with the Secretariat of the committee, the Bureau will coordinate the work of the committee. The Bureau has representatives from Algeria, Cameroon, Ethiopia, Ghana, Lesotho, and the committee reviews and endorsed the 2022-2023 program of work of the division that works on economic governance. And this is the macroeconomics and governance division of ECA. And our governance program is part of the program of this division, which includes development planning, macroeconomic analysis, and economic governance and public finance. So very briefly, this division supports the achievements of Africa's development agenda through development planning, macroeconomic policy analysis, and governance and public finance. Like other divisions of ECA, we do analytical work, and we do technical support, capacity building through direct demand-based support to member states, and we also organized workshops and provide advisory service to member states. Very briefly, just to give you an idea of where our work on economic governance fits, the work of the section on macroeconomic analysis focuses on providing macroeconomic forecast and analytical work on growth and related variables. We also focus on issues like debt and taxation. And in addition to our analytical work, this section provides advisory services to member states on emerging macroeconomic issues. The key knowledge products here are the Africa Quarterly Economic Performance and Outlook, an economic report on Africa. The other section, which is development planning section, works on integrating national planning and reporting toolkits in Africa with the overall objective of improving capacity in development planning for sustainable development and structural transformation in Africa. They have been very busy all the time, actually, working on the what we call IPRT, integrated planning tool that helps countries integrate national development plans with Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. And also, this section works on LDCs, and the key knowledge product is Africa Sustainable Development Goals Report. The main section that is responsible for economic governance and public finance works on a number of areas, aims at enhancing capacity of member states to mobilize public resources and improve economic governance architecture. One of the issues that this section works on are curbing illicit financial flows in Africa, and also works on integrated national financing framework. I think you are all aware of this framework. And the key knowledge product produced by this section is the Economic Governance Report on Africa. So in short, the Economic Governance Committee noted the following. It's noted that the timeliness and the importance of economic governance discourse in Africa. And actually, if we have time, of course, Mr. Chair, this is an issue for your guidance and for your suggestions. We only focus on economic governance, but we know for sure that issues of governance are now re-emerging in Africa. Issues of political governance, issues of corporate governance, these are big issues today in Africa and affecting how the continent really performs economically. So the committee also noticed that peer learning is important and that there is an opportunity to focus on implementation of recommendations and sharing of experiences through these meetings. So we will be organizing meetings for this committee annually. And participants noticed the progress made in aligning development plans, national development plans with SDGs and Agenda 2063. So far, we covered our 27 countries, and we plan to cover more countries this year and next year. So finally, the committee took note of the multifaceted global crises, the triple crises, and how they impact Africa, and the importance of the work we are doing here in this division to help African countries how to come together to address global crises like this. And economic report on Africa 2024 will be devoted, 2023 will be devoted to the issue of global crises and how to respond to them at country level, at regional level, and at global level. With this, I would like to end my presentation, hoping that you will provide suggestions to us on our work on economic governance or any related issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. May I now invite Ms. Kamwendo to deliver her presentation?
Thank you so much, Chair, and good afternoon, distinguished delegates. A pleasure for me to stand here this afternoon to make the presentation on behalf of the sub-regional offices. I will be making a presentation for all of the five, on behalf of all the five sub-regional offices. I know that I will have to run very quickly through it because it's the presentation itself in its entirety covers the five. But because we have limited time, I'll try to stick to the key issues and raise the key issues that came out of the discussions of all of those sub-regional discussions. Just to reintroduce, and I'm hoping that this works. Just to, okay, good. All right. Just to reintroduce the sub-regional offices as well, they cover, and you can see on the map, 5 of them starting with North Africa, and I'm happy that I don't have to spend a lot of time on this because in the previous, just before we broke up for lunch, we had the ES that spoke a lot also to the specialization of each of those sub-regional offices. But you can see very quickly North Africa and the countries that it covers. I'm focusing specifically on skill innovation and competitiveness for jobs. West Africa has a large number of countries, I think about 15, focusing again on demographic dynamics for development. Central Africa, about 9 or 10 countries, very focused on economic diversification. Eastern Africa, I think a large number of countries on regional integration, trade, tourism, and blue economy. And last, by no means no least, is the one that I cover, which is Southern Africa, and our focus is on inclusive industrialization. So, as you all know, and you have been engaged a lot in terms of the intergovernmental committees of senior experts and officials meetings, these are annual meetings that we all hold at the sub-regional level with specific purposes. And part of those purposes, of course, is so that we can also engage with the Bureau, and which is almost like a board, that help us in terms of our programming. So looking at what we have achieved that year, what we will achieve in the following year, as well as looking at the socioeconomic conditions in all the sub-regional offices. But what is also very good, and of course in all of that, we do tackle issues of SDGs and others, and we have quite specific thematic discussions as well. Again, picking on a lot of the topical issues that we pick up within the sub-region. So each year when we have the ICSOEs, we are guided by quite relevant and topical issues affecting the regions for most of the time. So starting with our own, the one that we had for Southern Africa, ICSOE, we had it in Maputo, Mozambique, hybrid, of course, both physical, but we also had a lot of participation from online, and the countries, of course, our member states, I think except one, which was South Africa, that didn't attend, but we had all the rest of our member states present. We also had a lot of the RECs that we deal with in the sub-region, SADC, COMESA, AU, the AU Southern African Office, the UN, and so on, that were also in attendance, including private sector, NGOs, academia, and so on. The theme of our ICSOE was on greening industrialization, noting, of course, if you look at the sub-region, that it is one, and I know that climate change affects all, but we have peculiar challenges for Southern Africa, but at the same time noting the high levels of inequality and poverty and the need to industrialize, but doing so more inclusively was quite key. Therefore, the discussion was around how do we advance the inclusive industrialization agenda, but in a green way. Major discussions were, again, around very focused on the theme, greening industrialization, and some of the issues that we were picking up from yesterday and today on digitalization, infrastructure, and of course, regional integration was quite key. The issue around leveraging the implementation of AFCFTA, climate change, of course, as one of the drivers that we had to deliberate and speak about, as well as the development of regional value chains. A lot of the issues that were raised, and you will see a common thread for a lot of them, were issues of slow recovery from COVID-19, but also looking at the Russia-Ukraine crisis and the fallout from that. A lot of issues was also around, if you look within the sub-region for COMESA or SADC, they are actually quite clear industrialization strategies at a regional level, but I think the uptake was the main challenge, and as well as harmonization and ensuring that there is alignment between national to regional industrialization policies. And waste management was another. Clean energy, you cannot industrialize for a lot of what we're trying to do, whether it's value addition, without energy, I think quite key and quite agreeable to all. Climate change we already spoke to. Supportive infrastructure was also one that was key. Energy, transport, I think was spoken a lot to this morning as well. And of course, making sure that we're anchoring the AFCFTA for accelerated inclusive industrialization. The recommendations, the main recommendations were basically, if you look at the main issues that were raised, it's basically a flip side of that in terms of what member states should need to focus on. Alignment, again, like I spoke to, between national to regional policies, creation of platforms for private sector, because we also realize that issues to do with industrialization, inclusive industrialization in this sense, does need a lot of involvement of private sector, and it is the private sector that will implement a lot of this, so platform for that, as well as ensuring that supportive infrastructure is there and really building on PIDA 2, as well as, on the climate side, a lot more focus on climate-proof agriculture, food security, and the acceleration of regional integration and implementation more of AFCFTA strategies, because for Southern Africa and for others, I think we've done really well in terms of developing national strategies, but I think the issue now is, implementing and taking that forward. So the second ICSOE that I'll talk to about was the one from Eastern Africa. And this year, or last year, was actually an innovation because it was the first time that this was jointly held with another sub-regional office. So they did a joint meeting with Central Africa office, and that took place in Seychelles. So you will see, I will still present kind of separate because both of them were able to tackle two themes, but in one meeting. So for East Africa, it was more on strengthening resilience, economic growth, and diversification in the context of instability and global shocks. And a lot of that theme picks a lot from the Eastern African specialization as well. So the countries that were in attendance were that you can see, and I think one thing that I had mentioned also, remember, was that this is where we engage with the bureaus, we elect bureaus, and the bureau for East Africa for this year is Seychelles as chair, Vice Chair Burundi, and Rapporteur as Ethiopia. I forgot to mention in mine, the current chair is Mozambique, with the Vice Chair Botswana, and the Rapporteur Angola. So major issues of discussions around that theme for Eastern Africa were really focused on innovative financing for Eastern Africa, and looking a lot more into issues of financial technology, digitalization, and so on, and how all of that can accelerate a lot of the efforts that they're actually currently engaged in. Implementation of AFCFTA, again, very much featured, as well as, of course, fostering economic diversification through the tourism sector. East Africa is one of those that has a very strong tourism base, and they're seeing how they can expand that, looking both at domestic, regional tourism, but also internally, including urban, within countries, urban and rural as well. So the issues that were raised there very much, again, focused on some of the key issues that I've already spoken about in terms of innovative financing, focusing on AFCFTA enablers, particularly focusing on the participation of women and youth under the AFCFTA, transport and logistics infrastructure, again, issues that were mentioned much earlier, and of course, the development of relevant Africa trade exchange as well to ensure that the AFCFTA is moving. Again, finally, in terms of the issue, the diversification of the tourism sector, I think I've spoken to that about, and the main recommendations from that particular discussion was member states seeking agreeing to establish a regulatory framework for innovative finance. Again, a lot of the digital issues there. Capacity building for women and youth on AFCFTA, very much needed. And I think for a lot of the sub-regions, this is a shared need, as well as, of course, raising awareness on tourism, the capacity that needs to be developed in tourism and diversification of the tourism sector. Going on to Central Africa, like I said, again, jointly, this is a joint one, which is they did held together with Eastern African sub-region. The theme is almost the same, slight differences, but strengthening resilience, economic growth, and diversification, because if you recall from the initial map, the focus of the Central African office is really on economic diversification, mostly on economic diversification. So special focus on special economic zones, innovative financing, tourism, and of course, AFCFTA. You will see in attendance, and I won't go through each of the countries. Like I said, I'm literally running through this presentation, but they do have their bureau now, with the chair being Gabon, vice chair Cameroon, and rapporteur Chad. The major discussions from their particular perspective were really around policies for strengthening resilience in post-COVID-19 context in the face of the Russia and Ukraine crisis. challenges and opportunity of special economic zones. Again, I think DES and a few others have also touched on this in terms of, looking at a new generation of special economic zones and how we can really support the economic diversification efforts, innovative development financing and tourism, as well as harnessing natural capital to finance industrialization, as well as leveraging AFCFTA. So you will see, even though we are at sub-regional discussion 3 only running thread already, if you look at how we are all viewing FCFTA as an anchor to a lot of the work that we will be doing. I will jump in terms of the major issues to the main recommendations, where member states called ECA and partners to accelerate structural reforms to diversify away from primary commodities. And if you look at Central Africa, I think they have a challenge, which is both a blessing but also a challenge, in that they're also quite rich in natural resources, and I think there hasn't been a lot of diversification. A lot of work that we've already started doing is going into seeing how we can help countries to diversify. One example there was the battery initiative that was spoken to between Zambia and DRC, but then there are others as well. Issues of financial inclusion, very important, especially if we're going to bring in women and youth, of course, and a lot of those that are not banked, quite key. Promotion of special economic zones and identifying high potential value chains was also quite key. And establishment of consortia on natural capital to mobilize the necessary resources, building member states' capacities in the use of tourism satellite accounts, as well as accelerating the implementation of AFCFTA. For West Africa, another innovation. So in all of this, it was only Southern Africa that held the meeting by itself, but the rest of the sub-region had joint meetings. For West Africa, they did theirs jointly with the sub-regional office in North Africa. And the theme that they had was food and energy security in North and West Africa in the context of multiple crises. You will see the level of participation from countries as well as institutions and partners. For West Africa, the bureau that they have currently, they have chairs Ghana, vice chair Benin, and rapporteur the Gambia. So major issues of discussion for this joint meeting were around food and energy security in West Africa, and I would say / North Africa, but also the evolution of economic social situation in West Africa. Like I also mentioned before, this is standard for all of the meetings that we have to do in looking into the social and economic conditions. Particular challenge, I think, to both sub-regions is the challenges of illegal or irregular migration, as well as the review of agreed agendas, development agendas and initiatives such as the SDGs, as well as strengthening regional integration and inclusive sustainable development. I will also jump, but we can always come back to some of these issues because, like I said, a lot of the major issues that were observed and raised are the ones that actually inform the recommendations. So if you don't mind, with your indulgence, I will do that, and I'll speak to what was raised and therefore what was recommended. The committee recommended the need to strengthen intra-African triangular cooperation and digitalization of economies to mobilize financing and share technologies to strengthen food security and energy supply. Another recommendation was the acceleration of the development of cold chains, because remember, we're talking about food security here and food availability and so on, in order to reduce food loss and waste in consumption. So really looking at infrastructure issues, supportive infrastructure to that big food security agenda. Alignment, again, of development plans with SDGs, Agenda 2063, and for West Africa, ECOWAS Vision 2050 was also recommended, as well as taking actions at the sub-regional level in focusing, increasing investment in energy generation, transport, and distribution in the sub-region. Again, if you look at West Africa, I think this is one sub-region that is also blessed a lot with natural resources to generate energy, but I think the investments there, that's where the gap is. Finally, issues around strengthen the capacity of countries to capture demographic dividend. I think, again, that was seen as a gap and something that the sub-region needs to work around. Finally, the meeting of ICSOE for North Africa, again, joint, and I'm saying joint, but important to also present them in their own right, was the theme is the same as West Africa, food and energy security in North and West Africa amid multiple crises. And this was in Marrakesh, Morocco. Those from the North African side, you can see the countries that were in attendance, as well as the institutions and partners that made the meeting. In terms of their bureau, right now, the chair is Mauritania, the vice chair is Morocco, and the rapporteur is Sudan. So major topics, again, right to the theme was more on food and energy security in the region, especially with cascading crises, resilience, sustainability. They did look at the economic and social and climate conditions as well in North Africa. And of course, the progress on implementation of regional and international development agendas with a special focus on SDG 12, which is the one on responsible consumption and production. And of course, the rest were statutory matters. I will, for North Africa, focus a little bit on the major issues raised because, just listening to the conversations in the morning, I did hear quite a bit that was reflected in this discussion. Food security, of course, but not only looking at food security at a sub-regional level, but also picking those countries that are laggards, and in this case, real challenges in Mauritania and Sudan. The water insecurity issue that was spoken to by Egypt in North Africa, and I think if you look at the continental level, North Africa, according to the reports, is the most stressed in terms of water resources, and I think something that we really do need to think about if we're then looking and building the bridges between water security but also food security. Political will in addressing the multiple crises of food, fuel, fluctuation, fanatism, and the fear in the region. Again, perhaps quite slightly different from the rest there. And the high levels of poverty and low levels of employment. And that's why the sub-regional office in North Africa is quite focused in terms of employment, SMEs, and so on, because this is quite, continues to be quite a challenge. As well as issues around debt restructuring and all the issues in terms of lack of fiscal space, rising debt burdens, and so on. And finally, on issues around adequate governance. The main recommendations from North Africa's perspective was the need to invest in local food production to reduce the import. And I think this is not only for North Africa, I think for the rest of Africa. I can't believe that us, where we are in Southern Africa, we're quite dependent on Russia and Ukraine on grains and the rest of it. So it actually cuts across the continent, the need to build cereal stocks at the national level for buffers, strengthening the role of producers in the supply of fertilizers of farmers, and facilitate their access with particular attention to small farmers. Again, something that would be good for Africa, because we also saw when we're doing the analysis, when Russia and Ukraine crisis hit, we did see that some of those fertilizers are actually coming from North Africa. And I think, again, if we're able to enhance that supply and trading within ourselves even much better for the AFCFTA. The need to encourage diversification of energy sources through the increasing of private sector investments. Again, a running theme for most. And member states had a few also pointed asks in terms of structural reforms and transformation, focusing a lot more on improving SMEs' competitiveness, strengthening women's financial autonomy, and also providing complementary infrastructure to support development in North Africa. Some of these are a bit of repetition, but let me speak to two, which are continued recommendations. One on expanding the support of domestic resource mobilization. I think we've heard this a lot more. I mean, again, yes, North Africa, but I think across the board applies. But also expanding the migration framework for North Africa. I think this is a real challenge that they felt they needed a lot of action on there. So the final slide is really on a lot of the work that we have done. And without going into the details, I just want to mention just the big ticket items in terms of the support that we're providing as sub-regional officers. You would see a lot of work on AFCFTA. I mentioned before, I think a lot of the first level or layer of work was around national development strategies of AFCFTA strategies. I think there's a push and a clear ask to move into implementation. So I think we'll continue on that path and making sure that we are continuing to support countries. And alongside that is also areas where we are focusing on value chain development. A lot has been spoken to, not only today, but I think yesterday, the value chains in terms of the battery value chain initiative, the agro-industrial parks, DR Congo in terms of developing special economic zones, and there's quite a lot, especially from Central Africa in that, as well as supporting the domestication of regional frameworks. So both ECOWAS, SADC had spoken to, COMESA in some space. The analytical and planning tools, again, a lot of colleagues have spoken to. We do this a lot with the collaboration of the other divisions, of course, from here, from headquarters, and IPRT. Adam just spoke to it just now. It's the integrated planning reporting tool, which we continue to do, and I think we've done quite a lot in terms of the countries. But I do not want to really dwell. Maybe we'll leave this here. Like I said, I was given a tight schedule, 15 minutes. I'm hoping that I've done justice to represent what all the 5 discussions had, but to end by saying that if you were following in terms of all of the recommendations, the discussions, and everything else, there are a few running themes, and I was able to pick up about 5. So one was the issue of recovery. I think that's what everybody in all of the discussions were able to speak to. Issues of financing, lack of fiscal space, including innovative financing. Again, a lot of it we're actually recognizing that we cannot move without financing, alignment, harmonization, alignment of policies. Climate change, a big issue. Supportive infrastructure with energy, transport, logistics, and so on, I think quite key to our work, FCFT and regional integration, as well as capacity building. I will like to end there, Chair, but just to, in terms of when we have the discussion, I know that all my colleagues in the 5 or 4 sub-regional offices are here, so they will be able to speak a lot more to the other issues in case I haven't done justice to the richness of the discussions that they had. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now invite Ms. Shridrovsky to deliver her presentation?
So just like my predecessor, I'm very happy to be here and present on behalf of the sub-regional offices. And the purpose here is to inform about the policy dialogue and the main messages that we had in the 5 sub-regions. So the theme of the dialogue was fostering recovery and transformation, just as well, and to reduce inequalities and vulnerabilities, just as is of this meeting. So first, it's a brief presentation actually. But let me just tell you the outline. So first, we look at objectives of these dialogues and participants. Then also on some observations on inequality and vulnerability in Africa, and then on the key policy messages. So there were 3 main objectives of these dialogues. First of all, to engage with our stakeholders, with our partners, and to hear their views and preferences on this important topic, but also to present our views and then have a discussion. Then also to introduce this topic, and in particular, what are some of the constraints and opportunities in reaching this. And then finally, also to identify measures and some new ideas with which the participants and also us, would come already prepared to this meeting. So let me just briefly tell you about when did these dialogues took place, what were the exact themes, and then the stakeholders. So the stakeholders were very broad. First of all, our member countries, the regional economic commissions, United Nations system, other international organizations, but also academia, think tank, business associations for both women and youth. As far as participants, I think in East Africa and West Africa, they had particularly high numbers, around 100, or actually in West Africa, around 110 participants. And in the case of the other 3 sub-regional offices, we had about 50 participants online. As far as the date, Southern Africa did it earliest. It did so in February, but the other 4 offices did it in March, actually right in the run-up to the International Women's Day, and that actually a bit influenced the topics. So when it comes to Central Africa and our office, Northern Africa, we had a specific focus on the gender issue, and the Central Africa did so for the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and how to make it accessible to women so women can benefit as well. So this agreement does not actually even increase the existing inequalities. And in the case of our office, we had 2 dialogues. One of them was on skills, but there again we took gender perspective partly. But the other dialogue was actually specifically on female entrepreneurship in North Africa. So just maybe very quickly, this was already discussed, but I just wanted to present few facts. So the poverty issue was raised already, so I will not go there. But on the inequality, again, this was said yesterday. The income inequality is really disproportionately located in Africa. More than 50% of the extremely poor live on African continent, and of course, Africa's share in global population is much less. Then also Africa is actually, first of all, poorest continent, but also second most unequal when we look at it from the point of view of Gini coefficients. And when we look at it from the point of view of the highest 20% and how much income they get, it was actually prior to COVID the most unequal continent. So that's about the inequality within countries. And of course, there are huge differences across the continent, so there is also major inequality between countries. And COVID has really exacerbated the second one between countries, because some countries had a very good access to vaccine, like Morocco and rates, and others, and that, of course, impacted the speed of recovery. And then just very quickly, there are, of course, many other types of inequalities, wealth, but the gender inequality that I already mentioned, access to vaccine, and the digital divide. And then just about vulnerability, so we actually took, to summarize the very broad policy recommendations and across 5 regions, we are looking a little bit more at the mega trends which are generating vulnerabilities of their own. So the climate change, of course, Africa is the most impacted, but because of the activities, but also because of the adaptation capacity. And the technological progress is complicated or more complex in Africa because it still has a growing population, so being replaced is not something that's looked forward to. So this is a similar map that Eunice presented, but here I actually wanted to highlight the key policy messages from each region, and we go in a clockwise direction. So we start with Eastern Africa and macro, and there the focus is on the expanding the fiscal space. And again, that was discussed yesterday. So both the debt sustainability and revenue mobilization, but also the taxation. And I think the Deputy Executive Secretary also emphasized that the importance of the progressive taxation. So it's not only about generating revenues, but also about social justice. And here, it is actually was at these sub-regional dialogues a bit less pronounced, but very important is actually the global justice and tapping into global resources, because none of these major crises are of Africa's making. So pretty much since global financial crisis, Africa is being hit by crises it did not create. And probably some of them are so major that it cannot even always generate the resources to address them. Then the other topic is very much discussed here, and it's a game changer, the African Continental Trade Free Agreement. And then we move to the latter part, and then we are looking a little bit at the marginalized groups in Africa. So we're going from macro to structural to micro. So we have the AFCFTA, and again, in particular, how has it impacted women and youth, and how can they benefit from this opportunity? Then West Africa, by nature of its focus, has had some policy recommendations on how to incorporate women and youth into benefiting from the demographic dividend. That is, of course, done through human capital, skills, health, and creation of decent jobs. And then North Africa, we focused on support of female entrepreneurs, and in particular the digital skills, which seems to be also in line with what was presented by Daya on the focus of the gender and social policy division, and then more broadly on private sector and green transition. Then we picked the questions of the team and what were some of the key messages. So first of all, how can the macro policies be more inclusive and support inclusive and just recovery? So first of all, again mentioned yesterday, very important is that this enters national development plans. Morocco is a very good example there. It has a new development model, and this goal of social justice and equality is right there on the top. And Morocco is actually doing a lot of efforts in this direction. But here are some other countries are mentioned: Malawi, South Africa, maybe not mentioned here, Niger. But other countries perhaps can incorporate more. So then other very important policy recommendation is focus on the job-intensive sectors, but focus on the productivity, so they actually become decent jobs. So productivity is linked to skills and salaries. And then again, back to the fiscal policy, fair tax system, which in some countries will actually be fair subsidies, and progressive, and also focus on efficient spending. Then the other question we focused on, how can the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, Free Trade Area Agreement can be utilized? And here I'm just trying to point out a few things which were not mentioned perhaps as prominently. Well, the regional integration infrastructure actually is mentioned, but it's a very important part, and Africa now has some excellent ports, so the question is how to build the corridors and the infrastructure so it's all complementary and all countries can benefit from some of the excellent ports. Then the opportunity for risk management. So this is basically an instrument to mitigate vulnerability that comes from the global shocks, and we see that trade and growth are related. So for example, East Africa is an example of region that already during the global financial crisis 15 years ago suffered less from the global shock because of regional integration. Then of course, there is now the new opportunity to develop regional green value chains. And then finally, back to the gender mainstreaming of the AFCFTA, you know, moving from the informal cross-border trading, which is often what comes to mind when we think about female trading across the border, to more productive and formal sector. And then brings me to the last topic, how to accelerate the structural transformation by reducing gender inequalities. So some of the research shows that, yes, there is a global gender wage gap and prevalent in most countries, but if women cross over to traditionally male-dominated professions, then the gender gap is closing. It's not closed completely, but it can be significantly reduced. So then again, how can we support productive entrepreneurship? And in some region, in particular in North Africa, we find that female participation in the labor force is extremely low, but it tends to be actually notably higher in the female-owned firms. So perhaps that's one avenue how to get the women into the labor markets. Then again, supporting female entrepreneurship with accessible financing networks and digital skills, they come up repeatedly. So again, research shows digital skills and at the same time soft skills. So the work will become both more technical but more human as well. AFCFTA here provides new opportunities. Again, it's a game changer. And with the COVID, there is much faster digitalization, and the e-commerce became more important. So actually, in quite a few sub-regions, there are activities to promote that ability or capacity to utilize e-commerce. So then digital literacy, improved access to internet-based technology for women, but also some change in social norms. How can women use it, and how can they use it for productive activities? And last but definitely not least is the land ownership. So we know these are inequalities, and they actually are chronic, and they keep multiplying themselves across generation. And they are really one of the key constraints in access to credit. And technology can find some way around it, but to some extent it cannot be completely mitigated. So similar like to Eunice, I would encourage you to reach to my colleagues and speak to them about specific policy challenges and ideas from the regions. Here, the idea was to unite it around themes that were common in actually all sub-regions. So, thank you.
I thank all the presenters for their detailed and eloquent presentations. I now take the opportunity to open the floor. If any delegation wishes to take the floor is open. Egypt, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving Egypt the floor, and it's very difficult to take the floor after this heavy lunch, so I'll be brief. Chair, we would like to thank the Secretariat for all the efforts that were taken when it comes to the meetings of the North African region. And we'd like to add a couple of comments on the matter. For example, first of all, when we talk about food security, we do think that the report for North Africa needed to tackle some of the initiatives that already take place and that are actually successful, such as ATICs. We think we need to have more focus on ATICs because the outcomes of this initiative can actually add a lot to the discussions on this matter. One other point that we have seen was that while the report gave a clear idea about how, what are the challenges for North Africa in particular, the recommendations were more general. I mean, they did not really respond to the particularity of the situation in North Africa. If you take a look at the recommendations, they are applicable to all different regions. So we would have wanted more region-specific solutions and recommendations. When it comes to water scarcity, again, we did open this topic in the morning. We think it's very important to continue having discussions on this matter to see how can we support countries that are facing this problem. And in this regard, we would like to point out to something that in the report, there were references to the effect of climate change on water availability. I'm sorry, there were references to effect of water scarcity on adaptation, but there were not references to effect of climate change on water availability. We all know that this is it's kind of a nexus between climate change and water, and each feeds the other. So maybe this other aspect will need to be added. One of the very good recommendations is concerning access to markets, access to regional markets, and we think that this is something that we can build upon in the coming period. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Does any other delegation wish to take the floor? I see none. Lesotho, please. Somebody help Lesotho with the microphone. Thank you. Does any other delegation wish to take the floor? Somalia, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mine's a very quick question. The report on East Africa mentions a lot about financial inclusion and access for all. Just if I may ask, although financial inclusion brings with it a lot of perks and a lot of benefits, one challenge that we are seeing quite a lot in the region is particularly with the young. They become attracted to a lot of investment opportunities or what looks appealing on the internet, but at the same time, a lot of it can end up in some form of a scam. I don't know if that will classify as illicit flows of funds, because it's very easy that these sort of gimmicks on the websites where you can invest money and then hopefully in return you get a lot coming through, whether it's in the form of cryptocurrency or other forms. Is there any way that we can improve not just the financial inclusion, but that financial education of the youth, so that if they know what they're investing in and the risk associated with the investments? Because a lot of the time it looks quite lucrative, but at the end of the day, it's not as good as it always seems. Thank you very much, Chair. I submit.
Thank you. I see no one else wishes to take the floor. May I now invite Eunice? Take the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thanks so much also, distinguished delegates, for those reflections, questions, and comments. I will leave some of the questions to be responded to by my colleagues. So, for example, the one from Egypt, I'll leave Susanna to respond to, and then East Africa, of course, Mama. If you can respond to that. I will touch on a few. First of all, and then of course, I think we have IPRT for Adam. So Adam, I'm doing a good job in redistributing the questions amongst all of us. But just to respond a little bit to Lesotho and some of the issues that you've raised in terms of natural environmental capital, and I would also want to put it in bracket as governance and how we actually use that for ourselves to grow and so on. So when we, for example, for Southern Africa had ended up with the thematic area of greening industrialization, first of all, we're coming from the recognition of, the statistics and data in our sub-region. If you know, I think it is the most highly unequal region of all the sub-regions in Africa. We have 7 out of 10 most highly unequal countries in the world, not just in Africa, in the world, in Africa in terms of income inequalities. So we have issues there. But in addition to that, we also have huge challenges and growing poverty levels. I think COVID and now the Russia and Ukraine has just compounded that particular challenge. So we see from that perspective the need to grow and develop, but at the same time, making sure that we're doing that more responsibly. So environmental protection becomes a natural for us, for the Southern African region. And not to mention also a lot of the other ills that we're seeing today, whether it's the cyclones, the floods, and the droughts in other areas. So and perhaps my colleagues in our environment division may come in on this, but certainly hear you in terms of how we can actually use a lot of our natural capital for our good. I think what we need to have a more thinking there is how. I think one of them could be perhaps Botswana has done that well in terms of their sovereign wealth fund. I mean, using their natural capital, which is in this case more diamonds, and how they've used it to be able to make sure that they're growing their economy in different ways. The second issue on that you raised on the AFCFTA, again, I'm glad that you also picked up on that. Like I said, it actually appears in all of our discussions. I started mentioning a few of the ideas. So we, I think to date as ECA, we have supported about 40 plus, and maybe Stephen can correct me there, but developing national strategies for AfCFTA in 40 plus countries, which is a lot. But more and more often, the question then becomes, and we all know for Africa, I think we are very good at producing policies and strategies and so on, but it's the implementation. More and more we are being asked by our member states to say, no, but we actually do need to go to the next level. I want to share two examples which I think, challenged me from the Southern African perspective. One was from the Minister of Finance from Eswatini, who said to me, you're doing a good job as ECA in terms of all this development, the strategies on AfCFTA, but where are the products? Because if I look at my import bill, I actually import everything. So if we're talking AfCFTA, we are basically talking about trade. You are assuming that I'm going to be able to trade because I'm producing something. We are not producing as Africa. If you can help me think through, whether it is one or two products that we can actually start producing, that would help, because that is what is going to move implementation. Added to that is also another example that I also like to use. We have a young Malawian guy in Malawi who said, and he's not even talking about AfCFTA, he's just basically saying, can we start producing something? Can we flood the Malawian markets with Malawian products? So he's a chemist, he's using his knowledge and helping SMEs and small businesses and so on, and going district to district and training them how to make things like soap or tomato sauce and all of these things so that, we are, first of all, flooding, and we are producing as a country. But I think that the end goal is that if you are producing and you're actually getting so good and your standards have gone so high, we should be able to trade those products within, whether it's a sub-region to begin with, but the continent at the end of this. So for me, I think that if we can get a lot more to some of these practical issues, and for us, where we're sitting so far, of course, from our sub-regional office level is also saying, okay, so how can we support small businesses and private sector, small private sector and so on, to have the capacities that they need to start producing some products that they can start trading. So to answer your question, I think that, it's the move towards implementation, it's the move towards capacities, building capacities around all of these things that we can start producing products and therefore move and accelerate the AfCFTA.
Thank you. Susanna?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to react to the comments by the Egyptian delegation. So the feedback is very well received, that yes, we analyzed the situation well, if I may repeat, but the recommendations are very general, and certainly for North Africa, you need many more specifics. So we are actually having ongoing paper on food security in North Africa, which was also requested by our constituency. And we had a preliminary webinar at the end of last year. So we will make sure that this is balanced and that really the policy recommendations reflect. And the policy recommendations, we will put them into two groups. We are already working on it, what to do, but also what not to do, because many countries resorted to the export bans, including Egypt, but Egypt abolished and Morocco actually abolished them relatively early. In some other countries, it keeps lingering, and we know what the experiences with export bans are for the productivity over the medium term. Now, your point on water scarcity is extremely important, and we are actually wondering whether we should make it focus in one of our expert group meetings going forward, because this is a major constraint to food security, but it's also basically triggering many other issues such as migration and conflict, possibly, as was already actually in reality. We know there is already conflict, and it's again not only in Africa, also in Europe there is a conflict about water, it may take different form than in some parts of Africa, but this is actually cross-cutting. But North Africa is very impacted in this area. So I think both of these are highly pertinent to have very country-specific recommendations and practical. If I may something, we need your inputs, though. We need the data, and we will really be counting on you that if you can please share the information. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam?
Thank you. I would like to thank the delegate from Lesotho for the comment on governance and political governance. Actually, about 20 years ago, we in ECA were busy working on methodology for good governance in Africa. It was a very, very hot issue. But then we developed this methodology for good governance, and we handed it over to African peer review mechanism, of course established by the African Union. Unfortunately, now we see reversals and decline in governance in Africa with the military coups and with political instability in a number of countries. I do agree with you that we need to rethink the governance issue in Africa. And we need to have frank discussion and open discussion on how to improve governance in Africa and how to move in the right direction. This is very critical for Africa, and I think good governance is a must for countries to move forward on economic and social development challenges. Thank you.
And I thank you all. I thank you, the presenters, and I thank you, colleagues from the floor, for your engagement during this particular session. May I now, we will now go to our final two statutory issues under agenda item 6 for the day. Ms. Karima Bunemra, Director of the African Institute of Economic Development and Planning, will take us through the report on the work of the Institute. Ms. Asmara Lua Achar, Chief, UN System-Wide Coherence and Quality Assurance Section of the Strategic Planning and Oversight Division, will then present the report on UN support to the AU and its new Partnership for Africa's Development Program. As a reminder, I'd like all presenters to keep their presentations to a maximum of 10 minutes, so we have enough time left for deliberations. Ms. Bunemra, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for giving me the floor to present the report of the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning, IDEP. And you will find in document 4117 the details of the activities that we have been organizing last year. And I will focus on just some of them. For those who are not familiar with IDEP, and I hope that this is a minority, IDEP is the training arm of the ECA, following the Conference of Ministers that took place in 2008. IDEP was integrated fully in the work of the Commission as its Program 8, and this morning you have been presented with the activities of the various sub-programs as well as the plans for the coming year. And since 2013, we are considered as the training arm of the institution. And this is very important for us because, I mean, listening to you today, yesterday, and throughout the years, actually capacity development comes
like a recurrent issue and a prerequisite to any sustainable and impactful development decision and plan, and therefore we consider that whatever is done to strengthen capacity development is very important for our continent. As I said, we are the training arm of the ECA, and as such we work on, our work is guided by the Sustainable Development Goal, Agenda 2030, as well as Agenda 2063. And we try to address as much as possible the priorities of this agenda, even if we are focusing on only some of them on a regular basis. For the year that we are reporting about, and you will find more details about the specific activities, actually we have looked at issues such as empowerment of human and young people, both in the context of the national planning approaches, but also as potential beneficiaries of our courses. So we have tried to ensure that our training offer is gender and youth sensitive, and the beneficiaries also include young people and women as much as possible. We have also had a number of activities that are very specific to those two groups of population. And we have announced last year that we were launching the Young Economist Network. And I'm happy today to report that this initiative has really taken off. And today we have more than 1,000 young economists from 29 countries and 88 universities. And here is for me the opportunity to give you a call to actually for those countries who have not yet joined the network to do so. We have been focusing on macro modeling, and macro modeling is also one of the keywords of these meetings. And we are, after a period of training for them to scale up their skills in macro modeling, now we are moving to more research-based activities. We have also worked on climate change and how to tackle climate issues. And in that context, we have also looked at how digital transformation can be an element actually to speed up the move to green economy. I don't need to speak about AFCFTA. Again, this is a recurrent work of the ECA and an issue that federates all the synergy of the institution actually, and we have been providing together with all our other sub-programs support, and we have looked at it from both government point of view, the policies, but also from the actors' point of view, and we have offered courses to young and women entrepreneurs in this context. Same financing is also an issue where we have provided a number of thinking and also training work. Natural resource governance from a number of perspectives, especially those relating to climate as well. And as I said, macro modeling and risk management. Macro modeling because this is traditional work and mandate of IDEP, and risk management as a result of our analysis of what has happened in 2007-8, and more recently with COVID and the war in Ukraine, we felt that we need to have a new approach to planning for our countries to be able to tackle risk issues and to be able to introduce actually and integrate unforeseen events, shocks, etc. in their planning processes. So in terms of participation, few numbers, actually we have moved from, I would say, an average number of 500 people trained per year. Through our e-learning program, we are now at 3,000, and we hope to do a little more in the coming years. And you have here some details about the various beneficiaries and the areas in which we have been working. For example, young experts, students, government officials, how many, the AFCFTA, I was saying that we were trying to diversify the beneficiaries, and here I'm giving you an example about parliamentarians, those who will support the law production, etc., etc. And I hope that the chair is not looking at me because I'm taking too much time. It's okay? Good. These are also some of the areas where we have tried through research and training to build a partnership, our partnership, and you will find in the document more details, but I wanted to highlight some of them as I was listening to you and to various comments that you were actually making. A research for 10 West African countries on debt taxation and the financing for development. We have now the result of 10 studies for West Africa, and based on that, we would like to open the project to more African countries so that we can learn from these 10 analyses and see what would be the recommendations that can be made for the future. We have just launched again because we are listening to you, listening to the fact that you said, okay, we have gone through sensitization about AFCFTA. What's next? What can we do? And just now, actually, in the previous session, a number of comments addressed this expectation. And we thought that we should go to countries to work with them to try to see who would be the actors who would make the AFCFTA a reality. And thanks to an Italian support and the guidance of our division in charge of trade here in Addis Ababa, we have addressed 8 countries, and we will come next year with 8 more to go into the details of how to make the AFCFTA a reality. We have also, education has come as a recurrent element in terms of prerequisite for sound policy making. And here we are working with UNESCO, the Africa Union Commission, the NEPAD, to work on TVET and how to introduce digital technology into the new learning processes in the continent, because we have seen that our education system is fragile, and we need really to make sure that we can strengthen it by more access to new technologies, both in the way the learning is done, the courses are designed, but also to the access to those courses and e-learning. We have been reporting over the years, for those who have been following us, a number of activities with the Gambia, and what we are trying to do with this country is to have sort of a consistent and coherent package of courses, and we are building year from year with them. And the latest that we have done is a course on the introduction of risk management in the planning processes. And I do hope that it is an experience that both the Gambia will benefit from, but that can be shared with other countries. And here you have also another set of institutions with which we are partnering. And in particular, I think that it is important for us to say that whatever we do it in the context of the 10 years implementation plan of the Africa Union Commission. We try to involve as much as possible the REXs in our activities. And referring to what Said said earlier about the regional platform to coordinate and for collaboration and coordination of the work of the United Nations in support of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. Actually, IDEP has been very much involved in SDG 17, which is about partnership and how we can bring together all the actors who can speed up the process. Now, again, I mean, if you are here, it means that you know that financing is extremely important to make all the recommendations that we are talking about here come true. It is also the case for IDEP. And we have 2 main sources of financing. We have a UN grant, and we have the contribution of our member states. As we said last year, the curve actually for member state contribution varies from year to year. We have good years and years that are a little less exciting, which has been the case for 2022. But nevertheless, I would like to very warmly thank all those who have contributed and, of course, encourage the others to do more and better in the coming years. We consider, of course, we are very much sensitive to the peculiar circumstances of our member states and the fact that sometimes it may be difficult, but I mean, I can assure you that the return on investment in terms of education can be very high. At the same time, an appeal to also work on the arrears and not only on the annual assessed contribution. And definitely, I mean, if you consider that capacity development is a prerequisite for whatever we are doing, I think that maybe you will hear my call for more support to the institution. Now, 2023 is a very important year for IDEP because we are celebrating 60 years of existence. 60 years based in Dakar, and I would like to thank the government of Senegal actually for hosting us and for offering us the premises that we are occupying. And during the celebration, I mean, this year will be for us an opportunity to pause a little bit, to study and analyze what has been done in 6 decades of independence, because more or less, actually, our 60 years correspond to 6 decades of independence of our countries, and see what has been done in terms of planning approaches, where those planning approaches are success, and what can we do better. Are there new elements that we have to integrate? Are there new sectors that we have to consider, et cetera, et cetera? And in this regard, we will be looking at how IDEP can contribute to the implementation of the SG's common agenda. There are 4 elements in that agenda, but 2 of them are of particular interest to IDEP. The first one is about the renewal of the social contract. And actually, the theme of this COM is very much important in this context. And we are really looking forward to your recommendations at the end of the conference to see how we can integrate them into our courses. And Daya earlier mentioned that IDEP program for 2024 will focus on social development. And together with what will come out of this meeting, I think for us would help us shape a better approach of social development with human rights-based approaches and social cohesion. The second aspect of the common agenda is actually the focus on the future. And this has 2 dimensions. The future with those who will build the future today, the youth. I'm very happy that in this meeting room we have a number of youth representatives, and I do hope that we will have the opportunity to work with them in the very next future. And also this approach to the future, building the future, introduces the long-term perspective. Yesterday I heard a comment from one of the delegation about the fact that some of the recommendations were sometimes too long-term, and we needed a short-term. And I think that in the way we will be discussing our planning approaches, we will try to find a balance between the 2 approaches and see how we can capacitate our member states actually to have a step-by-step approach in the context of a more forward-looking approach. And it is in this context that we are actually developing the Young Economists Network that I have talked about, and also introducing a youth component. There is also in the common agenda rethinking UN 2.0, meaning an institution that is fit for purpose, and we would like, in the context of an ECA fit for purpose, to have an IDEP fit for purpose. Among the issues that we'll be looking at is also building sustainability and resilience, and with sustainability increasing the M&E approach of the member states in the context of their national planning, and of course continuing our work within the global framework of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2033. IDEP is a little bit particular because in addition to reporting to COM, we do have a governing council. This governing council has not met for a certain time because of membership finalization. In green, you have here those member states who have already nominated their representative or reconfirmed their representative, and I would like to recognize those of the members who are with us in the room, and to announce that His Excellency Vice Ministers Nemera also will join our governing council on behalf of Ethiopia and invite those who are not yet confirmed actually to do so that we can, in June 23, launch the work of the new membership and organize also the second meeting of this year in December. And the meeting is very important because I said it is a transition year for IDEP because we will be assessing the end of the 2019-2023 strategic plan under which we are functioning today, and we will be designing and proposing for approval by our governing council the 2024, and there is a typo, it is not a one-year strategic plan, it goes up to 2029. So, in terms of prospects, we will be also, in addition to our, I would say, standard offer, we will be going to member states and the regs to customize the support we are providing them. And when I say customize, it may mean going to specific sectors they are interested in, but it means also continuing our effort towards Lusophone countries, because we are now trying to have a specific offer to Lusophone countries who are not really very much present in our courses and our alumni. We will resume on-site courses in the context of maybe hybrid ones, starting from online and then trying to follow up with on-site courses. And as I said earlier, actually, we cannot function without resources, so we will continue mobilizing resources with our member states, with the UN, with the increase of the UN grant, and at the same time try to strengthen the partnership that will bring financial support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I understand that Mr. Said Adejumobi will make the presentation instead of Mrs. Mara. You have the floor, Said.
Good evening, Chair and honorable delegates. This presentation is on the report on the United Nations support for the African Union and its new partnership for Africa's development. It should have been made by my colleague in the division, Asmara, who I delegated this to, but unfortunately she's not feeling well, so I've decided to make the presentation myself. But before I go into the presentation, I would like to appeal to us that there's going to be an evaluation of this meeting, and an online evaluation questionnaire will be distributed. Please, we need your feedback in terms of your thinking on this meeting and what you think we should do differently or improve upon. So when the evaluation questionnaire is distributed, please, let's complete it. We've had a very interesting discussion about the support that ECA is giving, or the collaboration between the ECA and the African Union. And this presentation is focused on it. It goes beyond the support being given by ECA, but extends to the support and the collaboration of the entire United Nations development system at the regional level in working with the African Union and its agencies, particularly the new Partnership for Africa's Development. The UN as a whole gives priority to working with the African Union, not only by the ECA, but the entire UN system, because the African Union is recognized as the major political authority on this continent. So it is an institution that we as the UN need to work with. And ECA has had a very good collaboration with the African Union over the last 50 years. or more. We've collaborated on several initiatives in developing the African agenda and various initiatives on the continent. And if we look back into history, right from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and the 90s, ECA has worked very closely with the African Union. Some of the landmark development initiatives on this continent were done collaboratively with the African Union. So we are building on that in terms of our collaboration with the African Union. So this presentation is simply a snapshot of the support extended by ECA and other UN agencies in the UN development system to the African Union and its agency, the African Development, AUDA-NEPAD. And also, we preview our relationship or interaction with the Office of the Special Advisor on Africa in this presentation as well. Because the Office of the Special Advisor on Africa, based in New York, is also to work with the African Union. So we've worked collaboratively in promoting this agenda. Some 3 years ago, the UN undertook reforms at the regional level in terms of redesigning the architecture in engaging with the African Union. And what is called the Regional Collaborative Platform was established. Why did the UN decide to do this? One is to be able to foster greater collaboration amongst UN agencies, make our engagement at the regional level and collaboration more nimble, effective, and very proactive. Secondly is the issue of addressing transboundary issues that are of regional concerns that is important for UN agencies to come together to work very collaboratively in a more effective way in addressing transboundary issues. And what are these transboundary issues? Climate change is a transboundary issue. The CFTA is a transboundary issue. So there's so many transboundary issues that we need to address that are not confined to specific countries, but cuts across, all countries and regions of the continent. So for us to be able to address transboundary issues in a very effective way, UN agencies and institutions need to come together in a more collaborative way and in working with the African Union. And thirdly, is to be able to support the UN country teams, the reconfigured resident coordinator system, and the United Country teams at the country level in providing technical advice to them and also policy advocacy at the country level in support of the RCs and UN country teams. At the country level itself, the UN undertook some reforms in which the resident coordinator system was reinvigorated and strengthened. So the idea was also to have the regional level supporting more the country level, and the country level, being the hub in terms of supporting our member states. I'm sure you're all aware that of what is called the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. That is the framework in which the UN at the country level agrees with the member state on what the UN will be supporting on. And all UN agencies cluster around that United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework in terms of support at the country level. So the regional level reforms were also to reinforce support to the country level reforms. So issues around transboundary issues and all that are now, support from the regional level is used to reinforce that at the country level. So this was the basis in which the reforms were done at the regional level, and this is the new architecture that we have in terms of the structure. So the regional collaborative platform, in terms of its governance structure, has the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed, as the chair, and has two co-vice chairs. The Executive Secretary of ECA, in this case, Antonio Pedro, who is our acting Executive Secretary, and also the Assistant Administrator and Regional Director for Africa, United Nations Development Program, Ahuna Ezekowa, Those are the two co-vice chairs of the Africa RCP. And below them, we have the RCP Joint Secretariat. And the Joint Secretariat is made up of 3 agencies: the Development Coordination Office of the UN, the UNDP, and the ECA. Those are the 3 UN agencies that constitute the Joint Secretariat of the Africa RCP. And below this is where we have the OIBCs. What is OIBCs? Opportunities and Issues-Based Coalitions. And UN agencies come together in this cluster of the OIBCs, of the Opportunity and Issues-Based Coalitions. Initially, we had 8 opportunities and issues-based coalitions, one OIBC 1 on strengthened integrated data and statistical system for sustainable development, OIBC 2 on ensuring effective and efficient macroeconomic management and accelerated inclusive economic transformation and diversification, OIBC 3, innovation, digitalization, youth and transforming education, OIBC 4, fostering climate action, resilience, and food systems. One of the delegates talked about food systems, so you can see that reflecting in the OIBCs. OIBC 5 on towards peace, security, respect of human rights, and forced displacement. OIBC 6 sub-regional initiatives. When the OIBCs were reclustered from 8 to 6, this is the picture that we have. And we've got 3 task forces on knowledge management, regional knowledge management hub, to bring the knowledge and expertise of the UN into a single portal, which the country-level RCs can benefit from in terms of drawing on the expertise at the country level. Then we've got the Task Force 2, Task Force 3, which is on promoting transparency and resource-based management at the regional level, and Task Force 5, which is on regional efficiencies. And what does regional efficiency mean? That UN agencies are able to rationalize their operational modalities, share common back offices, share resources in order to reduce costs. That's the whole idea of regional efficiencies. So this is the constitution of it, and there is what is called the annual Africa RCP meeting. And that meeting is headed by the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed, on the 28th of February 2023. We had the third RCP annual meeting that took place in Niamey in Niger. So this is what the structure looks like. But on the other side, we have the AU-UN collaborative platform. So there are 2 levels. One, the UN organizing itself appropriately to be able to work closely together and support itself and support country-level intervention. At the other level, this structure is now deployed to support the African Union. And that's why we have the AU-UN collaborative platform. And the AU-UN collaborative platform is headed by, or co-chaired by the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, and also the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. So this is what the structure looks like. And the objective is for us to see, to work on the implementation of the AU-UN framework on the implementation of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030, and the joint AU-UN framework for enhanced partnership in peace and security. So we have the development pillar, we also have the peace and security pillar. So on that basis, UN agencies come together to work with the African Union and support the African Union. So this is what the architecture looks like. The first AU-UN annual meeting took place on the 23rd of June, 2022, here in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and was hosted in the ECA premises. 6 priority areas were identified, which includes climate change, macroeconomic policy and economic diversification, digital transformation, data and statistics, food sustainability, humanitarian issues, COVID-19, and transboundary issues. And on all these counts, the UN worked very closely with the African Union in terms of delivering. I'll make an example of COVID-19. The projection was that a certain number of millions of Africans were going to die from COVID-19, but that never came to pass. For the simple reason, there was concerted effort by UN agencies working with the African Union Commission, particularly the Africa CDC, and other key stakeholders, including Afrexim Bank and other development partners, to ensure that Africans did not die the way it was projected that it was going to happen. And how did we do this? First, we were able to make vaccines available. There was a rapid action in which UN, working very closely with the African Union, made vaccines accessible to African countries. There was the issue of vaccine nationalism, in which countries of the West were hoarding the vaccines, they were producing, they were hoarding, and for them to give patent rights for generic products to be produced of the vaccines, they refused. They refused. So Africa could not respond with generic, COVID-19 vaccines. But what did we do? We got in touch. There was a huge advocacy. We got in touch with our international development partners. We advocated at various levels with the African Union, and we were able to secure the required number of vaccines. Countries were also able to adjust their national budget to address the pandemic immediately, arising also from the joint concerted effort. And the net result of it was that in terms of the fertility rate, the mortality rate, Africa had a very low incidence compared to other regions of the world. And the projection was that these Africans were going to die. Unfortunately, the least death occurred on the African continent because of the concerted effort we were able to do together in terms of addressing the pandemic. Let me also give another example of climate change. Towards COP27, there was a concerted effort by one of the OIBCs working on climate change, working very closely with the African Union to make sure that we put capacity together for Africa to be prepared for COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. And what did we do together? First, we got the African team of climate negotiators together. We had training sessions for them. We agreed on specific areas to focus upon and what the asks and demands should be when we go to COP27. Secondly, we ensured that the African pavilion, we had a single African pavilion at COP27, in which all the resources relating to Africa, there was a one-stop shop for anybody attending COP27 to come to and access information on what we're doing and how we're doing it. Thirdly, we're able to gain consensus on just energy transition. And for us in Africa, it's about just, because you cannot be talking about energy transition for people who don't have access. You've got to have access first before you talk about transition. We don't have access in Africa. Energy access is very low on the continent. So that's where the issue of just energy transition came from. And we made very, very passionate argument for that. And the loss and damage fund that has just been agreed upon, we also worked very closely with some of our partners in doing that. So this was the result of the kind of collaboration the UN development system had with the African Union to be able to achieve concrete results. In addition to the meeting of the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union and the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, there's the highest level of engagement, and that is what is called the AU-UN Annual Conference that takes place annually. And this is between the Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, and also the Chairperson of the African Union, Mohamed Faki. So they met on December 1st to review progress in terms of what the UN and what the AU were doing together. They dwelt on the issues of peace and security across the continent. They looked at the issue of democratic transition, where the continent is currently, promoting political stability. They looked at that. They also looked at the issues of Africa's economic recovery, because some of the coups and counter-coups we've had on the continent recently are related to deprivation, are related to scarcity, are related to want, are related to the kind of crisis that we are in, arising from historical issues and also the recent triple crisis that we have on the continent. So they reviewed all this and they agreed on what should be the way forward. So the way it works is that at the level of the AU-UN collaborative platform, which is headed by the DSG, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, and the DCP, we engage, and the OIBCs are the technical arm that does this. It cascades to their level, and eventually cascades to the level of the Secretary General and the Chairperson of the African Union. I hope this provides clarity, because we've been talking about how do we engage the AU, how do we support the AU, how do we work together. So I hope this will clear our minds that we are really in bed together with the African Union. And it's a marriage, and it's a marriage that cannot have a divorce. It has to be an eternal marriage. So I will highlight here some of the flagships of the regional collaborative platform, especially in working with the African Union. There is the Africa UN Data for Development platform, which has been created, which showcases the SDG indicators and where countries are in terms of progress on the SDG indicators. I've noted before in my earlier presentation some of the things done, and some of these things were done collaboratively in terms of UN agencies working together. I'll not go through them again. Digital sensors, the CFTA strategies, business index, digital strategies, training of women, and the issue of working together with regional economic communities. As you're aware, ECA has got 5 sub-regional offices, and those 5 sub-regional offices work very closely with the UN development system at the regional level to be able to deliver on the work that we're doing. So in terms of strengthening the AU-UN collaboration, these are some of the key activities undertaken. As some of you may be aware, there was a Transforming Education Summit that took place in New York. There was also the Food System Summit that took place in New York as well. And on all these, the UN agencies have worked very closely with the African Union and its agencies to be able to have an African position on some of these issues and articulate Africa's viewpoint in terms of, at the global level, on these issues. The African Union held a regional policy conference on peace, security, and development in October 2022. ECA and other UN agencies were actively involved in supporting the African Union on this. And in the recommendations that came and the key decisions, which are already approved by the Assembly of the African Union, ECA and the other UN agencies have been called upon to continue their support and work very closely with the African Union in implementing the key recommendations of that particular meeting. I would also like to highlight the Industrialization Week and the AU Summit, Extraordinary Summit that took place in November 2022 in Niamey-de-Jé, in which UN agencies worked very closely and supported the African Union, in particular, UNCTAD and ECA. Every step of the process, we worked very closely with them on this. And the recommendations that came out of that meeting, which the heads of states endorsed at the extraordinary meeting that took place on the 25th of November, ECA and UNCTAD were specifically called upon to ensure that we work with the African Union in the implementation of those decisions. And the baseline is that the summit decided that Africa is going to pursue a resource-based industrialization process. We are going to use our resources to industrialize. The battery chain, the battery development thing is part of our resource-based industrialization. Agro-allied industrialization will also be a pathway. So we've got to use what we have, leverage what we have to industrialize on the continent. In ECA, there's a lot of reflections taking place on how we best position ourselves to be able to support the African Union on this. I'll quickly run through our engagement with OSA, the Office of the Special Advisor on Africa, and also AUDA NEPAD. In May, we worked with the Special Advisor on Africa on the Africa Dialogue series. This is an annual event that takes place in New York, and the ECA works very closely with the Office of the Special Advisor on Africa on this. The theme for 2022 was building resilience in nutrition, and it was aligned with the theme of the year of the African Union. So we work very closely in ensuring that we further the agenda of the African Union as defined by the heads of states and government. In terms of AUDA NEPAD, we supported AUDA NEPAD on the 7th PIDA week. I mentioned that earlier on the Summit on Industrialization and Economic Diversification, Road Safety Framework, Project on Enhancing Electricity Market Regulation, Assessment of Single African Air Transport Market. Indeed, ECA has an MOU with AUDA NEPAD in which we've identified 6 clusters that we're going to work together. And we are working very closely with them on this. And soon, the acting executive secretary of ECA and the new CEO of AUDA NEPAD, Nados Bekele Thomas, will be meeting to review the situation and in terms of the progress made. Chair, I think this is my last slide, so I'll be ending in 1 minute. What are the key opportunities that we see? There's need for us to intensify our country-level support within the context of the UN Cooperation Sustainable Development Framework. In 2023, 15 countries will be developing new Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. So the Africa RCP will be supporting them in this process, and ECA will be playing a major role in that regard. There's need to follow up on key global commitments, and these include commitments from COP27, the issue of carbon markets, just energy transition, and also the ensuring that the issue of blue bonds and green bonds are followed up on. The Food Systems and Education Summit, for us to get the kind of required human capital that we need to reform our educational system. An educational system that is geared towards people memorizing books is not productive and is not transformative. And when you memorize books, you are likely to forget. And in my first life, I used to say that education is what remains of you after you must have forgotten everything you learned in school. That's education. Education is what remains of you after you must have forgotten everything you learned in school. So in that wise, if you memorize, you are going to forget. But what becomes part of you and you internalize is what is education. So we've got to gear our educational system towards something that is, much more innovative, much more practical, and much more transformative. So that's the kind of reforms we need to have in our educational system. So ECA and the other UN agencies will be supporting African countries in ensuring this. On food systems, ECA is already working on this with FAO and other partners. We have a very big project which 2 of our sub-regional offices and also one of the divisions in headquarters is working on. And how do we promote the issue of food security, particularly from our own perspective of policy advice and knowledge development? What is it that we need to do differently on the African continent to ensure that we have food security? So when people are fighting somewhere, which is not probably, we're not, we don't get into crisis. How can 54, 55 countries be in crisis because of a conflict elsewhere? And how can a region that has the best arable land in the world be in crisis because there's a conflict somewhere? It's not justifiable. So that's why we need to do things differently. And ECA is engaging on this to make sure that we support our member states and the continent in doing things differently. We'll continue to support the CFTA as a means of economic transformation and diversification. And the theme of this year is on the CFTA, and we will be intensifying our support on that. We continue to work with OSA and the Department of Global Communication in New York, and further our MOU with AUDA NEPAD and making it much more impactful. What are the key challenges that we see? There is need for us to enlist more partnerships as UN. and probably bring other key players into the table, Afrexim Bank and others, not only working with ECA, but working with the entire UN development system. We're already working with them. We work with the African Development Bank. We work with the Afrexim Bank. But bringing the entire UN system into the picture to be able to work more collaboratively with the African Union. Need to deepen vertical and horizontal integration of the UN development system, which will include our collaboration at the regional level and our engagement at the national level to support our member states better. What are the lessons that we have learned? We've got to be nimble, we've got to be proactive, we've got to be efficient. And we've got to, from time to time, revise our structure. And what we've done from 8 OIBCs last year, when we had a retreat, we decided to reduce the number to address the specific challenges of the continent. So that's the idea of being nimble, being proactive, be flexible, and being able to adjust to the situation. There's need for us for the regional level to meet continuously with the country level, particularly resident coordinators of the UN, to review how at the regional level we can work more collaboratively with them at the national level. And finally, we're talking about 2 agendas, 1 framework. We've got the African Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. And the commitment which the Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, has made with the chairperson of the African Union is that we've got 2 agendas, but we are going to work together in 1 single framework. I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank you, Said and Ms. Bunemura, for your presentations. May I now open the floor for discussion? The floor is open. Does any delegation wish to take the floor? Bena?
Merci beaucoup, Président. Je dois également remercier les communicateurs pour leur présentation. Alors, dans la toute première présentation, j'ai eu à noter que l'IDEP est le bras de formation de la CEA à travers le renforcement des capacités.
There is a problem on the translation. There are 2 translators on the same call. I thank you. Benago.
OK, thank you. Donc, je disais tantôt que dans la toute première présentation, j'ai eu à noter que l'IDEPT est le bras de formation de la CEA à travers le renforcement des capacités, à travers également les modélisations macroéconomiques et de risques. Mais au niveau du terrain, les données ou le constat montrent qu'il y a souvent de décalage entre les résultats produits ou les estimations produites par la CA et les résultats que dégagent les chercheurs nationaux ou les analystes nationaux. Des exemples ou des illustrations. Lorsqu'il a été question, par exemple, de la mise en application ou des avantages de la mise en application de la ZLECAF, les résultats sortis par la CEA ne sont pas identiques aux résultats sortis, par exemple, par le Bénin. Lorsqu'il a été également question de la crise, de la guerre russo-ukrainienne, etc., nous n'avons pas eu exactement les mêmes résultats. Alors, dans ces conditions, ma préoccupation, c'est de savoir que fait ou que pourrait faire l'IDEPT ou quel serait l'apport de l'IDEPT dans le but d'harmoniser les résultats dégagés par la CEA et par les analystes ou les chercheurs nationaux. Ma deuxième préoccupation, ça a trait à la ZLECAF, justement. Depuis hier, tout ce que nous avons eu à entendre, écouter, à suivre comme présentation, nous parle des avantages de la ZLECAF. Les avantages, les avantages, les avantages. Mais question de curiosité, est-ce que la mise en application de la ZLECAF ne va pas générer un certain nombre d'inconvénients ou des effets dépressifs? Si oui, Lesquels? Et comment aider alors les États à contenir ces effets dépressifs? Je n'en ai pas suffisamment entendu. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je vais aborder dans le même sens que le délégué du Bénin, en posant quelques préoccupations sur les activités de l'IDEP. Je voudrais d'abord féliciter l'institution pour les efforts dans le renforcement des capacités. J'ai essayé de regarder le rapport et j'ai noté qu'il y a eu des avancées en termes de la participation des femmes. La question des gens ont été prises en compte, mais je pense qu'il faut faire encore des efforts complémentaires. Alors, j'ai noté aussi que des étudiants ont bénéficié de bourses d'études. Bon, j'ai noté 2 boursiers seulement. Je me suis posé la question, c'est une curiosité, pourquoi 2? Pourquoi pas 5? Pourquoi pas 6? Et puis, ça m'a amené à poser la question des canaux pour bénéficier de ces bourses, des bourses de la CEA. Est-ce que la CEA offre des bourses? Si oui, comment les jeunes peuvent profiter de ces bourses? Combien de bourses sont lancées chaque année? Quels sont les critères d'éligibilité pour ces bourses d'études? Parce qu'en réalité, comme le délégué du Bénin vient de le dire, l'IDEP peut aider beaucoup de nos étudiants, beaucoup de nos jeunes qui, lorsqu'ils arrivent au niveau du master, sont perdus, ils n'arrivent pas à trouver des sujets de mémoire, ils n'arrivent pas à trouver des données probantes pour traiter leur mémoire. Et je pense que l'IDEP peut aider ces jeunes à trouver des opportunités pour apprendre et pour se perfectionner. Au niveau de la participation des pays membres aux différentes activités de renforcement de capacité, bon, dans le rapport passé, nous avons noté qu'on mentionnait quand même la distribution des bénéficiaires par pays. Bon, cette année, ça ne ressort pas. Je sais que des avancées sont notables. Il y a eu des avancées notables, mais j'étais curieux quand même de savoir quels sont les pays qui en bénéficient le plus, quels sont les pays qui en bénéficient le moins, et qu'est-ce qu'on fait pour les pays qui en bénéficient le moins, parce qu'on ne doit pas perdre de vue que le gain qu'on attend est un gain social. Si l'Afrique veut des résultats et si la CEA veut des résultats, et il faut que l'administration publique soit performante. Et le renforcement des capacités vise essentiellement à renforcer un peu la performance de nos administrations avec comme finalité la transformation structurelle de nos économies. Alors, je voulais suggérer donc de la même façon qu'on fait le point de contribution. Bon, j'ai vu tout à l'heure des enveloppes distribuées, je sais qu'on va m'en distribuer tout à l'heure pour les contributions. Mais donc, je me dis que de la même façon aussi, on peut faire le point de la participation des pays et ceux qui, pour des raisons, parce qu'en réalité, il y a des coûts d'opportunité à participer à ces formations. Lorsque vous amenez un agent en formation, il y a son travail qu'il doit faire, qu'il le fait. Et puis, s'il va en formation, peut-être que l'IDEP, les prestations ne sont pas payantes, mais le séjour et les billets d'avion et bien d'autres sont pris en charge soit par le pays ou par le bénéficiaire de la formation. Donc, il y a toujours un coût d'opportunité, mais l'IDEP peut faire un peu la publicité, le marketing de ces formations, de sorte à inciter ou à motiver les pays qui ne participent pas beaucoup et qui ne reconnaissent pas l'intérêt de participer à cette formation, les motiver à participer à ces formations. Moi, je suis intéressé par la formation sur le risque dans le processus de la planification et la modélisation macroéconomique. Certainement que quand je vais retourner j'en parlerai au cabinet, à Madame le ministre, pour voir dans quelle mesure on pourra profiter, bénéficier de cette formation. Et puis finalement, pour la dernière présentation, je voudrais bien féliciter la collaboration entre l'Union africaine et la CEA, qui ne peut qu'être bénéfique aux pays membres. Mais j'ai une toute petite préoccupation que je ne peux pas me taire de poser. Je sais qu'au départ, la conférence des ministres, la conférence à laquelle nous participons aujourd'hui, était organisée concomitamment avec l'Union africaine. Comme il s'agit du partenariat, je voudrais poser cette question. L'Union africaine et la CEA organisaient concomitamment la conférence des ministres des Finances et de la Planification. Et puis, à un certain moment, je ne sais pas si c'est depuis 2016 ou 2017, le lien a été rompu. La CEA organise sa conférence des ministres de la Planification. L'Union africaine organise sa conférence des ministres de la Planification et des Finances. Bon, l'année passée, moi, personnellement, j'ai participé aux deux conférences. J'étais à Dakar pour la conférence de la CEA, pour représenter mon ministère. Après, je suis allé, je crois, à Lusaka pour la conférence des ministres de l'Union africaine. Alors, je voudrais savoir, est-ce que ce nouveau partenariat va dans le sens de concilier les efforts des deux, de sorte que les deux conférences puissent se faire ensemble et que les pays membres et les deux institutions aussi puissent mutualiser, pourquoi pas, les énergies, mais aussi les coûts et les intelligences. Voilà, Monsieur le Président, les deux préoccupations. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Egypt, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving Egypt the floor. We will be very brief. We would like to focus on the second presentation. Allow us first to thank actually the two presenters, whether it's IDAP or the second presentation. They have been very fruitful. When it comes to the second presentation, we have two comments. The first comment is concerning the cooperation with Auda NEPAD. And as you know, Chair, Egypt is the new chair of Auda NEPAD since the African Union Summit last month. And we thus would like to encourage a dialogue concerning cooperation between the ECA and the current chair to make sure that our priorities are aligned. So maybe we can have this kind of discussion with the ECA. I think it will be very helpful for both sides. The second point is that Egypt also welcomes the efforts that have been taken by the ECA when it comes to the nexus between peace, security, and development. We find this to be a very important aspect of the work that we are taking here. And in this regard, we would like to highlight also the role that the Aswan Forum has when it comes to this nexus and the work that's taking place through the Aswan Forum on the matter. Aswan Forum is affiliated as well with the AU, and we would encourage having cooperation also between the ECA and the Aswan Forum in its coming sessions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Tanzania, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wish to make my comment on the first presentation. First of all, we share the same observation and comment with the previous speaker, as spoken by Benin and the Côte d'Ivoire. So we share the same concern on the first presentation made by IDEP. But just to get a clarification on something which is, of course, minor, but we commend them for that they've already established the governing council. So it's already in place, and you've already elected the members. So I just want to get a clarification on the selection of the governing council. Was it by a voluntary, or there was some set of criteria for the selection of the governing board? That is on the first presentation on the IDEP. On the second presentation, we wish to commend and thank the United Nations system for the good work done in supporting African Union, especially AUDA NEPAD. However, more work needs to be done, especially in the area of integrated data and the statistical system for sustainable development in our countries. Therefore, we take this opportunity to call the UN system through ECA in collaboration with AUDA NEPAD to, we have a number of issues, maybe we can request them. The first one is to strengthen the routine data collection system from the sector for effective assessment of the implementation, monitoring and reporting of the indicator of Agenda 2030 and 2063. That is our first issue. Another one is to assist the member state to have an in-depth understanding of the Agenda 2030 and 2016 indicators, hence providing room for appropriate mapping of such indicator in the context of national priorities. Another concern or issue is to support member states in development of analytical capacity and policy capacity for successful implementation of the said agenda, that is the Agenda 2030 and 2060. And the last one, Chairperson, is to request to strengthen monitoring, evaluation, and reporting capacity in the member states. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Guinea.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Avant tout, je voudrais féliciter l'IDEP pour l'ensemble des activités menées. Monsieur le Président, au vu des années, les 10 dernières années, nous nous posons des questions sur les performances de l'IDEP, le constat de la République de Guinée. Et cela nous amène à poser la question suivante, à savoir, est-ce qu'il y a une évaluation périodique sur une période de 5 ans des performances de l'IDEP par un cabinet indépendant? Et aussi, si je me réfère à un de mes compatriotes qui a participé à certaines formations antérieurement sur certaines thématiques développées par l'IDEP, aujourd'hui on a l'impression qu'il y a une autre orientation des stratégies de l'IDEP qui partent plus dans le sens de la recherche, mais que au lieu de la formation. Alors que vous conviendrez avec moi que le renforcement de capacité, la formation de nos techniciens est même la base de la planification du développement, qui est même l'essence de nous, les planificateurs. Aujourd'hui, nous remarquons de moins en moins de thématiques de formation. Avant, il y avait des masters que l'IDEP développait, mais à date, nous n'entendons plus parler de ces masters. Alors que si nous avons un nombre d'étudiants ou de cadres formés dans ces masters, ceux-ci peuvent conduire les études que l'IDEP réalise actuellement avec peut-être des consultants, etc. Alors que ces formés pouvaient valablement faire ces travaux de recherche pour aboutir à des meilleurs résultats. Aussi, Monsieur le Président, je voulais savoir s'il y a des commissions d'évaluation des performances de l'IDEP, ne serait-il pas possible de penser à intégrer les pays membres dans ces commissions d'évaluation? Car chaque pays a une idée de ses besoins, mais aussi des thématiques développées par l'IDEP. Une autre, cette fois-ci, une doléance, c'est par rapport au programme de renforcement de capacité ou la formation organisée par l'IDEP en politique industrielle en Afrique du Sud. Pourquoi pas un volet francophone dans un des pays francophones? Parce que pour participer à ces formations en Afrique du Sud, c'est toute une difficulté pour un francophone parce qu'il y a un niveau d'anglais très élevé demandé pour être sélectionné dans ces formations. Ne serait-il pas possible de réfléchir à un volet francophone pour, s'il faut entériner ce volet de discrimination, parce que nous le prenons ainsi, alors que les niveaux de formation en général sont les mêmes, les programmes de formation entre les pays francophones et les pays anglophones sont les mêmes. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Chad, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais également, donc, à l'entame de mon propos, remercier l'IDEP, donc la directrice de l'IDEP, pour sa présentation, et également donc le collègue qui nous a présenté les activités de la plateforme conjointe entre l'Union africaine et les Nations unies. Pour l'IDEP, nous pensons que 60 ans d'existence, c'est quand même donc, une bonne période, une expérience longuement acquise pour pouvoir donc, faire un bilan de ces activités et de pouvoir également rectifier, donc, si nécessaire, les tirs. Ceci dit, nous voudrions donc, sur ce qui est des volets de formation, nous constatons que souvent les formations sont quand même à des prix exorbitants pour les candidats qui ne sont pas sponsorisés donc, par des organismes ou par leur donc, gouvernement. Donc souvent, ça limite le nombre de participants par pays et même si, disons, les départements ou les institutions ont envie de pouvoir envoyer un certain nombre de candidats suivre ces formations, ceci revient donc à un coût dont il est difficile donc, de pouvoir supporter plusieurs candidats à la fois. Et c'est pourquoi nous nous posons la question, est-ce qu'il ne faudrait pas changer le paradigme des formations au lieu de centraliser l'ensemble des formations au siège de l'IDEP à Dakar? Est-ce qu'il n'est pas possible de pouvoir envoyer plutôt un formateur ou des formateurs dans les capitales afin qu'un plus grand nombre donc, de cadres et d'agents puissent bénéficier d'une formation donnée sur place par peut-être un ou deux formateurs qui sont pris en charge par le gouvernement. Cela pourrait réduire le coût des formations et augmenter le nombre donc, de bénéficiaires de ces formations. En plus de cela, je pense, en plus des coûts, il y a aussi la raison donc, des besoins spécifiques de chaque pays, parce que tous les pays n'ont pas les mêmes réalités ou n'ont pas les mêmes contextes, bien que ce soit des formations qui sont destinées à plusieurs pays, mais il y a des spécificités de chaque pays. Peut-être il est important, après 60 ans d'existence, de prendre en considération les spécificités de chaque pays en termes de besoins de formation. Nous voudrions également poser une question pour savoir quelles sont les relations, donc la coopération qui existe entre l'IDEP et l'ACBF, qui est la fondation de renforcement des capacités de l'Union africaine. C'est une structure qui existe, qui a aussi mandat de renforcer donc, les capacités donc, des États membres et des différents acteurs dans les États membres. Et nous pensons que dans l'effort de mutualiser les efforts, les énergies, on gagnerait à pouvoir, disons, faire coopérer les différents instruments que nous avons. Ceci m'amène à poser également ma question donc, sur cette plateforme de coopération entre l'Union africaine et les Nations unies. Nous avons vu que c'est une plateforme pilotée directement, pratiquement par la secrétaire générale adjointe des Nations unies, qui se trouverait peut-être à New York. On aurait souhaité que ça soit quelque chose de très technique, de très, disons, pragmatique, entre la CIA qui se trouve ici, la Commission de l'Union africaine qui se trouve également ici. Peut-être vous avez vos raisons également de faire chapeauter par un niveau politique assez élevé. Maintenant, sur les priorités, nous avons noté qu'il y a 6 priorités qui ont été retenues, mais sur la liste de ces priorités, nous n'avons pas vu l'énergie et les infrastructures. Quand même, pour se développer, je pense que ce sont des priorités, peut-être les plus grandes priorités, les infrastructures et les énergies, ou bien à quel niveau vous les situez donc, parmi ces priorités que vous nous avez listées. Voilà, sur ce, je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Does any other delegation wish to take the floor? I see none. May I now invite Ms. Bunemera to take the questions, followed by Said. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Je vais essayer de répondre à un maximum de questions, bien qu'il y ait eu plus de commentaires que de questions. Je vais commencer par l'honorable délégué du Bénin, et pour lui dire que nous convergeons dans votre commentaire, enfin, vers votre commentaire pour dire qu'il y a effectivement différences parfois dans les résultats des différentes analyses et des modèles qui sont proposés. Et déjà, nous nous appuyons, nous, sur notre division MJD, qui a été présentée tout à l'heure par mon collègue Adam Al-Hiriqa, donc sur le travail qu'ils font. Mais au-delà de cela, fort de ce constat qu'il y a une différence entre différentes analyses, d'ailleurs pas seulement celle de la CEA et celle du pays, mais toutes les analyses qui sont faites, nous pensons que le pilote de l'avion doit être un pilote national. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle nous avons lancé ce que j'ai appelé le YEN tout à l'heure. En français, nous l'appelons le RJE, qui est le réseau des jeunes économistes. Et l'idée de ce réseau, c'est d'abord de travailler sur les chiffres, le nombre. Je vous ai dit tout à l'heure que nous avions plus de 1000 jeunes économistes dans ce réseau. Nous avons commencé par une formation pour une mise à niveau de leurs connaissances et de leurs capacités. Déjà, ce sont des personnes qui ont été nommées par les doyens des universités comme étant les meilleurs éléments de ces universités-là. Donc on a choisi la crème. Et à cette crème-là, on a essayé de lui donner encore plus de capacités. Le but étant non pas qu'ils fassent de la recherche au niveau de leurs universités, mais qu'ils fassent de la recherche, qu'ils deviennent ces 1000 personnes, et j'espère qu'on arrivera à beaucoup plus que 1000 personnes, deviennent un pont entre le secteur académique et les décideurs au niveau des pays pour les amener à réellement avoir eux-mêmes la capacité de comprendre déjà les modèles qu'on leur propose, de pouvoir les décortiquer, de pouvoir les analyser, de pouvoir eux-mêmes développer de propres modèles et d'essayer d'arriver à quelque chose qui puisse bénéficier au pays. Donc, c'est un peu notre réponse à votre préoccupation. Et je pense que c'est pour cela que tout à l'heure, j'ai fait un appel aux universités et aux pays qui n'étaient pas membres de ce réseau pour arriver réellement à en faire partie, d'autant que la réflexion n'est pas une réflexion seulement nationale, hein, c'est un réseau. Et donc, c'est une réflexion qui se fait entre différentes équipes de recherche. Et donc, il y a d'abord de la fertilisation croisée en termes d'idées, et il y a des recherches communes qui font qu'on veut arriver à que les pays soient davantage maîtres de leur prise de décision. Maintenant, vous avez parlé de la zone de libre-échange et d'autres commentaires ont été relatifs à cette zone de libre-échange. Effectivement, nous sommes persuadés qu'elle peut apporter du bien. Donc, effectivement, ce sont les avantages qui ont été mis en avant, mais notre division, qui n'est pas là malheureusement, qui aurait pu apporter beaucoup plus d'éléments, notre division du commerce a fait des études sur les points que vous avez avancés, c'est-à-dire quels sont les avantages, quels sont les inconvénients, comment maximiser les avantages en limitant les inconvénients, et un certain nombre de recommandations qui ont été faites au pays, mais aussi au niveau régional, dans les échanges transfrontaliers en termes de ZLECAf, justement, ont pour but d'arriver à minimiser ces effets potentiellement négatifs et maximiser les avantages qu'on peut tirer de la ZLECAf. Maintenant, nous, en ce qui nous concerne à l'IDEP, au niveau des cours, ce qu'on fait, c'est qu'on présente les deux aspects et on laisse les pays, en fait, mettre de leurs réflexions et de leurs propres conclusions en les faisant travailler sur leurs propres données, sur les secteurs qu'ils veulent ou ne pas libéraliser, qu'ils veulent protéger. Et sur cette base-là, on peut voir effectivement comment on peut faire en sorte que les pays puissent être bénéficiaires de la ZLECAf. Si tant est, si vous avez écouté ma collègue tout à l'heure de la région de l'Afrique australe, si tant est que les pays aient quelque chose à offrir. Mais je pense que c'est cette réflexion-là qu'on mène avec eux dans le cadre des cours qu'on leur propose. En ce qui concerne la Côte d'Ivoire, merci de reconnaître nos efforts pour amener à faire bénéficier davantage de femmes de nos formations. Vous avez vu aussi bien dans le document que dans l'un des slides que j'ai présenté, que je n'ai pas beaucoup commenté d'ailleurs, faute de temps, qu'il y a une évolution de nombre de femmes formées. Et depuis quelque temps, d'ailleurs, quand on rapporte nos activités, on préfère rapporter en nombre de femmes plutôt qu'en ratio. Parce qu'on s'est rendu compte que si on voulait parler de la proportion de femmes formées par rapport à l'ensemble des personnes que nous formons, on avait une barrière objective qui est vous savez que notre principale cible, ce sont les fonctionnaires, le domaine public. Maintenant, nous avons ouvert à tous les autres acteurs du développement, mais au départ, de par ce mandat, l'IDEP supporte la fonction publique. Et nous nous limitons à un plafond objectif qui est la représentation des femmes dans nos ministères et dans nos entreprises. Et donc, si vous voulez, c'est pour cela que nous travaillons sur les femmes et sur le nombre de femmes. Et je suis d'accord avec vous sur le fait de continuer cet effort-là. Et cet effort-là, en fait, c'est à vous de le faire en embauchant davantage de femmes dans vos ministères et vos entreprises publiques, parce que je pense que c'est comme ça qu'on pourra en former davantage à notre niveau. Vous avez parlé des bourses d'études. En fait, oui, bon, tout revient à une question de ressources. Hein. Les bourses d'études que nous avons aujourd'hui, ce sont les bourses d'études qui sont financées par la CEA, et nous en avons deux, comme chacun des sous-programmes.
Excuse me. We have two interpreters on the same call.
Sorry?
It's just for the conferencing people. We have two interpreters of English on the same call. I wish they just organize themselves so we can only have one person. I thank you. Continue.
All right. Donc, un peu plus rapidement d'ailleurs. Donc, mais c'est quelque chose sur lequel nous travaillons et ce que nous présentons aujourd'hui en termes d'appui à l'IDEP concerne également l'appui à ces fellowships. On veut les multiplier par 2, ce n'est peut-être pas extraordinaire, mais c'est beaucoup mieux que ce que nous avons à l'heure actuelle. Alors, vous avez parlé des données et de l'accès à un certain nombre de données sur les activités, etc. Nous avons, depuis 5 ans, fait un effort de numérisation de notre bibliothèque et nous avons une bibliothèque numérique maintenant et nous vous dirons comment y accéder, de sorte que tout ce que l'IDEP a engrangé comme données, publications depuis 60 ans, figure dans cette base de données et elle est ouverte et accessible à tout le monde. Vous avez également parlé de la distribution par pays comme information. En fait, c'est une information que nous donnions quand nous prenions en charge les pays pour dire voilà comment l'IDEP utilise ses ressources dans le support à ces pays. Depuis que 3 ans, comme nous sommes sur des formations en ligne, il n'y a pas de limite et donc on peut donner la répartition, mais je dirais que ce n'est pas une répartition objective parce qu'elle n'est pas choisie. Elle est en fonction des applications que nous recevons. J'essaie de voir qui d'autre a parlé. Oui, c'était le Tchad, qui n'est pas là, donc je parlerai, je répondrai tout à l'heure. Mais c'est juste pour dire que nos formations sont complètement sponsorisées. Personne ne paye. Toutes nos formations sont sponsorisées par l'IDEP, donc il faudrait qu'on discute en bilatéral pour savoir quelles sont les difficultés qu'ils ont à accéder à nos cours. Maintenant, alors, suite à la décision, d'abord à la participation de la CEA à l'organisation du sommet sur l'industrialisation et la diversification économique, et les décisions qui ont été prises par la CEA pour orienter beaucoup de ces activités en termes de politique industrielle et d'industrialisation du continent. Nous nous sommes rendus compte que le master que nous avions avec l'Université de Johannesburg, même s'il était performant, effectivement ne permettait pas, pouvait léser des participations francophones, et nous sommes en train de discuter avec un certain nombre d'universités pour mettre en place la même chose au niveau d'un pays francophone. Donc, note est bien prise. Tanzania, concerning the governing council, actually the governing council is defined, and its role and functioning is completely defined by the statute of IDEP. IDEP has a very specific statute that has been approved by the Conference of Ministers and the General Assembly. So it is an official document, and it defines how countries are selected. And I've not gone into detail earlier. We have 2 representation per sub-region, 2 countries per sub-region on a rotating basis, plus 2 permanent seats, 1 for Senegal as a host country and 1 for the Africa Union Commission. And the membership that I have presented here is not a selection, it is something that was presented to the Conference of Ministers and approved by the Conference of Ministers after consultation with the various sub-regions. Now, la Guinée. La Guinée, vous avez parlé de points très très importants en ce qui concerne les performances, parce que c'est bien de venir rapporter et de dire on a formé 10 personnes, 15 personnes, 30 personnes. Qu'est-ce que ces personnes ont fait et quel est l'impact que ces personnes ont eu sur des changements d'orientation des politiques, sur des enrichissements, des choix qui sont faits au niveau de vos pays. Alors pour nous, c'est quelque chose qui existe dans le plan stratégique dont j'ai parlé, le plan stratégique 2019-2023, donc qui vient à échéance cette année. Ce plan stratégique a une stratégie de monitoring et d'évaluation. Donc, le monitoring et l'évaluation se fait à plusieurs niveaux. Il se fait déjà avec nos participants dès qu'ils participent à une activité. Ensuite, il se fait plus tard par des questionnaires pour arriver à savoir le niveau ce plan stratégique est basé sur une théorie du changement, et donc il y a un certain nombre de changements qu'on veut induire au niveau des pays qui sont mesurés. Et donc nous avons des indicateurs qui sont dans le plan stratégique, et c'est ce que nous mesurons au fur et à mesure. Ça, c'est ce que nous faisons par notre propre, je dirais, initiative en relation avec nos bénéficiaires. Maintenant, comme nous arrivons au terme de ce plan stratégique, nous sommes en train de faire un appel à candidature pour des experts externes sous le contrôle de notre division Spordi, pour donc avoir un œil extérieur qui peut nous juger sur la mise en œuvre de ce plan stratégique sur 5 ans. Donc ça, c'est l'audit externe, si vous voulez. Ceci étant, nous avons, puisque nous sommes Nations Unies, nous rapportons, comme je viens de le faire, à la conférence des ministres qui, elle, donne un jugement sur notre activité et des orientations sur nos activités futures. Et cela se fait par le biais du conseil d'administration. Donc les 10 pays, enfin les 11 pays plus l'Union africaine s'assoient, évaluent ce que nous faisons et peuvent rapporter à la conférence des ministres sur la base du rapport que le Conseil fait à la conférence. Donc, I hope I have addressed all the points that were raised, and I know that we are very short on time, but just to say to the honorable delegates that I'm very happy that the presentation has elicited so many reactions, and that my colleagues and I'm here with 3 of my colleagues, we are here actually for further discussion during coffee breaks or whatever. Thank you very much, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you. Said, please.
Thank you very much. Let me start by echoing what Karima said and make an appeal. Member states, please pay up your subscription to EDEP. EDEP needs your money to survive. Please, it's an appeal. Make sure that you pay your subscription to EDEP. I'll respond very briefly to some of the comments from Benin. Are there possible disadvantages of the CFTA? Of course. In any economic integration process, there will be winners and losers in the process, and that's why we are supporting countries to develop the national CFTA strategies, so that countries can position themselves very well to be able to benefit from the CFTA. There will be tariff losses, which will affect domestic revenue of countries, of some countries. And Afrexim Bank, for example, has put in place the CFTA adjustment facility of $1 billion. And the president of Afrexim Bank announced that at the last AU summit. So this is a facility that countries can benefit from in terms of augmenting their revenue losses from the CFTA. So there will certainly be some challenges along the way, and that's why it's important for us to improve our productive capacity. For us to be able to benefit from the CFTA, we need to know what our comparative advantage is, and we need to be able to compete in the regional market. That's extremely important. Côte d'Ivoire asked the question. You used to co-organize the Conference of Ministers of Finance, Economic Planning and Development together with the African Union. What happened? And, why is it that you cannot do this again? There was a little hiccup somewhere in terms of some challenges, and that was what led to our organizing this. But talking to the acting executive secretary, I think perhaps this is something we need to look into and see the possibility moving forward. It was very beneficial when we were doing it together, and I think in unity lies our strength. So we'll look at that and see the feasibility of bringing this back together. There was a particular one that was stalemated, which took place in Dakar. I wouldn't go into the details of what happened, but it was in terms of the participation, of a particular member state and all that. But we will not go into the details of that. But we take your point that this is something that we should look at and see what is feasible moving forward. On Egypt, thank you very much, Egypt, for the offer. that as you take over the chairpersonship of AUDA NEPA Steering Committee, you would like to work with us and ensuring we harmonize our cooperation with AUDA NEPA. We will rely on you in moving this forward. And we also take note of ASWAN Forum on the work being done on peace, security, and development. I think we'll take this on board as we discuss with the African Union on taking forward the key recommendations and action points from the Tangiers Conference, Regional Policy Conference on Peace, Security, and Development. Tanzania, we took note of your points in terms of the kind of support that you will want on supporting countries, particularly on data and statistics, and also digitalization. Perhaps a point that you made, which I think it may be good to react to, is on integrating Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030 indicators with the National Development Framework of countries. We're already doing this in support of countries, and I touched on that when I spoke earlier on. The integrated planning and reporting tool that EC has developed is meant for that specific purpose, that you integrate the key indicators of Agenda 2063, Agenda 2030 with your national development plans, the key goals of your national development plan, so that when you are reporting, you have a single framework through which you track, monitor, and report progress. So you don't have to monitor Agenda 2063 separately, Agenda 2030 separately, and your national development plans. So I think this is something that you may want to take closer interest in terms of how to support Tanzania. And this year we're more than willing to deploy this tool also in support of Tanzania. The question of Chad in terms of energy transition and infrastructure has been priorities of the Africa RCP. These are priorities. It's good to note that infrastructure are enablers of development and economic diversification. And so we've treated them as enablers. If you recall the presentation that I made, I talked about the work we are doing with AUDA NEPAD in terms of support to PIDA Week. We are a major partner. ECA is a major partner to AUDA NEPAD in terms of the PIDA project, even the phase two of the PIDA project. So we are a major partner to them, and we support them, work with them all the way through. The road safety framework, we worked with AUDA NEPAD in doing that. The project on enhancing electricity market regulation, which is also about infrastructure, and the assessment of the single African air transport market. So these are all infrastructure that we are supporting the AU on through AUDA NEPAD. So there's a lot that we're doing with them. And also on the issue of energy transition, this was something we worked very closely with the African Union on, as you know, towards the lead to a convening of COP27, and this was something that we got a very good outcome from COP27. So let me reassure you that we are working very closely with AUDA NEPAD and the African Union in the areas you mentioned, which is infrastructure. Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. ES, do you want to say something?
Thank you again, honorable delegates, for your feedback. I just wanted to react on your comments on EDEP in particular. Karima made reference to the Secretary General's common agenda, our common agenda, that is calling for, among other things, building up of a UN system which is fit for purpose, has identified what he calls the quintet of change. And one of the quintets of change is really about strengthening capabilities for foresight analysis and prospective studies and so on. And already EDEP is investing in this. But as you've been saying, we are now in a network society. Whilst continuing a focus in strengthening the capabilities of policymakers through our regular courses, where policymakers and ministers of planning and so on and so forth should be a priority, but we need to think beyond that. And this is where the establishment of the Young Economists Network is really the path to building that network across different platforms. And I think, for example, if we need to grow at double digit to claim Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. We may need to do this through all sorts of process. You know, in certain companies, when they are faced with serious challenges, and of course growing at double digit is a serious challenge for Africa, they just ask whoever is out there to come with innovative solutions for them to break through, to find a grounding, breaking new ground in terms of approaches to addressing those challenges. You find that in several sectors, extractives and so on. And I would argue that we should really launch this huge context globally in Africa. How can we grow at double digit on the continent, involving researchers across the continent, young economists and beyond, just to come with solutions. Because indeed, it's only through those innovative approaches to addressing some of our challenges that we'll manage to get those breakthroughs. So this is some of the things that EDEP is trying. We had tried also with a certain institution that has access to 50,000 or so data scientists, the same thing, to try and just throw to them these challenges. How can Africa grow at 10% or so? How can we, for example, claim, et cetera, all those issues. So that's the new paradigms that we need to explore together, and EDEP certainly can play a role in that. Last, on the issue of evaluation of EDEP, Karima has addressed some of our rules and regulations. As UN entities, the evaluations of our work is done within the system. I mean, we have, for example, the Office of Internal, OIOS, that does those evaluations on a regular basis. But at the same time, indirectly, through surveys, we get to hear from our other stakeholders about our own work, and then we adjust and incorporate those feedbacks into our work. But we cannot, for example, invite the McKinseys of this world or any other external company to come and evaluate our work. But we are an open, of course, system, and that's why your feedback here is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I thank you all. I thank you, Ms. Bunemra and Mr. Adejumobi, for your brilliant interventions and also the clarifications that you have provided to the concerns and questions raised by the members from the floor. I wish to express my appreciation to the Executive Secretary. As we move to the close, I just had, from the presentation by Said, you mentioned during the time of COVID-19, you mentioned that Africa was not in a position to develop generic medicines. I have always struggled with this notion because it is true that there were a group of developing countries that were seeking a waiver mechanism for vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics, and that took its own life course. But there is a waiver instrument agreed by the same WTO for least developed countries on TRIPS and pharmaceutical products. And that instrument was adopted in 2015. It runs up to 2033. It's as a result of that instrument that many LDCs are able to produce generic medicines in their own countries. So I never understood why this instrument was never triggered. I can't understand issues of scale, that I understand, and issues of capacities of LDCs to produce on scale for other countries. But I never understood why there was this notion that they couldn't trigger that instrument. Lastly, is just to join the call as chair to urge member states to pay their subscriptions to IDEP. The case has been made that really, and I understand it, that there is value in investing in IDEP. Part of the challenge we have in Africa is really challenges of capacity. The world is moving so fast, And if we have our own organization that can help us to build that capacity, I think it's a very good investment to make. Now, if Said, you want to take the floor, I'll give you the floor. Otherwise, I'll move to close the meeting.
Just 1 minute, Mr. Chair. I think you need the patent rights to be able to produce generic drugs. And the patent rights have to be agreed to by the pharmaceutical companies that developed. Say that again? You need the patent rights to be able to produce the generic version. And the pharmaceuticals, the companies have to agree who have made the invention. So that was the sticking point. Eventually, there was an agreement. The WTO was also involved in this discussion, in which the Director General of WTO came very heavily on the developed countries, that they needed to see the patent rights to African countries to be able to produce this. And I think at the end of the day, something was negotiated, and that's why the production in South Africa started. But it was a long, long process and a long-run route in terms of the negotiation for that. At the end of the day, it's about profit. It's about power. It's about influence in the global economy. And that must not be lost on us. And that's why we must develop our capacity to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you. No, just as I close, look, I take the point you're making. The objective of a waiver instrument is precisely to waive the right to seek a patent right without facing patent infringement lawsuits. This is really the issue. But I thank you. Now, I am told George has housekeeping issues to make before we close the meeting.
If you allow me, Chair. Thank you very much. The debate has been very enriching indeed, but it's been a long day for all of us, I am sure, and it's about time to close this. But very, very interesting, very engaging, and I want to also join my voice in thanking the distinguished delegates for their very excellent contributions to the discussion, because it is through this forum that we were able to get some feedback and guidance for the work that we do. So you really essentially dictate to us or define for us the direction of the work, and we're really, really grateful for all the discussion today. Now, having said that, I realize that the presentations, today's presentations are quite a lot. We will be uploading all the presentations this evening on the conference website for you to go in there and go through the details of this presentation. Now, just last point is about tomorrow. We reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and it is extremely important that we come very early, meaning we come before 9 a.m. to the room, because tomorrow is the last day of the experts segment, and it's extremely essential that you are here on time to consider your report and adopt the report and the resolutions that will accompany the reports. However, in the morning tomorrow will be devoted to a continuation of today's session on two more statutory reports. There's going to be one report on the Doha Program of Action for LDCs, which just ended in Doha, and then the Vienna Program of Action on LLDCs, the landlocked developing countries. So those two reports we considered in the morning segment, and then in the afternoon, we convene for the adoption of the report. Thank you very much, and have a lovely evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates, we have concluded our deliberations for today. I want to join George in urging all of us to keep time. When we come late, we finish late, we lag behind. So we now adjourn the meeting and we'll resume at 9 promptly tomorrow. I wish you a nice evening. This meeting is adjourned.